거기에 피오라 진입시켜서 테오도를 잡으면 좀 섭섭해지거든요.
그렇습니다.
자, 아군
자, 들어갔습니다.
이제 니키가 들어가줘야 됩니다.
자, 짱이 선수의
여기서
테오도르 쪽으로 가는
근데
니지카
이게
선수.
무효화가 조금
예.
늦게 들어가게
오,
되면서
그래도 짱이 선수가 진짜 확실하게 좀 버텨줬거든요.
그렇죠. 그래서 대구 가디언즈 완승입니다. 이렇게
그렇습니다.
되면요, 남아있는 아르다가 할 수 있는 게 별로 없기 때문에 대구 가디언즈가 아마 올리진천을 만나러 가지 않을까 싶고요. 금두구역 사망은 막아야죠. 터미네이트입니다.
자, 이거 진짜 피해야 될 시기가 꽤 남았습니다. 니키궁도 있고 띠아궁도 피해야 되고 스파크탄도 피해야 돼요.
네.
자, 그래도 대구 가디언즈 입장에서
EMP 들어오요?
부담스럽긴 하죠.
그렇죠. 자, 이어서 노란색. 자, 한번 빠지고.
자, 이 NCMB 선수를 누군가 때려야 되는데 루미널 선수가 때리면 뒤에서 짱이 선수 딜각이 열리는 거거든요.
예.
다들
그래서
부담스러운데요.
너무
스프린트도
부담스러워요.
안 맞아주고.
그냥 니키가 너무 부담스러워요.
아,
대구 가디언즈.
자,
태산 같은데요?
저렇게 과감하게
태산
진입할
같은데요?
수 있는 것도 사실 니키한테 만약에 어그로가 끌렸을 때 스프링 자, 이거 스파크탄 한 번이라도 제대로 맞추면 그대로 가는 거거든요.
네, 근데 니키가 너무 깊어지면 순간적으로 루미널 선수가 뒤쪽에 있는 테오도를 바라볼 수 있는데 짱이 선수가
자,
거리도
근데
안
가드
돼요.
한번 실패했어요. 자, 그것 때문에
자, 그러면
자, 일단 쇼이치에게 CC기가 한번
와,
들어갔지만
들어오니까 피해주면서 쇼이치 쇼타임.
와,
짱
자,
잡아내고
루미널입니다.
마지막 철까지 잡아내면 올웨이진 저 또다시 체크메이트 이상을 손에 쥐고 있기 때문에 다음 교전 전까지 조금 활용이 되어야 될 것 같고.
자, 싸움 먼저 걸고 있습니다.
아, 근데
하지만
제로진 선수 쪽.
그렇죠.
들어갈 때는 다
이후에
들어갔거든요.
이러면은
제로진.
끝까지 따라가서 제로진 잡는데
와.
성공했고 가드 성공했습니다. 병.
또 살아남아요.
또 살았어요. 또.
뿅!
이러면은 뒤로
오.
갇혔거든요.
자, 이러면 나딘으로도 이렇게 포커싱이 들어가게 되면서
이게 금지구역들이 많이 잡히게 되면서 좀 아래쪽으로 꺾어준 것 같아요.
자, 광주 슬래셔 그리고 럼프 레벨즈 도발 걸렸고요.
맞습니다만
네.
살짝 멀어졌거든요.
자, 그리고
오,
피해가
이거 오히려 좀
피해가 쫓아가서 니지카 쪽으로 니지카.
기는 했습니다.
자, 니지카의 케네스를
자,
정리합니다. 자, 이어서 이쪽
엑스보이
2대
선수
3까지
위험하죠?
그렇죠. 자, 그래도 한 명은 주지만 일단 아르다만 살아나가면 2일차이기 때문에 여기 그렇죠. 케이크까지 올렸어요.
오. 자, 진짜 보이자마자
와, 근데
뺐는데.
예측해서 시코.
와, 이거 심지어 양손범무 스킬 경로까지 예측을 해가지고 체크메이트 내려 찍었거든요.
자, 시코 선수 내주지 않고 이어서 두 번째 킬까지. 자,
설태까지도 현상금으로 만들어내야 되는 타이밍인데.
근데 이거 숨어 있다가 스프링 트랩을 맞으면.
근데 NCMB 선수랑.
자, 그나마 니키가 잘 버팁니다.
네.
아무 일도
자,
없다는
궁극기
것처럼.
이후에 하다 마이 궁극기
근데
잘
그렇죠.
들어가가지고
테오도르를 견제. 와.
이거 시시기 타이밍 정확히 회피해냈거든요.
그럼요. 그래서 출발은 정말 좋았는데.
오.
와.
와, 이
잠시만요.
자리
이
뭐죠
감시하는-
이거?
아, 하필이면 나딘이 또 멀었기 때문에요, 이거. 아, 경기네이트는 여기서 또 두 명을 잃지 않을까? 근데 오히려?
오, 잠깐만요. 이거 치우드로 때문에 꽤나.
저 그리고 나딘 이제 어디? 나딘 어디 있나요?
이거는-
나딘 어디 있나요?
이거는
나딘 안 오나요?
나딘이 이거 뒤통수를
그쪽-
벅벅 긁으면서 이길 줄 몰랐지. 오, 그리고 세나피 선수가 W 스킬을 통해서 범수 쪽에 붙었을 때 기회를 잘 노렸거든요.
아, 이 인도발이 너무 예쁘게 들어가서요. 자, 그러면 세나핀도 잡히고
오,
진호는
뒤로 살았어요.
살아가요.
이거 큰데요?
와, 지금 와이어를 완벽하게 사용해 주는데, 자,
와.
그쪽 뒤쪽에 힐링 스프레터까지 받아내면서 HP
이거
회복하고.
위클라이트 있어가지고
예.
잡힐 수밖에 없습니다.
가디언즈. 자, 그리고 갑자기 이거 한번 아르다가
와.
드랍을 해보나요?
네, 엑스보이 선수나 니지카 선수가 멀었기에 망정이지. 진짜 가까웠으면 진호 선수 너무 위험했습니다.
네. 자, 파고드는
근데
니지카의
이거
캐네스.
스킬이 안 맞았거든요.
네, 자,
그렇기
이거
때문에
아스트라 버스.
아,
리시브.
터졌어요.
니지카,
여기
니지카,
뒤에가
니지카.
벽이라서 뒤로 빠질 수가 없어요.
자, 이렇게 되면요, 유스네까지 잡히고 혼자 남아있는 마이가요. 나머지 둘을 상대하기는 조금 어려워 보입니다. 원하니버 선수가 니지카 선수를 살려주고 있고요.
자,
그리고
그리고
이쪽에서는
메이먼트
아리아파이터는 시간이 좀 많거든요.
네.
시간이 없어요.
자, 그래서 여기서 샬롯공 받으면서 뭔가 교전을 볼 수 있어요.
럼프레베스가 너무 많이 먹었습니다.
그렇죠.
네.
게다가 타지아도 먼저 쓰러져 있기 때문에 혼자 남은 샬롯 뭘 할 수 있나요?
자, 이러면 일단 뭐 6등까지는 경기네이트가 해낼 것 같은데요.
자, 슬래셔 금지구역
일단
사망 엑스보이
시간이
선수.
없어서 금지구역 사망이 여기서 나왔어요.
마이너스 1점, 마이너스 1점. 자,
그렇죠.
이거 경기네이트 마무리됐습니다. 이어서 자,
자,
아리안
오
파이터즈도
선수도 다운이 될것 같고요.
아, 네. 자, 니지카 선수 시간이 없는 상태에서 자, 이렇게 되면 광주 슬래셔가 럼프레벨즈에게 정리가 됩니다.
그래서 지금 여기 빼곡한 시체 보세요.
너무
럼프레베스가 다 먹었거든요.
와, 성당과 묘지가 뒤바뀐 것 같은 그런 양상이죠. 시체가 상당히 많은데.
그래서 먼저 가서 기다리고 있는데 마이를
오,
근데 체크를 했어요.
자, 럼프레벨즈 노련합니다. 자, 그래서 일단 숲으로 들어가 보려는데 도발 걸리고요.
와, 이거는 3인 케이크가 들어갔기 때문에 인사이트 입장에서 진영이 무너질 수밖에 없거든요.
그렇죠. 거기서
그래서.
여기서는 병 선수가 아슬아슬하게 버티고 싶어도 처형이 터집니다.
그렇죠. 자, 이렇게 되면 시코 선수도 도발.
마무리가 되나요?
럼블 레벨즈가
양동근 킬 깔끔해요.
를 완벽하게 몰아내고 있습니다.
네, 여기서 킬 포인트가 필요하다라는 판단이 나온 것 같은데.
그런데 제작이 진짜 다 안 됐어요.
자, 자, 일단 쓰러뜨리고 넘어간 거라서 이거 철
대박.
너무 많이 맞죠.
와.
방망이를 쓰는 모든
이건 아리랑 파이터스도 아이템 올리고 있는 상태고요. 아, 근데 이거
아이템을
잠시만요.
일단 만들긴 한
3매지나
거거든요.
나왔는데
근데 일단 끼지는 못했어요.
그렇죠. 자, 한 번 더, 한 번 더.
아,
이제
핏빛
완전
망토로.
만들었고.
자,
자, 근데 지금 1차 다 죽으면
이거 사출이죠.
끝납니다.
예. 자,
윤환
그래서
선수는
맥
피아를
선수는
잡으려고
잡힐 것 같은데. 네,
들어갔고요.
그렇죠. 이거는 잡힐 것 같아요.
이거 남은 것도
나갈 수
샬롯이거든요? 아리랑 파이터즈 이거 비상이에요?
자, 샬롯,
샬롯이.
샬롯이
아.
이거 어떻게 살아요?
끝났어요. 아리랑 파이터즈 마무리가 됩니다.
구도가 될 것 같긴 한데 그 사이에서 자 이쪽 교전
자, 일단 가드는 성공해놨어요. 이제 미 체력도 많이 빼놔서 인구 선수 앞쪽으로 못 들어오고. 자, 아크라버스트
아크라버스트?
더 빠지지만.
네.
자, 여기까지.
이거는 맞아줘야 되고요.
그렇죠. 근데 이게 스프레이가 있는 게 좀 차이가 큽니다. 유지력 바로 채울 수
오호.
있는 게, 자, 대구 가디언즈가 밀려날 수밖에 없는 상황이 되는 거고요.
그렇습니다. 어쨌든 테오도르가 회복을 해준다고 하더라도 힐링 스프레이 회복량이 훨씬 더 월등하기 때문에
자, 체력 다시 채우고 제주 좀 보려는 것 같은데 되고 가디언즈 오메가 교전 경기에서 한번 봅니다.
자 근데 테오도르의 궁극기가 없는 상황.
그래도 이게 지금 교전이 좀 오래된 것 같은 게 체력이 없어가지고 치킨까지 시키어가면서 지금 배치를 계속해서 하고 있는 거거든요.
네.
자, 그래서 NCMB 여기서 궁극기 쓰면서 가드까지 성공을 해냈고 진호한테
진호 이거
쭉 따라갑니다.
따라갔는데요.
NCMB. 와, 이거 진짜 궁극기 이후에 상대방 이동기까지 예측을 해서 강화 펀치를 맞춰주는 것까지 너무 깔끔했어요.
네,
이거,
그리고 오른쪽에서는
그렇죠.
인사이터가 슬래셔를 상대로 승리해 나가면서 슬래셔 정말 큰 피해 입을 뻔했거든요.
자, 경기 네이트.
경기 네이트.
근데 럼프레벨스의 행방이 조금 궁금하긴 합니다. 지금 연못에 일단은
그렇죠. 초보복 상자가 있었고요.
네.
자, 아르다가 먼저 빠지고 에너지 필드도 함께 빠지게 됐는데 맹룡과강도 사용을 해준 니지카 선수의 피올로고요. 여기서 자, 무지개
자,
드로잉.
이거 본대 쪽에서는 사실
안 됩니다.
피오라가
싸움이
딜할
안
수가
됩니다.
없었어요.
이러면 이제 터미네이터 각이 나오는데요. 피오라 잡히고 남아있는 니지카까지 잡아내면 대구 가디언즈가 깔끔하게 광주 슬래시 전원 처치하여 성당.
예.
와.
이거는
자, 근데 오히려 자, 일단 아달라의 체력이
진영이?
꽤나 많이 빠졌습니다.
네.
야, 궁극기까지 진입이 됐고, 자, 이러면은 테오도르가
자,
지금
네,
좀
스크린 꺼지는
볼
순간에
수 있거든요.
네.
이러면 테오도르가 딜할 수가 없어요.
그렇죠. 자, 철서수까지 섬격 들어가서 깔끔하게 만들어내는 인사이터의 9번째 킬. 현상금도 가져가고 하필이면 키워스.
자, 성당에서 만나자.
오. 옵니다.
오긴 왔어요.
왔어요.
근데
오.
위치가
약간 갈리긴 하는데.
일단 끼어 있고,
네.
자, 두 팀 입장에서는 좀 난감하죠. 갑자기 우리 둘이 싸우는 줄 알았는데
고춧가루가.
이상한 두 명이 와가지고
네.
좀 방패 올리고 있으면은 너무 까다로워. 신경이 쓰일 수밖에 없거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 그래서 럼프레벨즈가 일단 인천 쪽으로 가는데요.
그렇죠. 자, 이러면 럼프레벨즈가 어디에
나눠서.
먹히는지 봐야 되는데.
서로 인천,
와,
서로
근데-
웨이덤이 아무튼.
왜 이런 마우먼트가 테오도르한테 제대로 긁혔거든요.
네.
그렇죠.
네,
그리고
저-
부시까지 활용할 수 있어서 자, 실드 활용해주면서 한 번 더 버틸 수 있고요. 조정무 스킬 한 발, 두 발.
머리 앞에서.
아, 네. 묘지가 최종 안전지대인데요.
인사이터는
네.
최대한 이 루미나 선수의 딜각을 막기 위해서 서로가 퍼져 있는 모습이고 이런 구도 속에서 스파크타만 적중당하지 않는다면
네.
좋은 구도로 가져갈 수 있거든요.
자, 오디세이 이어서
자,
팩
오,
들어가고
체력 많이 깠어요.
반피 이하로 깎여죠 지금 연하
그렇죠.
선수가요.
Welcome, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you guys who are here, first of all, as I always say during these weekend ones, congratulations. You took heed of the note that we talked about yesterday, 2 hours earlier than on Fridays. Same time as yesterday, you guys are here early, and I love that. So thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, to Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Phase number 1. The last day is upon us. We are here now for day number 6, which means we are here for the final stages. My name is Not Worm. Unfortunately, I have evolved.
Hey, you don't, yeah.
I have evolved.
Not a worm today.
I cannot be bait today, but over on my right side, I finally have someone of my same species, a human being called Superior. How are you doing today, man?
I am doing fantastic, and it is great to be here once again. I always love seeing that intro. It's actually so good. Every single time it comes up, always gets me hyped up for the matches, especially for today because we are down to our top 8.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a long time coming, but we are finally here now. It's been such a long way for us to decide which teams are going to be playing in the finals. Oh my god, is today going to be stacked, especially after the experience and the storylines we have witnessed for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, we have Team Insider coming all the way from Knockout Stage 1, and Team Always Incheon starting from a lower Knockout Stage as well. I think it was maybe Knockout Stage 3 or 4 is where they slowly crawled their way back up, showing such a dominating performance. And yeah, it's going to come down to this for these teams if they are going to be able to come out today and perform.
Absolutely. That's the one big thing that we have to notice, right? Can the teams that came up from the knockout stages, I'll talk about the one team that we'll obviously be talking about in just a second, maybe two actually, now that I think about it. You and I might be thinking about two different ones when it comes to the knockout stages. But can those teams stand up to the might of the ones that made it all the way into the finals? We are going to have a lobby and a half tonight. We'll be talking about that in just a moment when we do go into it. But oh boy, my hands are shaking super already before we're even into game number 1.
I'm so excited. We got some powerhouse teams today, but here is the overview for you guys. If you guys aren't really familiar with how this tournament works, if you guys are, you guys already know the same deal. It's going to be the same thing. Today we are on day 6 for the schedule. It's the final day for phase number 1. And yeah, the prize pool is going to be the same. Point matrix. We are going to have it as the same as, or for this weekend, it's going to be 10 points for first place, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 0. And then we are going to be having our checkpoint format for today. So if you guys aren't familiar with how the checkpoint system works, these teams are going to have to get to that certain checkpoint breakpoint, which I think is going to be 70 points, and then they're going to have to win the next game.
Yeah, and the 70, it looks like a lot, it sounds like a lot, but we've seen from the past couple of knockout stages, it definitely is not. So I'm really wondering how many games we're going to have. With the new point format, are we going to see a lot of aggressive early games, or are we going to see a lot of passive early games with the final teams joining us? I'm not entirely sure. For the format, all of this stuff, for the majority of it, we are done. If you'd like to look towards the right side, it says knockout stage number 6. That's done. So all we have left now is that one block at the very top right. Final stage is what we are here for today. 70 points checkpoint, as you guys can see at the top right as well. Just to make sure that you guys are aware of it, right? Because there's still a little bit of confusion. I did see it from yesterday. It's not 80. 80 was last week's format, right? But then we got the 1.45 patch where the auto resurrection only lasts for 1 day cycle now instead of 2. So we dumbed that down a little bit to the 70 point checkpoint mark instead of 80 in comparison to before, and overall lowered the overall point matrix as well.
It is still increased from last season and the previous seasons. It was 55 before, so they didn't increase it because there is that auto res feature still in day number 1. And yeah, we down to our top 8. So all these teams here are already guaranteed 200 circuit points for themselves. So definitely should be happy about that. But they are going to be playing for that or for their standings in the top 8.
For sure. Throughout the entire knockout stages, it has been a story between two teams, Insider and Always Incheon. Insider, the team that has done it this time around, the miracle run has occurred. Knockout stage 1 all the way into the final stages, they have held their ground. But on the flip side, Always Incheon, the one that was able to do that in phase 2 of season 6 last season, they are now the real rivals of Team Insider. If you were here for the
Yeah.
knockout stages, you will know exactly why that is the case. And today, yes, that rivalry will continue, but if you're busy dealing with that rivalry, the other 4 teams in the final stages that came from the groups, they will run you over. So I really hope that Always Incheon and Insider can focus, lock in, and make sure everything in regards to their gameplay is pinpoint perfect.
Yeah, remember, these are the teams that placed first in the group stages, so they definitely deserve to be here. We got FN Sejong, Daydream, Daeyoung, Auto Arms, and Golden Light. Some fantastic teams coming out. And then from our bottom 4, we're going to have Always Incheon, Rum Rebels, Insider, and Guardians coming from yesterday.
Yes, sir. Daegu Guardians, this is a team that definitely showed us a really solid showing yesterday, but as you can tell, with the placement on that roster, it was 4th place. It was extremely close for that knockout stage number 6 towards the end. These games were really, really interesting. I think knockout stage number 5 was one of the most kind of mind-numbing game number 4s we've had so far this entire phase, or even maybe potentially with this entire format as a whole. So I'm super excited to see what the finals are going to bring for us on the table.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing Geowork playing today, because we actually didn't see him yesterday.
True.
But I mean, maybe he's busy, or they just decided that their current roster that they're posting is their strongest.
Yeah, one of the things about that roster in the end is that I think Char was super pivotal when it came to that team's playstyle, right? The Tia on the Sentinel. Saw that yesterday. So if you're trying to play somewhere around like a standard composition, making sure that the Theodore is able to do whatever he wants to, yeah, something like a support like that might work. But because of the fact that today is a checkpoint system, the series could get extended out quite far along. So if they do want to make sure multiple compositions are being attempted, maybe their original strategy just isn't working, they have the possibility to do that.
Yeah, and I'm very curious if we will see any possible bans coming in. Usually in the finals is when the meta starts becoming more defined, and we start seeing these characters standing out from the rest. I don't know if that's going to be the case, because a lot of these teams, they're just playing their comfort picks and it's working. They are able to make it work. They're able to get the one up on these other teams, and yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the same case for today.
Guys, once again, thank you so much for joining us, and of course, as always, to respond to that, we do have drops today as well. This entire weekend, you get a ton of them. You have ERCS,
we always got drops
ERM.
here.
Yeah, I know, right? We love you guys. The drops are going to be here. If people show up later down the road, well, sucks to suck, because we never know how many games are going to be there for checkpoints.
That is true. Yeah, could be 4 games, could be 8 games. It's up in the air, right? It's just if these teams can get to that checkpoint breakpoint and then close out the series right after. We are going to go to our first character select here, round number 1. What are we going to see? Will we see any bans here? We do see a lot of the same team comps that we did see during the group stages. Looks like Auto Arms is going to be sticking with that Justina Kadia, showing a dominant performance on that team comp. FN Sejong looks like they're going to be swapping it up at the very end here, coming out with 1 circle on that Theodore. So we're going to see 2 Theodore picks, but I don't think we're going to see any bans with... Oh, no, wait. We're going to see the My ban.
And the Nikki ban
as well. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, 3 Nickies as well, yeah. But the My ban, a tale as old as time. This tank is always going to be picked in the competitive scene. It's such a versatile kit. And then Nikki coming out this time. Nikki's just one of those characters that just has I would say like a really good engage, and then also providing damage for their team as well. So really, really nice character to put in the front, because as long as you're hitting those parries, that character is also deceptively tanky.
We saw the value of the Nickies yesterday, the day before, Team Insider, every single time, making sure that the initiations are on point. So you're right. I wonder what Team Insider's response to this is, because if a Nikki is getting banned out in game number 1, you can definitely bet that it might be a possibility for it getting banned later down the road. Team Insider might not be able to play their mainline composition from game number 1 onwards.
And this is perfect as well for these other teams, because Nikki is going to be on the My ban rotation. So if these 2 characters are going to be banned with each other, right? Make Nikki's or Mai is a perfect character to counter the Peerage Uppercut engage. Some of these teams that are going to be running Nikki are probably going to be running into some trouble.
For sure. Guys, here we go. Game 1 of however many there are, right? The next number of games that we are going to be seeing tonight, it will finally begin. A long time coming, the final stage is online now. FN Sejong, Daydream, Daejeon Auto Arms, and Golden Light have had so much time prepping for the teams that are going to be moving up. They definitely knew from a long time coming that always Incheon and Insider would have made it. And now that they're here, what are going to be the answers to these teams? Super excited to see what those will be. But for now, we're just building up, right? Nothing too crazy. I'm wondering when the early game fiesta is going to be happening.
Are we going to see it in Cemetery and the Hospital again like we saw yesterday in, I think it was Knockout Stage 5, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't know if we're going to see that again. Oh, it looks like we are going to see some fighting down here in Hospital. It's going to be Loken going to be falling here to Team Golden Light. Golden Light already grouped up. They have all their items, and you can see... You can look at the items on Team Auto Arms. They're actually not fully built just yet, so gonna be on the back foot there. Great engage coming out for the side of Team Insider. Get a double stun there. That's perfect. And FN Sejong, I think, is gonna get wiped so early. Oh, wait a second. One circle. Gonna use that plant there to get the invis on his passive. So the Sapphire Protocol is gonna connect. One circle. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to dodge out on that last Odyssey, but is gonna be able to get taunted from Bum, and is gonna be able to get away actually with that Spark Nade. Very nicely played by One Circle there, able to get back, and now actually gonna focus your sights onto the sewer here. Donut gonna go back in, but is not gonna be able to find the Theodore because of the Sapphire Protocol once again, utilizing his passive perfectly.
He stepped back into the team to try utilizing that Sand Plant in order to get that Sapphire Protocol off. Well played on him. Will prevent this entire team from wiping, and also it picks up an additional kill on top of it. But for Youngman, it might look a little bit difficult. I've seen this guy do some crazy stuff in the past, but up against Team Always Incheon, you will definitely take the fall. I do also see Daejeon Auto Arms down 2 members as well. There is a lot of fighting, but it's not centralized to a specific location, which means that it's going to be a lot more reminiscent, I think, of yesterday's Knockout Stage 6, because that actually tended to be the case yesterday, where we saw a lot more fragmented fights at the beginning instead of that one all-in into Cemetery fight. We're going to see it again as Youngman going to get taken down. HD2 is going to be able to get out, but a Sacrificial Lamb still has to be invested.
Oh, yeah, Jailbreak is going to be starting here for the side of Team Guardians. Are going to be playing that Nikki Alina with that Nadine, so a more dive comp, because Nadine is one of those backline carries that is going to be able to get on in there with that monkey wire, and Luminol is going to be able to find Fancy here. So nice 2 kills early into the game for Team Always Incheon. It looks like a lot of these teams already have a lot of kills. Just Team Rebels, unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything just yet.
Yeah, I want to mention something about Daegu Guardians. I think this team has definitely done their homework, because if they did end up running their normal comp that we saw yesterday, then the Theo will be banned off of game number 1. Pure Age Uppercut coming down is going to tag 2 with the Fury Jab. Cinema getting taken down, but it's a trade 1 for 1. G-Work will also get taken down, and CMB just doesn't really have that much left. He does end up getting a trade in return, but the clutch is going to be there. You're right, from Loken. Do get that 2 for 3 trade. Bottom side of the map, mainly controlled by Team Daejeon Auto Arms, but at the same time, there's still a decent amount of time left before any objectives start coming up. Daegu Guardians fell at a pretty decent time. They're going to get a lot of good information with the satellite console, with the satellite vision. You get an idea where everyone's going to be, so you can really pick and choose what kind of objectives you're going to go for now.
Yeah, that was just really well played by Cinema there, just able to get the 2-man ultimate from Yusina, just able to get so much value, so much damage before going down there. I really like this play from Team Daydream here, actually playing around the wall with that Theodore, but they are going to get sniffed out from that recon drone. Gonna have a fight here for this meter on the top side. Looks like Insider is going to be able to get the one up on 2 Team Guardians here. G-Work going to be able to get away. Bottom side though, we do have engage coming through. There is the Sapphire Protocol from that Theodore. Peacemaker is going to go down from the heart. Are they going to be able to get anyone here? It doesn't look like you're going to get locked up, and it looks like Team Golden Knight is going to be forced to get on out of there. Nikki going to try looking for some more. Are they going to be able to find anything? Doesn't look like it.
Too difficult to chase something into something like a Tia, especially as a melee. Fancy should also be able to support if he really wants to do that, but no, it's just going to be a Nikki backing away. The fight inside of Hotel does get extended out quite a bit, as Seiko's going to go down, Byung also going to go down. On top of it, Yona will have to book it out themselves. Their health bar pretty low, but there is nobody within their direct vicinity. Insiders should be coming back in just a moment. But we do see, as I mentioned, fragmented fights, but it's happening really often. Yesterday during Knockout Stage 6, we saw the fragment the fights a lot in day number 1, but it didn't really continue on into day number 2. We only saw a very small number of fights after the objectives were taken, but we're still seeing a lot of these smaller fights happening between teams in day number 2. So across the board, teams are looking and are bloodthirsty for fights.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to be playing for these objectives, right? These trees, these meteors, that's exactly what these teams are fighting for. Unfortunately, I think Team Insider getting third-partied by Auto Arms in Hotel there, but I think they ended up securing the tree, if I'm not mistaken, seeing that Sultan's Turban already being built on that Adela, so not too bad of a loss for them. You can see the side of Team F and Sejong. They're really looking pretty strong there. They have the double 4 scores. They got their Bison already for that early game tempo. Gonna be contesting for this Lumi here. If they find anything, here comes the engage. A lot of damage. Gonna be Theodore versus Theodore. Sapphire Protocol was used from the Theodore on the side of Daydream. There is both ultimates going to be invested, and though both tanks are just taking so much punishment, but the Nikki is going to be able to actually live, but the AoE damage is going to be big from One Circle. One Circle is going to be forced to blink away. Is he going to be able to get out of here? There is the passive. Maybe they could get on out of there. Good size up from One Circle, but I think
this might not be
don't
good.
think One Circle can get out because the parry is going to be available and the slow is going to be there for Nikki. Oh, the passive once again from One Circle. He jukes him out. The camera is placed too late. If he placed it a little earlier, it would have been fine, but One Circle utilizing Theodore's passive to its fullest potential.
Hessier played that perfectly up until that point. That sucks, right? I think it would have been a really prime opportunity for Daegu Guardians to end up knocking down FN Sejong. Not Daegu Guardians, it might have been, what is that, Team Daydream? But you know what? Yeah. I mean, it still works out. A 2-for-1 trade in the end for Team Daydream. That is a fantastic call, right? I mean, that's just a great fight taken from Daydream. Is able to overtake FN Sejong when their team composition is actually relatively weak. This is around the time when you're looking for some big transitions for that team roster. You're probably not sitting on the double 4 score unless you invested a lot, which means somebody on that team composition is lacking items. So this is a great time for Daydream to win the fight, whereas a lot of people are still falling down. It's going to be the split farm strategy for a good chunk of these players. Alpha was the reason why Char ended up getting taken down inside of archery range, but yeah, across the board, I'm really liking the pacing from some of our teams down in the knockout stages, and even the ones that are coming up from the group stages as well.
Sejong getting engaged on once again. One Circle being forced to or forced out with the exclusive. Can get some damage. They do actually focus down Piete. Piete ends up going down and just way too much damage and way too much AoE from the side of Team FN Sejong. They are going to use the ultimate in. I think Bear, can he get on out of there? Does it end up blinking away? And yes, they will be able to get on out to safety. FN Sejong going to be able to pick up another 2.
Really lucky, right? And the fact that it is a human is going to help out a lot. But now he is targeted. There is no blink. Rump Rebels will end up falling down. That is brutal. Daydream will be the one to ruin the Daydream of Team Rump Rebels. It's going to be a nightmare instead for that team. 2 kills in 8th place. That is nothing in comparison to what a majority of these teams will be walking away with, as we have 2 teams already sitting on 7. 3 teams on 5. Rump Rebels not going to get a great start to the finals.
Yeah, a lot of early game kills already for these teams, and they're just looking to get as many points as possible to get into that checkpoint breakpoint here. Always in Chun. I'm going to try looking for Team Insider here. We usually see how this goes. It goes to the side of Team Always in Chun, so I wonder if Team Insider will decide to fight for this. It doesn't look like it. They're actually just going to back away, so Team Right will be secured by Team Always in Chun here.
I do definitely think that a lot of opportunities are being missed out on a good chunk of these teams, though, right? The fact that they're falling behind, some of these fights are just not going in their favor. These objective contests are happening really at awkward times. There's too many objectives that are being given away for free, in my opinion. Day 2 was the only time I really saw a lot of teams actively fighting for it, so the ones that are getting these objectives for free right now, they're going to be massively accelerated going into probably around day number 4, because I'm not entirely sure what teams are going to be aiming for the blood samples at night number 3. We've seen a couple teams do it throughout the course of this phase, but I haven't maybe seen too many of these ones. Oh, Youngman, this is the blue over onto the Theo, which means he's going to be completely safe on the backside. Fancy,
oh my
he's
god,
trying to do what he can, but Youngman's already taken down. This Nikki is an absolute menace. She is one between the backside.
Oh no.
And the stun coming in at a perfect time means the heart will go down as well. Golden Light, it looks so good for a second, but the Nikki on the backside, easy 2v1. What on earth was that?
That is crazy. Yeah, this Nikki is just... It's just showing why, you know, she's such a strong character. She's able to live for so long and deal so much damage as well. You know, these parries just provided so much damage reduction for the character while she's just able to just auto-attack you down. And unfortunately, the Heart just missing that White Lily, not going to be able to go over the wall there. Daydream, they are going to tank a lot of timer for that. It's going to be down to 4 seconds. Golden Knight, they'll be okay though. Going to be able to get the res here. A minus 400 for them, so definitely not what they're looking for, but they are going to be back in this game.
Yeah, that's the big thing about this. I think the fact that they had the credits to even get the reses right now is a miracle, because these teams are... Oh, actually, that's not really good at all. Nikki gonna get taken down immediately. Insider, they ended up hyperlooping into the wrong spot at the wrong time. Zico will be able to get out. Byung is gone. Oh, are we going to see a fight? Yes, we are, because Dejet's Auto Arms as well as Daydream looking to duke it out, and the tower getting down over onto the Justina will come on through, but the Kadia is still pumping out damage. It's still a trade. I think it's a 1-for-2 so far between these two teams, but on the flip side, it's a Johan. Oh, no. The healing just was not enough. Alteo didn't get the time to go in the bush either. No Sapphire Protocol. Down goes the Theo. A 2-for-2 in exchange, but Dejet Auto Arms will be able to res back that Leon. It's a minus 200 for that team, minus 400 for Daydream.
Yeah, huge there for Logan, able to stay alive just outside of the range from that Theodore, and just able to just pelt them down there. Looks like Auto Arms, they are going to be able to get all the team members back up very shortly. Actually, it looks like they just were able to call them back there. I think they probably had a mobile kiosk, so all of them going to be back in this game here. They ended up getting the credits, so technically they didn't really lose any credits there, because they did end up getting all the bodies from the side of Team Daydream, so they should be back in it. Looks like you do see that Leon already saving for that blood for that team, and FN Sejong going to run straight to the hands of Team Insider. Definitely don't want to be taking this fight in Research Center, so both teams going to be backing away.
You can see their items being a little bit behind in comparison to what FN Sejong's pacing usually is looking. They're kind of behind.
Look at the amount of credits they're floating. That's probably why, right? They got yeah, they have enough for that blood. They just flattened that blood. They have enough for a 4-score as well. They're just floating on a lot of credits, so they're probably just waiting, and they're trying to cap out their builds instead of, you know, doing the typical tempo bias here. Seiko gonna try looking for a queen, not gonna be able to find anything. Good sidesteps there, but wait a second, there is the Peacemaker gonna be invested. They cancel out on the full combo there. HE2 is gonna be able to blink away. Oma gonna try getting some damage back. Checkmate is gonna connect onto the Selena, and a great queen there from Seiko. Seiko just completely outplaying Fancy here, but Fancy,
he has no time.
Oh no, doesn't have enough timer, so is forced back into the zone. And Golden Light unfortunately gonna lose another 200 credits. A huge tempo loss for this team, and they're just falling farther and farther behind.
That sucks, because HD2 actually did really well at the beginning of the fight. He was juking a lot of those pawn pieces and the Knight 4 combos as much as possible, but towards the end he still gets tagged up by that one crucial skill. A fight inside
Can't dodge the Purge Uppercut, you know, just gonna point at you there. And Luminol gonna try jumping on in, but it's just not gonna be enough. And oh, it's a Theodore on Cleanse once again. Gonna be able to use that for a bit of movement speed here. Always in Chun. I think that's gonna be it. I don't think Seraphine can get on out of here. Gets locked up by the Nikki and the Spark Nade. Here comes the Sniper Skills. Is gonna hit and slow him down, and that is going to be it. Daydream playing this team comp phenomenally here. Just able to have really good priority targeting with the Purge Uppercut into just the Theodore damage, ripping that Mai to shreds, just able to take down the front line so fast, and then Luminol just is forced to go in the 1v3, and it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, the value of that Cleanse level 2 right now is so massive as well, right? There's a bunch of Nikkis in this lobby. You're gonna get Pure Rage Uppercutted eventually, but if you proc that Cleanse early, we talked about how yesterday you can't cleanse the knockdown, but you can CC immune it, right? It's level 2. He has that timing.
I don't think it's level 2 right now. I think it is. Is it?
Yeah, I did see it being level 2, so it's actually really massive. Funny enough, I do remember Daydream actually prioing that, if I remember correctly, during the group stages as well, which absolutely made sense. So
it definitely saved them. And then there was another game where they swapped over to the Blink. I think it's just dependent on the lobby. Yeah, it is level 2. It looks like, yeah. So I think it's just dependent on the lobby, because there's a lot of Nikkis here. You need that cleanse to make sure you don't get comboed in that Purge Uppercut. There's also a lot of Mai's as well to tie back from with that cleanse to make sure you don't get slowed or taunted there. Here comes the engage from one circle. They are going to just extend it down onto Team Auto Arms there. One circle dodging out on the engage from the Leon, but Dramatic's so far in, but the damage is just way too much for the side of Team Auto Arms to handle there. And instantly take down Cinema. Tails going to go down as well, and it's going to be an easy clean 2-0 for Team FN Sejong.
That's extremely rough. That means Loken just completely left by his lonesome. They do have the credits to get the res back, but look at the minimap right now. The only place is really going to be able to get a res off is going to be in
Should have
hospital.
enough time, right? To get in hospital.
Probably does if he walks up from
11.
cemetery, but it's still, is it? You might need another E in order to make it happen, but he's going to be sitting on maybe 1, maybe 2 seconds. It might even be closer at that point. He is in a lot of trouble. Yes, you can get the res off, you can try risking it, but if he ends up popping, they don't have the credits to bring the Kadia back.
That is true. So I don't know what their game plan is because they just decided to just sit there and not even try going for the res. So maybe they're just going to rat it out now, try play for some placements, maybe wait for Lumi to make their full rotation across the map, but it's going to take a while. It's definitely going to hit into day 5 there. G-Work going to get caught out. The full Rainbow's going to be invested as well, but a great buffer there to get him on to safety. Very nicely played by G-Work to make sure he doesn't get CC chain there, and Nicky Perry is going to connect, so NCMP is going to have the stun here if they want to look for an angle with that Pure Jumper cut, but looks like they're just going to be able to back on out of there.
A little way too tanky for that Elena, right?
Oh.
You do have triple damage, but
Uh-oh.
he's found
Loken
out.
might be
Loken,
caught.
he doesn't really have too much time. He's going to
8
have to use a White Lily to
seconds.
get out, but he still has to try
but
getting the res back. HG2 going to be forced to use that Peacemaker, but there is just no support on the side. Charge spacing perfectly, not allowing that hard to get those auto attacks down. The timing
wait, I
just
think he get
could
the
not
Lumi
be
res.
worse.
But can you get it off here because Team Guardians
one.
are just going to beeline it back here.
Oh, and he gets
Oh
tagged.
no, he gets tagged and he should just go down here. Oh, he lives! Can he get out? Can he get out though? I think they can. They're going to be able to use this White Lily to get on out of there.
Okay.
But they are going to get chased down by Guardians, and they're already all really low here. G-Work's going to find an angle in. Can he find it? Taeyong, great ultimate.
They're spacing really nicely,
Great
but Taeyong-
buffer from Taeyong from the freeze, but he's going to go down. And that's going to be so unfortunate. Auto Arms going to lose another member. They're going to fall here. They are going to be fragmented, and they're going to have to look for Lumi res once again. It is a disaster.
Yeah,
but
that just sucks, right?
yeah, I want to talk about earlier. Golden Light, they saw Loken, and then they just greeted for him. I think, and they chased him way too deep, and they just got immediately punished by Team Guardians because of the way they positioned to try getting that kill. And then unfortunately they did lose a member as well. But Guardians are gonna be able to pick up 2 kills, 1 from each team of Team Auto Arms and Team Golden Light. So very, very, very nice for them.
It's a pretty decent game for a majority of these teams. The problem is for Daydream especially, they do have 12 kills, and usually that would look like a pretty good game, but it's FN Sejong who still has a full team, and they also have 12 kills. Yeah, Daydream, they're gonna have to rat it out for a bit. They're gonna have a decent amount of points, but when it's in checkpoint format, you still need to try contending up against some of these other teams. FN Sejong holding their ground extremely strong right now, but we still have a couple of silent assassins left in this lobby too. Insider, you know that G-Work is also going to be looking for those
Oh, they
fights on
should see
Kindigo
him. Did not see him.
Guardian. Fancy just barely living. That Suwa not going to walk down and check the entrance into Research
do you-
Center.
Oh, I guess you don't get vision when you're close to falling. So I think the nighttime vision just saved that Celine there. But here comes Engage. Seiko is gonna get caught up.
Oh,
The ultimate is gonna be invested, but the movement speed from the weather is just gonna be able to get them all on out of here. There is the perfect ultimate from the Mai to actually to be able to kite them back. But one circle is getting focused by the Suwa here. Can he get on out of here? Bob needs to just block these Don Quixotes, and is gonna be able to block on that one. Odyssey is gonna connect. Now it's one circle and bomb. Can they make anything happen here? It doesn't look like it. Bomb is gonna be forced to get on out of there. And Insider is actually gonna be able to get the 1-up onto Team FN Sejong.
I think Bum accidentally mispositioned, because if Bum walked down with one circle, there's a possibility they could have turned it onto Yona. Yes, the res was coming through, but the damage from the Theo might have been enough. Unfortunately, he just walks the wrong direction, and the group up just
They
isn't
let
there.
the Suwa get the Don Quixote in between them, and then at that point, oh my God, Fancy just did he end up getting that Nikki there? Nikki is gonna fall. I think he did. Yeah, 3 kills for the side of Team Golden Light. So very nice for Fancy. They're gonna be able to pick up a nice clean kill for their team. I think they will fall very shortly here, unfortunately. NCMB gonna be able to get cut them off here on the top side, and they will end up going down. Fortunately, Bum's gonna get caught out by side of Team Insider. So Team Insider, they're actually playing really well here. They're able to get a nice another kill here from Team FN Sejong. They're gonna be at 8.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so a lot of our teams that were far, far ahead into everybody else is actually knocked down. This is a pretty good situation for Team Daydream, right? FN Sejong cut down and how effective they're going to be for the remainder of the game. So we're now back to Team Insider. Daegu Guardians, they also have the Nikki, but it all comes down to whether or not the Nadine can stay alive, right? The only problem is, I still think even if the if the Nadine goes down, there's still tools available for Daegu Guardians to make it annoying for Insider, but considering the fact that they have a Sua, it might be impossible if the Nadine goes down. So let's see how they decide to play the final zone. They're not going to have to deal with it right now. There's a bunch of rats sitting inside of school. Youngman has a little bit more timer than one circle. He's going to get taken down eventually. This should be FN Sejong getting 4th place. Golden Light will be able to get that 3rd place spot.
He's gonna come in, gonna use some abilities here, but is just gonna explode. Looks like Guardians is gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. So they're sitting on 12 already, and yeah, it's gonna be Team Insider versus Team Guardians here. It is gonna come down to Team Insider. I think they can just find the angle onto the Nadine, right? Team Guardians doesn't really have an answer to protect the Nadine here. G-Work is gonna walk forward here. Might get caught, but they should know it is Team Insider, so looks like they are gonna wait very shortly here. It was a blood buy-in, so it's gonna be probably that weapon coming out for
so good.
That Nadine. They're gonna be looking really strong here. That fail knot is gonna be crafted. Insider have a position to look for the angle here, but I really like this play from Guardians. They're gonna go all the way around to make sure they're going to be safe.
This is the first time I've ever seen a team actually deal with that Insider shenanigans towards the end of the game. You can definitely tell Daegu Guardians has either been watching ERM for the knockout stages so far, or they just did their homework. These guys are dealing with Insider extremely well. The callouts were in, so G-Work ended up just walking forward, puts a bunch of cameras down to make sure they aren't going to get Insidered. And now they have a good walk into the final zone. G-Work's going to start stepping in. Seiko gets taken down to half HP. The shield's going to be invested as well, but there is no way for Yona to get some of these resets. G-Work is putting way too much pressure down. Final zone control goes over to Team Daegu Guardians. They have a Nadine, but this is a little bit of an awkward spot for the Nadine.
Nadine has to play really far back. Just let G-Work do his thing here. Actually going to be able to get the freeze. Oh, it is going to be cancelled out by the spell. So G-Work going to take a lot of punishment here. There's the ultimate, but a huge checkmate from Seiko, and he finds the angle in. He is going to be able to get a lot of damage. Nikki just has to stay alive now. But the Sua is going to be able to get there. He's going to be able to guard reverse and get the stun there. But G-Work's going to go back in. It's going to be too late. But double freeze is going to connect. And they are going to be able to get the Nadine or the Nikki. And now they just have to back away. Just play it slow. Get the reset here. But the res is coming through. I think the damage from the Nadine is going to be there. No, it's not. The res is going to come through. And now it's going to come down to a 2v2.
Okay, but
the timers.
Yeah,
look at the timers from the side of Team Insider.
Insider, they got 10 seconds to go. They need to go back with half HP on both of them. Yuna can sustain back, but I don't think they can do that for the Nikki. G-Work trying to do what he can. The damage is there.
He gets stunned. That's so good.
As well. Yuna, he's trying what he can, but eventually the timer will fall. It's not even going to matter. Daegu Guardians, 16 kills in first place. 26 points to that team. GG's.
Wow, so well played from the side of Guardians there, just playing that 2v2 so well. Yeah, G-Work able to live on a thread there, just able to disrupt and help out his team at the very end there. NCMB just living for so long, is able to provide his team. So basically what happened was 2 isolated 2v1s, and when that happens, if your tank is able to live for longer, and your team's able to get that 2v1 kill really fast and then come to help you in that 2v1, your team's just really favored.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about what NCMB was able to do. But I think even more so than that, Char did so good keeping himself alive throughout that entire fight. He got targeted by Seiko, but you saw the preemptive monkey wire that was placed while he was trying to aggress over onto the Nikki and the Sua. Those kind of heads-up plays is exactly what you need, and you can definitely tell that G-Work, he's super confident in playing into Team Insider because that's the exact comp that he used to play way back in the days. He can still do it now. He's adjusted to that kind of gameplay style, so he walks up without fear. He knows if everything gets blown over onto him, Char has free reign to pump out the damage, but it's Team Insider. They're never going to go for tanks. I think they had multiple chances to kill G-Work.
To kill G-Work? Yeah, I agree. They have so many items as well, and they have so much pressure. I think once the Adela gets that blood weapon, they had that blood weapon, Sua having blood weapon as well. They have enough armor pen, especially with the frailty on that Adela, to just burst down frontline, especially a frontline like like Alina, because Alina isn't as tanky as the other tanks.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, you do have a lot of defense items that you do build on there that she also gets scaling from. And I think there was solar system miniature because I did see a big shield popping. It could have been either that or bunny hat. I can't tell what it was, but there was a huge amount of shield. A lot of effective HP was there indeed, but it's still the simple fact that Insider does not like targeting tanks.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the comp work, from the other end on G-Work, actually, on G-Work's end, and we saw that they could just one-shot, like Alonso's from full HP, they have full tank items, and they just instantly go down, so I think definitely in that situation, they should have just focused the Alina, just one-shot him. Seiko had the angle in, I think he almost had it there.
Yeah.
Basically chunking down the Nadine to 1 HP because he ended up hitting that checkmate. I actually thought Nadine would have went down there with that queen as well, but just barely not having enough damage. Very unfortunate. But here's the leaderboard for you guys. It is going to be a Guardians coming out in first place with 26 kills, or with 26 points, 16 kills. FN Sejong in second with 13, despite them falling in fourth place. 13 kills, 17 points. Insider with 16 points. Daydream with 14 and Auto Arms with 12.
Okay, looking pretty solid. 26 points is a great start for Team Daegu Guardians, but considering now that the halfway point is 35, it's still going to be a rough time for some of these teams.
70,
you and I were
26,
wishing for
26 times
4.
3.
That's going to be
26 times 3, 78. Okay, so hey, four game series is possible right now. 4-game series is possible.
Yeah, all you and I can believe in now is that Daegu Guardians end up just sweeping these lobbies with the exact same performance, but we know that's not going to be feasible, right? There's way too many teams here that are too good at what they do. It's going to be hard-pressed to believe that even with the performance that we just saw, Daegu Guardians is going to be able to replicate it over and over because, remember, Nikki is gone, and that was a pretty crucial part. NCMB was able to deny a lot of aggression, but also provide a lot of aggression. Yes, there are other characters that can do something like that, but I think with how valuable Nikki is right now, we saw the 1v2 happening down on the south side, it's just not going to be the same.
Yeah, and Mai is also going to be off the table as well, so I'm very curious to see what these teams swap to. We did see Team Insider play the, quote-unquote meta team comp, which is the Yusina Kadia, when their picks were banned or as their off comp, but they actually didn't really look that strong on that team comp. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to change up the lobby. It's going to shape up to see what these teams has in their pockets.
For sure. Super excited about what's going to happen in game number 2. We will have the same players going in, but with the fact that Nikki's going to start getting banned out, are we already potentially seeing some substitutions come in for game number 3, right? Because we actually saw that in the group stages where I think it was a Cecilia getting banned. We ended up seeing Yoonhyung getting subbed out for Ilade on Team Akatsuki, right? That was a thing because of the fact that they couldn't play the Cecilia anymore. Better just not to risk it than do the brute force, right? If you have a strength that you're playing along with and it's going to get banned over and over again, you just know that's going to happen, you can play around it. That's why you have a 4th player to work around for. So when it comes to character bans and roster swap-ups, I'm already thinking about some things, and maybe some of these teams will be as well. For game number 2, on the other hand, we can't have any roster swaps because we're not at our break yet, so we're still with the same teams. Let's see what the responses are to these 2 bans.
Oh, it looks like Daydream's just going to swap over to what Team Auto Arms is playing. FN Sejong going to be swapping as well. They're going to be playing that. Actually, I think FN Sejong did also play the... Oh, right. They played one circle on that Natapon, but they are going to be playing Romantic on that Kadia. So I think Kadia is going to be off the table. It looks like going into game number 4 here, if it is going to be locked in.
I really like this. It had a lot of good performances during the group stages. For some reason, I think this comp actually had a lot more success than what they were running before, but it's still one circle on Theo and Nathapon. Really glad to see it. Lock-ins all across the board. We do have a double Leon, Kadia, Justina comps. Not too surprised about this one, right? We saw it multiple times during the group stages. This time, it's only going to be 2 teams running it, and I don't see any other Kadia. Oh, actually, no, Kadia is going to be banned for game number 3.
Yeah.
Double Hospital, Theo, One Circle not going to opt to
One Circle
go
swap
for it.
So yeah, Theodore isn't going to be banned because it looks like Incheon, they're going to be swapping over to their Theodore comp. I think they probably maybe realized, or actually they don't have the Mai pick, so they're actually going to be swapping off of that.
It's way too crucial.
Shoichi plus Mai. Yeah. They definitely need that Mai to keep that Shoichi alive a little bit longer. But if I correct, Kadia is going to be banned here. I don't think we have any other bans. We have a lot of duplicates though. You know, two Leons, two Justinas. Actually, I mean, I guess both of them are playing the exact same team comp. And yeah, I think that's going to be it. We have two Marcuses as well, and two Theos.
Yes, sir. But with all these character picks, we're going to go straight into game number 2. This one will determine which teams are going to actually have a pretty solid start going into the checkpoint format, right? It's not like too many teams are already well set up for that. Just a couple, maybe 1 or 2 teams at a decent amount of points, maybe aiming for that 70-point mark. But this one right here will really tell us which teams are ahead of the curve. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like it was Team Insider going to be swapping to that Nadine Theodore backline with that Marcus in the front. We know how strong this Marcus character can be. It's going to be Bomb going to be on it from FN Sejong, and I'm actually not too sure who's playing it on Insider, but we'll be able to see very shortly.
Hospital, 3 teams sitting around this zone right now. You can see it, 2, 3, 4. They're all sitting around here. 1, 4, 3. Sorry, my bad. We're already about to see some fights going in as Youngman gonna get caught out. One Circle with the combo. We'll be able to finally get that one. Taeyoung not able to find One Circle with the duck dive, but there's the F stop locking down over onto the Kadia. The only problem is, look at where One Circle is. He's getting caught out, and the Astro Burst is just gonna be enough. Maybe the Ghost Fire. No, the auto attack is what finishes it in. HD2 blinking forward to finish out Cinema as well. Hospital is an absolute fiesta. Taeyoung running away from Bomb. I think he should be able to get out. He should have duck dive in a couple of moments, but no,
here,
he
so,
loads it too late.
And Auto Arms is going to fall there, going to get wiped off the map, but it is going to be an early wipe, so they'll be back very shortly here. But yeah, it is Hospital once again. Bomb going to try looking for an angle in on that Marcus here. One Circle going to be able to get some poke damage, but not going to be able to find anything. Romatic going to walk up as well. They're going to try looking for something, but they are going to be playing into that triple backline team, so it is going to be a little careful, or they have to be a little careful walking up here because they don't want to take too much punishment.
It's still going to be fiestas across the board. FN Sejong still looking to contest this zone specifically. F-Stop's going to go Y, and it does kind of split at the members of Team Golden Light, but they're going to group back up together and also has the advantage of that healing plant now. Bum sitting up in the front, taken down to half HP. I don't know if FN Sejong can really contest against this anymore. Golden Light has way too much range advantage, and I think their poke is going to be a little bit better. Going to try to jump over onto One Circle, but this seems a little bit forced out. That's a great full rainbow, but comboed on top of the Peacemaker, it doesn't really get that much. Down goes 1, down goes 2. It's a trade. 1 for 2 in favor of Team Golden Light. One Circle just needs to get the auto attack. He will get it. Fancy is going to blink on out of there in control of Hospital. It goes in favor of Team FN Sejong. Not exactly sure who got a couple of those dogs, though. I think that's what both teams are aiming for.
I don't know who aggroed them as well, but they definitely did a lot of damage in that team fight. It will be both teams gonna be able to trade a 2 for 2. But yeah, I think Romatic just playing it phenomenally there. Unfortunately, Team Golden Light, they don't really have that much range. You can see all the characters are pretty short ranged and they are playing a triple backline team. So Romatic was just able to space so well on Nakadia because his auto attacks just completely outranged any of the damage Team Golden Light had. So their hands were kind of forced in. But they did find an angle. They did end up getting Romatic there. And, it looks like the Suwa is going to get a lot of damage, but the Astral Barrage is going to come down and it's going to be able to finish them off. Very nice from the side of Team Daydream. Going to be able to pick up a nice kill.
Yep, but the fights still continue. Insider duking it out up against Rump Rebels now. That's a pretty decent human ultimate. It's only going to invest a blink of Seiko. Where is that human going? He is just not providing support at all for Piet. It will die through the shield, but he just is trying to 1v1 Seiko. The shield is there. The camera comes down late again. And now he does get the trade, but it's a 1 for 2. Rump Rebels, I don't know what the call out was, but they just didn't seem confident enough to get the fight going. There's a slow with the squirrel trap, but I don't really know if they're going to continue for it. Bullseye, that is a crossbow.
It didn't end up respawning as well. Bear is going to be on the Vampiric, so definitely want to look for a team fight here. Is going to jump on forward, and Piet hits the angle in and is going to be able to get the Nadine. Young's gonna be forced to back on out of here. The tree will probably go to the side of Team Rump Rebels. Very nicely played by them.
Was that before or after the day 3 mark? I think it was before, but if it was after, that's going to be brutal. Minus 200 early on just doesn't
No,
seem
it's
that good.
A2. It's A2.
Oh, it's only day 2. You're right, dude. With all the fights that are going on, I thought it was day 3. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Byung's going to get taken down, but yeah, you're right. It's day 2, so the Res is going to come back. Really lucky for some of these teams. Man, I am losing track of time with how fast these games are going.
We're only on day 2 here, Shuvi. Oh, it looks like Seiko is gonna get blinked on by NCMP. Is gonna be able to use that Sapphire Protocol perfectly with that plant. What is with these Heators today? Just able to utilize the passive, but G-Work gonna deny Seiko from getting on out of there, blinking on forward to deny that white lily. So nicely played by him. Is able to recognize where that Theodore did end up going. And I didn't even realize, but G-Work's going to be on that Arda for their team. They're going to be playing that Arda double dive team here with that Sua and that Felix.
Which is pretty fun, right? We haven't really seen this combination with the Arda just yet. It has a ton of crowd control, but it also has to be set up, right? It's not something like a Piolo, it's not something like a Yan, where it really has that immediate follow through. So let's see how this one goes. I'm quite happy to see a composition like this. I want to see it in action, but they don't have any transitions yet. There's a 4-score on the inventory of Arda, so that's why they're backing away. But this kind of composition can go crazy, assuming we get to late game. Now, they're going to be duking it out up against Rump Rebels. Electrostatic Surge is going to be dodged out upon, and that double dice cube combo, pretty nice to dissuade any initiation attempts from Rump Rebels.
And Rump Rebels are just going to set their sights onto this Lumi here. Going to be able to get these credits from this objective. A lot of teams are going to slowly start getting those 4-score buy-ins and going to start looking for the next objective here. Looks like FN Sejong already here set up for this alpha. As Team Guardians is going to come up and probably contest them here. But Guardians, they're just slowly starting to get their buy-ins with the 4-scores here. So they should be strong enough. And they might take a look here. Looks like Evan Sejong is going to be able to know with that Crow kill. 1 circle on that Theodore. Or sorry, on that Natapon. Can he get a nice F-stop here? Can he get some poke damage? Probably going to be looking for an angle in here. And I think they should know, yeah. Great heads-up play from Evan Sejong. They should know there's another team in the zone and positioning, wrapping around Team Guardians. This is the perfect angle. And now Team Guardians is stuck in the middle here. They are gonna get collapsed in a huge F-stop, able to hit 2.
They gotta
gonna be able to connect that. Oh wait, did they get it? Yes, Sasua does end up going down. A huge auto attack, and NCMP gonna try getting on out of there. I think they should be able to get out with that white lily. I don't know who ended up picking up that mithril. Oh, it looks like it was the Sua. So FN Sejong is gonna be able to get that.
So many kills being handed over to the teams up on the top side. Everybody but Daegu Guardians actually finding something on that zone, right? That sucks for Daegu Guardians. As I mentioned, I want to see this team go into late game, but look at how behind they are. You can just see the items on FN Sejong. I think the only items for Daegu Guardians right now are the 4-score buy-ins we saw them get towards the end of day number 2. They're not sitting on that good of items.
You say that, but I think they just got bailed out there. I think they maybe might have killed the wolf or a bear, because I think they just got a tree, so
lucky.
Maybe they're gonna be okay here. But yeah, I think unfortunately the Sua was the one who got the items, and they weren't able to get on out of there. We saw the inventory. I think the spectator was hovering over Natapon or someone on Team FN Sejong's team, and I saw the Metro go into their inventory. So a little unfortunate for Team Guardians there. Huge macro play from FN Sejong, able to rotate around, able to recognize that team was under them and just rotate in a way perfectly so they don't get third party, and actually were able to set it up for their team there. Unfortunately, Pied finds a perfect angle in, is going to be able to get to the backliners here. Insider Young is going to be forced to walk on out of there. Looks like they'll be able to get out, but that is going to be a huge tempo loss for the side of Team Insider.
It's fragmented fights once again, commonly occurring across the board. HT2 gonna sacrifice themselves to make sure everybody else on their team can get away, but Fancy is getting ran down by Taekyung.
Nice sidestep
then. Number 3.
Say 3.
He needs to fight it out, but wow, Taekyung lands the duck dive. Fancy trying his best to get away, but this is a Celine. That blast wave, way too long of cooldown. It's level 14, so she has it maxed out, but Taekyung is on the chase. Fancy is just getting ran into a corner. I'm sure they're going to get taken down eventually at this point.
It's going to be a -200.
Yeah, but over on the western side of the map, though, look at the fight. There's 3 teams inside of archery range. Always Incheon duking it out. Unfortunately, they will be the first ones to go down as Daegu Guardians decides to take a backstep from the fight. Insider will be able to pick up one, get themselves on out back into school.
Yeah, nice third party there for the side of Team Insider. They're going to be able to gear up on a nice kill for themselves there. The side of Team Guardians are going to be able to get, looks like they're going to get another transition. This time it's going to be that meteorite off the mutant dog pack or wolf pack there. So yeah, looks like they're going to be sitting pretty comfortably with all their items. So, oh my god, look at the side of Team Daydream. Team Daydream, they are already almost fully kitted out here. And yeah, the Iron Maidens is going to be built up as well. The Justina already full gold. The Kadia sitting on 4. They could just set up their credits now to get those blood buy-ins. And even F and Sejong, oh my god, this lobby is really high tempo here. All these teams, I think, they're just getting some transitions off of these animals and just able to, you know, contest on these objectives as well. It's gonna be really hard for these teams to come back here. And One Circle is gonna be able to pull back the Theodore, and they're just gonna go down. Unfortunately, Luminal gets tagged up by the Natapon, and always Incheon, unfortunately, losing 2 members. Xenophine forced to rat it out here, gonna try to get their teammates back alive. Yona getting chunked down to about 1 HP. Tied's gonna just send it on to engage here. Theodore ult is too late, and they're just gonna go down. Young's gonna fall very shortly. Team Rump Rebels getting the 1-up on the Team Insider. A nice, clean 2 kills.
A double-purpose human ultimate. One was trying to deny the
Insider.
escaping the D. Yona, the exposure shot is good, but he's gonna die.
He's dead.
To the Blitz and the Ghost Fire combo. Insider taken down. They look so uncomfortable with this composition, and we can definitely see the result of it. Pied gonna get taken down. Beautiful combo rotation from G-Work on that Arda to push back that, what is it? The Aiden, nicely done. From Rebels, -200. Heshir on the Justina, trying to brute force their way in on towards Team Golden Light. 2-shot out of the Inner Blitz. Yeoman and HD2 will eat it, get themselves on out of there. Daydream, not too many kills in comparison to last game, but I think this team is scaling
so
absurdly
well.
Yeah, look at the item value on this team.
And they're
It's
getting
just...
an Omega as well. Yeah, they're going to be able to get that 4 score, get that consumable. They're going to be looking really good at Team Auto Arms. You're going to look for a fight between Team Rump Rebels, but Team Rebels just got the resin, so don't want to take any fights just yet. Gotta make sure you're healed up. Unfortunately, Pied, yeah, did end up getting caught by Team Guardians there, so a little unfortunate. Team Guardians is playing that Arda double dive, so if you misposition slightly, they will just instantly punish you.
Yeah, there's so many punishing teams this time around. It's actually a little bit more different than last game, where it was a lot more team fight oriented. I feel with the changes in this specific game, it's actually much more pick oriented than anything else, right? We have the Theos, we have the Nathapon, we've got the Leons. You start making one simple mistake, your fight could genuinely be over before you even try attempting that.
Yeah, 100%. So we have a lot of teams here in Forest, so I do like that Rump Rebels are just staying quiet here. I don't know if these teams should check this bush here. If they don't, they are going to run straight into the hands of Team Rump Rebels, but they do end up using the recon drone. Great recon there. Gotta make sure you check all your bushes. Check all your blind spots here. Oman, unfortunately, going to get caught a triple in a blitz into a triple backline team. That is not what you want to see. Daydream going to try pressing forward here, but looks like the side of Team Golden Light, they're just going to completely split. They're going to burn all their timer.
Kadia is the one character that this team seems to really struggle up against because of all the range that she has for herself.
The range for the side of Team Golden Light is really short, right? They're playing that Tia, Heart, and Celine. 3 backline carries that all have mid-range, I would say. It's not like far range like Rio or Kadia, or that's backline ADC range.
And low health bars.
Yeah, and they're all playing that triple backline, so they have to just be playing perfectly, and they have to combo off of each other's skills really nicely.
Yeah, one thing that I notice a lot with these Kadias is that they don't really deal with tanks a lot by themselves, but when you start pumping damage into these backliners because they're your only target, each shot is going to feel like a truck. So Golden Light in a lobby like this where triple Kadia exists, they're going to have to be a lot more careful about it. Luckily, it will be banned out for game number 3. That's the one thing they've got going, but they need to survive this game. They need to get whatever they can aside from dealing with these Kadias.
Yeah, Kadia's strength is her range, right? If you are able to just outspace your opponent, get those extra auto attacks in, making sure, you know, your opponent is chunked down before they even have an opportunity to walk up, that is where she shines, and when the fight goes long enough, you know, Kadia will be able to do that.
Exactly. Golden Light still having to deal with FN Sejong from the looks of it. They're pushed into the corner, and with Chapel, sorry, not Chapel, but Doc closing in a few seconds, and their timer looking like it's in shambles. They need to get out of this corridor. The one circle is putting down cameras all over the place. They're stuck.
You should see them. Yeah, they should see them down here, and they're definitely gonna try focusing them down. Is F-Stop gonna come in here? I think they should see all three members. Oh, Bomb's gonna go in with the White Lily, and is gonna be able to pull one back.
No.
And Fancy is just gonna instantly fall. One circle gonna be able to pull back. Old Man as well. And Hart is gonna be forced back on Hunter. Look at the credit counts of the side of Team Golden Light. They just blocked that blood sample. You're not gonna have anything left in the tank.
Fantastic play from Bump, right? This guy, he's just
going
making
into red.
all the correct plays right now. It is amazing what they were able to do. But this is sometimes the problem about not being proactive, I think, for Golden Light, because they were stuck in the corner too much, and it was way too tunnel vision onto dealing with one circle. They didn't even realize that Marcus was underneath them. That White Lily, everyone forgets about it, but here we go. Another fight inside of Hotel. Taeyong using the quick spin, but the health bars of Always Inchin looking a little bit too healthy. Will end up getting taken down. Electro shift away from that spring trap, but the damage is already done. 1-0. Do they have the credits to rise? Absolutely not. Of course, it's not going to happen because Always Inchin's not going to let that go through. With back in on that 2. Logan's about to get taken down. I don't think he's going to be able to get away unless Cinema with the damage. Afterburst is pretty good. Golden Light. Oh, not Golden Light. Sorry. Ghostfire. Not going to be enough as the in a blitz. Not going to happen. There's the spring trap back from Cenifine. Always Inchin's back, baby.
Yeah, Always Inchin just playing that perfectly there, and oh my god, yeah,
third of someone's HP.
Just finishing off Team Golden Light there. Cinema tried to look for an angle back in, but just wasn't enough. It looks like Team Always Inchin gonna be able to get the one up. That Leon, unfortunately, while he is a really strong character to provide extra damage for his team and able to find those pick angles, he's just not tanky enough and just gets instantly bursted down by that Theodore from Team Always Inchin.
Yeah, this is also awesome as well. I talked about Daegu Guardian's late game. That Felix has a Burgundy Blood Crown. He is so strong right now. If the Arda Nimrod gates are good, these backliners have to be terrified. I don't even know if Theo is going to have enough time to get the Energy Blast Field to get himself out.
Yeah, and it's NCMP as well, and then Suo can give him the spell shield to get on in there. Like I could see NCMP just completely ripping these teams to shreds here, but it's gonna be up to him, I think, with these Nimrod's gates, or if G-Work finds these angles to get those nice setups for his team with the cubes. Maybe we might see just an easy follow-up from the side of Team Guardians.
There is a world. There is a world. Daegu Guardians getting tagged by 2 in a blitz, but it's all good. And Dandy just distributing the damage a little bit. Will end up using the VLS to get themselves on out of here, which is pretty smart.
Yeah,
right?
I don't want to fight the white team.
And up against Kadia Justine, you make one mistake up against that team roster, you are never running away. So I do like the decision here. You're really strong, but you might as well just kind of play it even safer still. Something will go wrong, right? These are teams that will create problems for you. So unless you want to deal with that and try to mitigate the damage, you running away is actually not the worst idea. I like it.
Team Rump Rebels gonna try maybe fighting Team Guardians here, but Team Guardians are definitely have the item advantage with that Felix on that double blood. Looks like Bear's gonna get a couple poke down though. Which G-Work already getting chunked down to about 70%, so gonna use that. Gonna use the Nimrod's gate in, and they're gonna run straight into the hands of Team FN Sejong. I think that's gonna be it. A huge F-stop gonna lock up G-Work there. The Sua's gonna go down. The Nimrod's gate is gonna be able to get them to safety, and wait a second, the Sua body is still there. Can he get the res? I don't think so, as FN Sejong. Oh no. Looks like the body did end up getting secured by one circle there.
But they see the Nimrod's gate already, so they know what the plan is. I think Lumi was coming down from Cemetery into Factory. It's gonna make its rounds into Chapel, but will end up getting blocked out by FN Sejong. Obviously, no, it's not gonna be the case. Daegu Guardians gets a little bit of a breath of relief. On the western side, Rami taken down, Alltail taken down, Always Inchin on 5 kills. They will be able to knock out their counterpart of Daydream.
Oh, wait a second. Looks like they actually got the res on Lumi on the bottom side here. But yeah, Team Always Inchin once again taking down the exact same team comp. I think Team Daydream and Auto Arms, they just thought they had a nice angle in with that Justina early damage in the team fight, but it just gets healed up by the Lenny. And then the damage from Luminal is just way too much for that team to handle because they don't have that front line, right? They're both on that Leon as their solo front line, and then once the Leon dies, there's just no more appeal for that team.
Yeah, this just really sucks for Team Daydream, man. That game number 1 went well. This time around, it's just not going to happen. FN Sejong's still looking pretty good, but this time it might be a Rump Rebels moment. They might be rumping and bumping, my guy, because 10 kills for that team roster. You got a Yumin into late game, Aiden into late game. As long as these team fights go fine, they should be okay. Daegu Guardians, on the other hand, though, they're kind of in shambles. Their items are still amazing, but their timers is a really bad situation. If you have a Chapel temporary zone up against something like Kadia and Anathapon, you're going to be putting yourself in a lot of danger.
I like the way FN Sejong is playing this. They're just playing really patient because they know if they walk up into Guardians, the problem with walking up into that team comp, especially with that angle that Arda can use in Emerald's Gate, is Felix and Sua can just get into the backline, so they have to be a little careful walking up there. But if they just wait into the final zone, just let that dive comp play into them, they're gonna have to play into that Kadia and that Natapon, and it's gonna be really rough for Team Guardians.
Exactly, and this is gonna force out multiple teams inside of Beach as well. Rump Rebels, Daydream sitting in here. They were down 8 Kadia, so DPS wise it's gonna be really bad. Daydream, every team knows they're stuck in this corridor. But Rump Rebels is also a little bit scared. They see that blue camera on the bottom side, and they don't want to get third partied either. It's still playing safe, but this gives you a lot of space to work with. Astra Burst invested pretty early on. Electrostatic Surge gonna go down on top of it. A lot actually has been invested from Team Rump Rebels to try securing these kills. Down goes Justina. Rami's just gonna have to run away, but the fight might actually end up getting started. Always Incheon, you look at that barrier positioning, it is so good. It denies Piet and Bear from walking on in. Cooldowns for that should be resetting in a couple seconds here, but they do end up getting Rami. You're right, wait, Romantic ended up going down over on the eastern side? I don't know what happened, but the fight on the western side still is gonna go on. Energy Blast Field out, Bear trying to do what he can, but Wackel already taken down on the western side. It's going to be a 2-for-3 trade between these two teams. Down goes Piet as well.
Timers. Look at the timers. Obviously, stay alive. They're going to explode. That team is going to explode.
1, 2, 3, 4. They still have a little bit of timer left on a couple of these members.
Great stun. Can Sua get him?
One circle. No. He's still alive. I don't
know circle.
If an
he has time.
At all. He doesn't have.
Oh my god. FN Sejong actually win it out.
FN Sejong in a 2v3 situation still ends up winning out the Chapel temporary zone. The timers. Daegu Guardians just miscalculated.
Yeah, because Romantic, I think they spent way too much time trying to jump Romantic. They're just jumping into red. I think they had the angle, but yeah, Bomb and One Circle just winning out the 2v3. They just played it phenomenally there. One Circle able to blink on over the wall, and Bomb just stalling them out. Just so tanky on that Marcus, is able to burn all of the timers from the side of Team Guardians there. And yeah, FN Sejong just playing that 2v3 to perfection.
Yeah, and that's the ripple effect from what they had to do earlier trying to get the res onto Lumi, right? Both the Arda and the Felix both lost way too much time trying to get the res back onto the Sua. It's all ripple affected down into this situation. Really brutal for Daegu Guardians, but this sets up yet another consistent game for Team FN Sejong. 15 kills strong right now, looking for that 18 at first.
They are going to be playing into Luminal there. Bomb going to get Spring Trapped in. Going to take so much punishment, but is going to be able to walk it off there.
Oh, the crowd control stacking, and there's the
wait a second. The double guillotine. But the damage is just way too much. Xenophine again with the huge Spring Trap. Going to be able to lock up One Circle and Bomb. I think that's going to be it. Romantic going to try getting some damage, but the sustain from the side of Team Always Incheon is just way too much. That Lenny and that Theodore healing is going to be able to out-trade the enemy, and Always Incheon coming out in first place with not even their mainstay Shoichi team comp. They're going to be able to win it out on the Theodore.
Somebody stop this Lenny player. What on earth was that? 12 kills in first place, 22 points over onto Always Incheon. FN Sejong, same amount of points. They lose out on 6. A massive Spring Trap coming through from Xenophine. And yes, you definitely deserve that last survivor MVP pose. GG, well played. Called out to Always Incheon.
Xenophine just playing out of his mind today. Just hitting the perfect Spring Traps, able to get Bomb at the very start there, chunking him down, forcing Team FN Sejong to basically all split away, and then getting One Circle again. And then, yeah, I mean, One Circle getting forced down all the way down to about like 30% HP, basically forced out of the fight already. And it was just it was just free pickings there for Team Always Incheon and Luminal to just clean up.
It's crazy. How are you so consistent on Lenny, man? This guy always finds his own angles. And this time around, yeah, Luminal did really good just keeping himself safe. But I think this time around, it was a Xenophine show, right? Without that double spring trap,
100%.
they wouldn't have been able to find the opportunity on the bump because One Circle also got caught up in that. He was so busy trying to run away that he couldn't actually capitalize on that double guillotine strat that we see off of a lot of Nathapon players. One Circle has been the one to kind of make that thing a reality inside of tournaments, and because Xenophine was able to get that spring trap in, Kyungkwae was super safe, and Bum ended up getting caught out. Nathapon can't really react to anything, so he has to let the Marcus die. Everything just fell into piece the moment Xenophine landed that spring trap.
Yeah, just able to hit it on the priority targets, always at the perfect time as well.
Yeah.
It's just a great showing here from Xenophine on this Lenny, just able to utilize its character's kit to its fullest potential. But yeah, I mean, an uncharacteristic mistake for the side of Team FN Sejong. I mean, One Circle getting hit by that spring trap. I mean, it's kind of hard, right? There's so much stuff going on. You have to make sure you're doing damage as well on that Nathapon. And a Nathapon not having really any mobility or any escape potential to dodge out on that spring trap. The only real thing he maybe One Circle could have done is blinking away. But yeah, Xenophine catching him completely off guard.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you might be able to call it a cinema for that one. We might have to actually make that a thing at this point because this guy is filthy on Lenny for real. Oh my god, if only my Lennys in ranked games were like that, I'd actually end up pushing everybody away because I get a little bit freaked out by the fact everyone's coming towards me. But seriously though, Always Incheon, these guys are still holding their ground. Considering the performance we saw off of them in phase number 2 of season 6, I'm really glad that even during the finals, they're holding strong. That's what matters. In the end, you can work your way up the finals all you want. You can get that miracle run. But if you still cannot win some of these games or give us a good showing, then the effort, yes, you do get more circuit points, but it's the finals that a lot of people care about. Always Incheon making their statement known, making their team roster known.
Yeah, 100%. But a lot of points, I would say, for that game. FN Sejong having another consistent game. This time in second place, getting a lot of points. I think they had the same amount of points, like you said, from the side of Team Always Incheon. And you can see they're going to slowly pull away here in first place with 39 points for themselves. Guardians, unfortunately, not getting that many points that game. Going to be coming in second with 36. Always Incheon, a phenomenal win for them. Going to be able to climb the leaderboards in third with 25.
It's a really, really good place to be for these top 3 teams right now. Insider, definitely not in a bad spot themselves, but this team right now, with that Nikki most likely being banned in the next couple of games on top of it, are going to struggle a little bit. As I said, Insider looked a little uncomfortable with the Theo version of their composition. Definitely not the same pace as we saw with Always Incheon, as well as even FN Sejong running it when they were doing it for game number 1. So Insider has a lot of things to consider, I think, in the break that is upcoming.
Yeah, I think with that, though, it is unfortunately that I think we're guaranteed to go into game number 5 because FN Sejong, they would need about 31 points in the next game.
It's
so
possible.
21 kill game. It's possible. It is possible.
Yeah.
We have seen more than 20, I think, this weekend or for this phase in one of the games. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe FN Sejong does send us to a checkpoint in game number 4.
Yep, after all, they'll most likely be back on that Theo composition for game number 3, but that's all for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an even number of games, so you know what time it is. Go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of the finals.
Take care, take care.
잠시 후 최종 능력치를 업데이트됩니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니야. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연산은 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 흘려내고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
그리고 이번에도 어제처럼 위클랜 버스트 먼저 시도해서 성공하는 건 올웨이즈 인천이었고요.
자, 인사이터 근데 이거 기회 잡은
가
네.
자 들고
인사이터
나가야 됩니다.
인사이터.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Somebody wanted it, so there you go. Just for a little bit, I will return back into my warm form. I said I wouldn't do it today, but you know what? I am but a worker for the chatters, and you know what? If you guys want to warm for a little bit, then I'll give it to you just for the time being. But yes, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a good one. We're just coming out of games 1 and 2 for the final stages. We're still way in the early days of this stage. It's not going to be ending anytime soon, I think. Even with a couple teams past the halfway point for checkpoint, it's been a good 2 games. Super. Really excited to watch the next 2.
Yeah, I mean, Evan Sejong in the lead right now with, I think, 39 points. So they're definitely well on their way to hitting that checkpoint breakpoint. And remember, guys, the checkpoint breakpoint did get extended to 70 this season. So there's going to be no team that's going to be there just yet. But, you know, once those teams do get into that checkpoint mark, they will have to win the next game as well. But we are going to be jumping straight into game number 3 here. We're going to have, are we going to have any roster changes? I don't think so. Oh, actually, yeah, GeoX actually, oh, no. Joe's still there. I don't think we're having any roster changes, but Mai and Nikki are going to be back on the table, while Kadia is going to be banned going into game number 3.
That Kadia ban is going to be really integral for this one. As we were talking about earlier, Golden Light, this team really struggles with something like a Kadia, and the fact that it's banned makes it much easier for a roster like this to be able to punish compositions. There is a substitution for the Rio coming in instead. Now that might be a little bit more difficult, but I think it's much easier to punish a Rio because each individual shots aren't going to feel like a tank. There's just going to be a lot of flurries of shots coming in from that Rio instead. Gives a lot more time to probably react to things that are going to be happening throughout the fight. So I am really glad we're still seeing the triple DPS, but that Haze is still a little bit worrying for me for the reasons that we talked about yesterday.
I mean, Haze, I think it fits better here just because Haze does have the long-range rockets, but obviously Haze is not one of our premier mages, I would say, for this patch, but I wouldn't say she's that bad. So we have to see if Team Golden Light is going to be able to utilize that character's kit. And we will have the ban rotation coming through. It's going to be Mai and Nikki banned once again. It looks like all these teams did end up deciding to, rotating back to their comps in game number 1 here. Just that, I think that Haze is going to be the only change, it looks like.
Yeah, not too big of a deal from the looks of it in this lobby as a whole. It's already things that we are used to, as we would assume. So let's get started into game number 3, folks. We got 2 games that we're going to be going for until another break is going to come through. I highly doubt it's going to end by game 4.
I don't think so, but will we see a team on checkpoint into game number 5 is the more realistic thing, right? Because if Evan Sejong, if they go down early and, you know, these next couple of games, same thing with I think it was Team Insider or Team Guardians that has 36 points. If we see these teams go down early, we're probably going to have a long series on our hands because, you know, 70 is still quite the amount of points that your team is going to need.
Yeah, funny enough, with the way that this lobby is going, the pacing to hit 70 feels very similar as in previous seasons' pacing to hit 55, which is pretty good, right? That means the numbers, even if it was just a test, even if it was just numbers that were come up with arbitrarily without any other previous test cases, it seems like Nimble Neuron has just hit. So the numbers are working out. That's a good thing for you and I. That's a good thing for chat as well. Estel getting chased down. He still needs to finish a couple of his items. Will just get himself on out with the speed gate. Taken going far in. He's just going to get completely caught out. He doesn't even have the quick spin, but full sent it anyways. So 1 for 0 so far. Fancy trying to deal with the Justine on the backside, but Rio also getting tagged down. 2 for 0 instead. Cinema, I don't think is really in any danger because it's just a Haze chasing him. It will just be that 2 for 0 and a win for Team Golden Light on the eastern side of the map.
Golden Light able to get it once again. It's that Leon, right? Not having that frontline tank just gets bursted down, and then you don't really have that frontline anymore for the side of Team Auto Arms there. Daydream gonna be able to get a member, I think, from Team Rump Rebels there, as always Incheon gonna lose one as well. One circle gonna get caught from the side of Team F and Sejong, but the turn here, they are gonna get a taunt, gonna be able to wait out on that parry, and a huge combo coming out from Seiko there. Gonna be able to kill Romantic. The exclusive was there, but just wasn't enough. A bomb gonna be able to take one, and it's gonna be that Adela versus that Mai. The Adela needs to hit the skill shots here. Not gonna be able to land many. Bomb's gonna be able to get that nice taunt there, and Seiko's gonna go down, and they're actually gonna be able to win this one out. Yoda is gonna be completely stuck here now. All they have to do is block this Don Quixote, and Insider are gonna get wiped off the map.
That is beautiful. FN Sejong starting out strong once again. 3 out of the 21 they need, right? Surely. We're 1/7 of the way
It's
there.
possible.
It's only day 1. They're making amazing pace. One circle caught out, but there is a bush sitting around. He's going to be able to get that Sapphire Protocol, get himself on out of there. But the Mutant Boars is going to go in favor of Team Oe Zinchan. Luckily on the bottom side, Fire Station Mutant Boars are available for 1 circle 2. It is a split push
Wow,
from
they're
these
getting a lot
guys,
of
so the
farm here.
value is, yeah, you're right, absolutely insane. Their credit count should start skyrocketing in the next few moments, but Golden Light is doing really good on their end too. Look at their credit count compared to something like, say, Team Insiders.
Yeah, I mean, compared to even the rest of the lobby, they're all sitting on about 200 apiece. But yeah, that's just the very efficient farming here in this lobby. Basically, how you farm, you know, especially in these higher level games is you group up early, so you start looking for those early game picks. But if you don't really see anyone in your zones, you just slowly start to split away, but you make sure you're one zone adjacent to the rest of your team, and you're just able to just get, you know, a lot of farm together, get all those credits to make sure you get those early game 4-score buy-ins.
Just like this, right? Seiko getting chased down, but the reinitiation, the counter initiation going to come from Byung. They get the angle onto NCMB, but this is a bit of an awkward
he's
spot.
dead.
They still do end up getting the one-shot combo rotation going in, which means that Nikki, pretty early on into the game, is not going to be able to handle the damage coming down. That's a -1.
Does that count as that is a -1, right? It does count.
Wait.
Oh, what's it called? Died to animals?
No. It wasn't 1 circle. It was, I think, Fancy from Team Daydream.
Oh, Fancy
But
died to animals. Oh my god.
there is a possibility it was a blast plant, like the damage plant. Is there one around there up against the mutant dogs?
Sure.
Because that doesn't count as a -1. If you die to a damage plant, then it doesn't count,
Yeah,
but it still shows up.
It does say, yeah, as a -1, right? Or that does pop up as the. We're gonna have
This
to.
one right here, right?
Yeah. We're gonna have to get some confirmation because yeah, I'm actually not too sure. But if someone died to if someone died to an animal here in the
it's all
finals
Dale.
of ERM, then you know.
Man, everybody was talking about Fancy in the chats, and I'm just like, yeah, no, that's Fancy. Yep. Nope. It's all tail. Sorry, guys. My bad. My memory is just not jogging itself from the looks of it. 1 circle caught up by G-Work by himself. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this. Even with the Sapphire Protocol, the free should come through in just a moment. Perfect timing from NCMB to get that Pure Rage uppercut down on the escape path. Not going to be able to stay alive for that DO. Well played from Team Daegu Guardians to pick up their 3rd kill of the game and actually put FN Sejong slightly behind on schedule. The Nadine probably doing good pacing, but the Theodore falling down at this time when they're just around the cusp of getting those 4-score buy-ins, maybe not the greatest of things that they wanted.
Yona gonna be split from the team, but Byung is right there. Can they look for an angle in? I don't think so. It looks like the Seiko is gonna be teleporting on in. There's the ultimate. They're just gonna focus the Leon, and the Leon is gonna use the Alpha skill. Gonna be able to stay alive for a little longer, but it's gonna just fall there. This Insider is gonna completely pull away. Can they get out? Oh, Cinema is gonna be able to tag up Byung there. Byung is gonna go down. Seiko reaching down half HP, gonna be forced to back on out of there. Can they get out? I think they should be able to, but Cinema is gonna be able to use the dashes from that Justina is gonna be able to close the distance between Seiko, and Seiko's gonna go down. A great auto attack there from Loken. Auto Arm's gonna be able to pick up a nice 2. And yeah, once again, it is that focus fire on that Leon, but this time it looks like Taeyong was able to live for long enough for the side of Team Taeyong Auto Arms to do enough damage back.
The fight's going to continue again as a quick spin going to be invested on just the Pure Rage uppercut. Pretty interesting, but this does actually open up opportunities for Daydream to start chasing down Taeyong yet again. The slow's going to come on through.
The wall?
He has nowhere to go. Nah, that wall is way too thick, man.
I don't know if you can. I think you can jump that if I'm not mistaken, right?
No way. There's no way. It's way too thick, right?
You could jump it with Hyejin dash. So I think if you angle it enough, I think it pushes you through. I'm actually not too sure how the Leon jump works now. That I'm pretty sure it still works the same. So I think you can.
Either way.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, there is Alpha going to be spawning here in Beach. A nice Queen going to connect onto Wako there, but the Frailty is going to be invested now, so they're not going to have as much burst damage as they would like. They are going to pull the Wick line down. Great buffer there from that Queen once again, and a great stun there. Going to be targeted onto Seiko. Are they going to be able to get enough damage? Here comes the checkmate. Is going to be forced out. A lot of damage is going to be invested. Seiko going to get focused down by Pieta. Great parry to dodge out or to block that Queen. And it is going to be Team Rebel's going to get the 1-up onto Team Insider, but the Mithril looks like went to the side of the Suwa, so Insider will definitely be happy about that. Going to be able to get a nice Mithril for himself.
Dude, let him cook. These players, these micros, oh my god. Definitely finals worthy, right, when it comes to the micro overall. Now, the macro, it seems a little bit finicky for some of these teams sometimes, but the micro is exactly what we would expect from a finals, and I love that. At least one great aspect of the game is going to be at an all-time high. There's another kill coming down, as Byung will end up getting ran down by Bear. Well done from Team Rebels. A couple of additional kills on their end. A second consistent game from the looks of it in a row. The only problem is now Insider, 2 members alive. If Bear gets found out like this out of nowhere, they might cause trouble, but Piet on the flip side, 10 seconds until Byung comes back alive. They need to keep themselves alive, so the Suwa will just completely book it, whereas Zico gets obliterated.
Yona needs to stay alive here for a little longer. Bear gonna try looking for it, but not gonna be able to find anything. Nikki should have the respawn timer very shortly here. F and Sejong, they are gonna be chilling in school here. The box is gonna be coming up very shortly. One circle, they're just gonna aggro the dogs as Bum is able to TP on in. So Team Insider, unfortunately, they are going to be completely fragmented here around the map, it looks like, as there is going to be no safe respawn back in, as it looks like it's going to be up to Yona to teleport to his team. But it is going to swap to day number 3, so the teleporters are going to be swapping very shortly, but it looks like they're going to be able to get that in Forest there.
Really lucky, Heshir dodging out on the spring trap. It's a fight for the purple box. Always Incheon will be able to get the 1-up on it, at least for the time being, but Altail on that Theo pushing people back. Heshir is going to be able to stick it, but he doesn't end up opening the box. I think the animation was almost done. They just need to stick it one more time, but the fight's going to go through instead. Energy blast field out. The fight is going to begin. Lumino needs to get a huge
angle in.
He's trying to get it, but the problem is he can't pick up the kill onto Altail. At least the Nikki is down. It does push the members of Daydream away. Do they want to chase down a Johan? Doesn't seem like it.
Oh,
One
no.
kill plus
Oh,
a purple
no.
box, you will absolutely take that.
Daydream, I don't know if you saw, but they're getting third party on the bottom side, so they're gonna completely wipe. I think they're gonna wipe as Johan is the last one alive. They are gone for the count. Down in 8th place. And unfortunately, it is going to be Team Always Incheon getting third partied here, but aside of Team Golden Light, Seraphine gonna get caught, gonna get tagged up by the Rook here from that yellow and blue. Gonna fall very shortly as Team Golden Light is gonna be able to pick that one up. Always Incheon gonna lose a member, so will be a -200, but getting the 1-up onto Team Daydream there, a lot of burst damage. Nikki is really susceptible to getting bursted down if you don't hit that parry, but even after the parry, there is that window that you can kill her in.
And plus, with the results that they were having inside a cemetery, it directly leads to one of their competitors getting fully taken down. It's a massive victory, I think, for Team Always Incheon. Yeah, they also lose the 200 credits from the res, but they also managed to pick up the purple box. Now, I don't know what was inside of it, but it's either going to even out or they got some benefit out of it. So I don't think it's that big of a deal for Always Incheon still.
Yeah, Geowork trying to find an angle in here. He is just gonna send it. Can he get any freezes here? Gonna go on to Yona here. Is just gonna start peeling back from his team. Is gonna get the freeze, but nothing really gonna come out of that there as Team Insider gonna slowly peel away. They do have that Nadine to follow up on any CC and damage here. Looks like Team Insider, they want to play for this Omega. They're gonna walk up. Maybe gonna try looking for an angle in.
Okay.
Seiko gonna get a stun with the Queen, but nothing gonna really come out of that. It is a Nikki, so can't really follow up on that because Nikki will have that guard in reverse. G-Work having an off angle here. He's gonna he's gonna find an angle in onto Seiko with that nighttime vision. He's gonna get the freeze here. Spell Shield is invested a little too early. The freeze isn't connected just yet. And now the ultimate, the freeze upgrade is gonna go onto the Nikki, and the Nikki is gonna die. It's gonna be not having any time to react. If the guard in reverse isn't there on the Peerage uppercut, the CC combo is just going to be able to it's just going to be there. And a great CC rotation for the side of Team Insider. You could be able to burst down that Nikki.
But that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter if the Nikki has guard in reverse. If you catch her out before she uses it and lock her in crowd control, she's not gonna be able to get the damage reduction bonus. So yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see from Team Insider. But it's gonna be round number 2. That's the problem. You're right, but the combo is still there. The guard in reverse is there too, but the timing is just a little bit off. Seiko though still gets taken down. Chart is pretty healthy, but they also don't have the Wolf Assault for a good amount of time. The problem is Parry's uppercut gonna come back. Char needs to blink away, and the chase down not gonna happen as Yona gets frozen down too. There is a monkey wire. Yona missing out on a couple of these crucial skills. This isolates G-Work. Let's see if this bullseye lands. If it lands, it's gonna be huge. It does land over onto Byung.
Perfect.
And now Yona,
the freeze time. Wait a second.
but they do get the kill over onto Char. That's huge, right? Because there's no way G-Work can get the 1v1. Oh my god, what a massive kill over onto Char.
Gonna go back in.
Still needs to try finding something. He's just trying to get the body, but it's not gonna happen because the res happened over onto Seiko. A huge misstep from G-Work. I don't think he was considering that Seiko was going for the auto res himself.
Yeah, Seiko was able to get their auto res there. G-Work trying to go back in, but yeah, you just can't 1v1 the Sulu there when you are playing that tank. So a little unfortunate. And Guardian's gonna go down in 7th place there with 5 kills. So yeah, not the performance that they're looking for. They had a really strong start, but just not looking up for them.
What was the plan even after you killed the body?
Getting the body, get the execution bonus, and then getting out, but yeah, I don't think you
because the body was moving way too close to the center. If it was closer to the wall,
yeah, I think he would have just went into red, but yeah, you just can't greed that. You just can't greed for that. But Yona, yeah, able to find that angle in. Huge blink in forward with that Don Quixote, able to get the priority target, which was that Nadine. And once the Nadine goes down, there's just not enough damage for the side of Team Guardians. This time around, it is going to be Team Insider getting the 1-up there. I think Guardians, you know, playing that Bo Nadine, they need that. They need those items to scale up that character, or they're just not going to have enough damage. Overall.
Yeah, and they're also a team that heavily relies on cooldowns because without Wolf Assault, Bonadine does nothing in fights, really. That's the problem. You can have Racing Helmet, you can have the Tellurian Timepiece, but a lot of your damage as Bonadine during fights is really heavily stacked on the Wolf Assault. So the fact that they were fighting without it looked a little finicky. I think they definitely got what was coming to them as soon as the fight kind of began, and all the corresponding events that happened afterwards was just small mistakes that does end up resulting in their loss. That's a great spring trap in, but Luminal, he's on the backside, does have the resets. He's thinking about it, but the damage return from Cinema is pretty massive. There's a dagger down on the ground, but good back away from Cinema. He doesn't want to risk this at all. Way too far away from that dagger to go back in. Oh, the heavy damage, and the surf is there too. It might actually force out Team
Wait a second.
For
There's a
fighting
team
this
right
out,
there.
but there's a third party coming in from the backside team. Oh no, Team Dejan Auto Arms, they're in shambles, and it's Team Always Incheon that gets out for free. Thank you, Rump Rebels. The coin does not dip.
Yeah, no members of the side of Team Always Incheon go down, but Team Auto Arms are going to lose too. And look at the credit counts. They're not going to be able to buy their credits back in. A huge overstep for Team Auto Arms. Not checking the bushes there, but Bear is going to get caught here. Oh my god. Wait a second. He's going to be able to get out. Able to dash away with the exclusive being used, and Xenophine hits the perfect spring trap once again. I don't think Mai can get out now at this time. The start was already used, but wait a second, Mai is just so tanky, just able to peel back here. Luminal already invested that Rootless, so just not going to have enough damage to take down one of these tanks.
Then that's the biggest problem with this roster right now. They're still Cultivate reliant on top of it. Luckily enough, Bear didn't get taken down, but it's still a little bit finicky. Cinema gets found out. Dejan Auto Arms will get cleaned up by Team Insider, who sets their sights on that wipeout. 3 teams gone by night number 4. This map is going to be so open going into day 5.
FN Sejong only on 3. They didn't get the wake buff, but Insider playing phenomenally this game. Able to get the win up onto Guardians earlier, and they are on 10 kills. Looking for some more, and looking for some more points in placement as well.
Alright, Rump Rebel. Now round 2 up against Always Incheon. This time around, Ruthless is available. All cooldowns should be available from Bear as well, except for the Blink. That might actually make a really big difference in this fight. He does have a lot of Omni Siphon thanks to the Chinese Opera Mask, but it's still gonna be a problem when it comes down to it. 20 seconds to go until day 5 hits. These fights could actually result in something permanent for the remainder of the game. Wako chunked out a little bit, but Bear responding in kind. A good amount of damage exchanged back onto Kyungkwae. Luminal, he
Really like
wants
this for
it.
Luminal. He's just playing really patiently here. He's letting that chicken stay alive so he can get that Q charge. And he's going to look for an angle in here if they can find it. Bear is going to get hit by that Spring Trap. Can they find an angle in? Luminal just playing so patient here, just waiting, buying his time. Doesn't want to go in because you don't want to get locked up by that Mai and that Aiden here. Can he find an angle? He's going to be able to dash on out of there. There is the strut is going to be used, and 1ㅅFinal is going to be the one pulled back there. A lot of daggers being placed on the floor, but Luminal just not, I guess just not having the angle he wants. So looks like Team Always Incheon just slowly going to start peeling back.
I think that's mainly also because of Bear's positioning. Bear is playing this fight extremely well. He knows who the main target for Luminal is going to be. You can't really target down Piet because he has the parry and the Mai, she's just Mai. Bear is playing super safe for himself too, but the problem for Luminal is that is a human. Playing safe doesn't matter when you have the AoE skills that you can start firing from a long range to still put down the damage. In comparison to a Shuichi where you're going to be melee, the melee skills, right? So yeah, Rump Rebels playing these fights really well. I think overall they did manage to get the victory. They are going to have sole control over Forest. Maybe safe for the eastern side as Always Incheon's going to start filing back on in. But it's a dead zone. Most of the animals are already farmed. There's nothing to do here. It's day number 5 on top of it, so no Wick going to be coming up during the nighttime. I think Always Incheon, they're stagnant.
Yeah. They look at their items. They don't really got that much compared to these other teams. You can see Team Golden Light here sitting on that triple blood. They should. I think they check this bottom bush here. They should with the rockets. They are going to be able to connect, and they're going to know Team Always Incheon is going to be under them here. They should know there's going to be a lot of teams here in Forest, so they have to be a little careful. It's actually going to be 4 teams down here. Team F and Sejong is just going to bunker down and hold. I think that is going to be gas station there. So. Or fire station, so these teams have to be a little careful as a lot of third-party risk involved. A lot of poke coming down from the haze. Mai already getting chunked down to half HP. I don't know if Team Golden want to send it here. They have the HP advantage right now, but it looks like it's just going to be Team Always Incheon be forced to get on out of there. Use the VLS system to reposition themselves and probably take an angle from the top side.
Such an awkward position, right? But the problem is, I am noticing this. The item transitions on Golden Light are full, right? We have 3 blood transitions, although only one of them is the weapon that's going to be for the haze. She has the Hellfire, but these rocket launchers, in my opinion, for a full build haze isn't doing as much as I'd hope it would.
Third party, look behind them, behind them.
Third party on the backside. They don't have cameras behind them. Always Incheon. Now they're going to be able to see Bump starting to walk on down. This White Lily has to be huge, but pushback is going to be everybody from Always Incheon. Even more timer being sent from this team. 10 seconds left for 1ㅅFinal. Oh,
there's no timer left.
Good.
Yeah,
they have to fight this, and they have to hold this line. Energy Blast Field in one circle, trying to hold the line to the best of his ability. He doesn't use the shield. Now it goes down. Luminal on the backside. One circle did use Energy Blast Field, so Luminal wants to go for it. There's the Ruthless going down, but the angle is a little bit strange. He doesn't get the immediate reset, and now Romantic is completely safe too. He doesn't have daggers. No. He doesn't have the resets. Down goes Always Incheon, forced into a really awkward spot.
Yeah, and F and Sejong just immediately capitalized on their positioning there, just able to just fully send it. And it's really not much Team Always Incheon can do, just able to, I mean, F and Sejong, we know this team, they're just able to play the front to back so well, able to kite out and bait out Luminal's daggers there, and unfortunately, just nothing left in the tank, so will be Team Always Incheon gonna go down in 5th place with only 5 kills, so definitely not a game that's they're probably gonna be happy about, but you know, that's just going to be how it goes. We're going to have a 3-man final zone here. It is going to, or temporary zone here. It is going to be in... Oh, wait a second. What are they doing? They're going to look for the VLS system, and they're going to get immediately punished for it. Yona is actually going to be able to live for so long. There is the full combo. It's not going to be enough, and Team Rump Rebels, they're going to be able to clean up the side of Team Insider. What was going on? What was the decision making there to try the VLS as they're just staring down the face of Team Rump Rebels?
That's the easiest AoE skill set that Rump Rebels was able to get. Team Insider just caught sleeping for a moment, but now for Team Rump Rebels, they're a little bit on cooldown. They still have to fight into this temporary zone. Mai doesn't manage to get any taunts, and that's a huge amount of punishment being dished out to Rump Rebels. They got a haze on the backside. I think this is still Golden Light's control. Bear getting taken down to half HP as well. There there's just no time to play with for this human. He's still getting hammered by these rockets. Wako on the backside, HD2 getting caught out, but the Peacemaker timing is perfect. Piet getting taken low too. The parry is out. Double tag.
AoE damage is there. Oh my god, with the haze.
Crazy. Holy moly. The grenade launcher isn't gonna land, but there's just no time for Piet. There's the last one to lock it down. Youngman with a 2 tag on the yellow, blue to lock it down. Follow
And
through
then,
from Fancy.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Huge coming out from our mages here. So much AoE damage, and it's just so satisfying to watch. Just everything just connect, and all those skill rotations just perfectly played from Team GoldenLight. But now they're gonna go into the side of Team FN Sejong. FN Sejong, they're gonna be on that. They're gonna be on their signature comp, and you're gonna be the ones to have to push into this Theodore Nadine. So it's gonna be a little tough for Team GoldenLight here.
They need
but
this.
I mean, yeah, they need this. You could see they don't really have too many points right now. They are in last place with 12, but a solid showing so far with 8 team kills. Fortunately, our top 2 teams here not really gonna have that many kills to go around. Not even gonna probably get into the double digits unless Team GoldenLight is gonna be able to get the one up onto Team FN Sejong.
Yeah, let's see if they can. For now, positioning wise, managed to push in a little bit closer than they were a few moments ago. Shield is down, not that much cooldown rotation going through on it, so that barricade going to be down for about 3 to 5 seconds. This is the opportunity for GoldenLight to get a little bit more. Yes, it is, but there's the energy blast field coming down. Bump trying to reposition himself, but he gets stunned. There is no
much
follow-through on the
damage, and
HD2
oh
going
my
to be forced
god.
to use the Peacemaker. The fight's way too split. Romantic is not going to let that pass. Fancy goes down, and that's 9 kills for FN Sejong. Made it look easy on that one.
And
the split chance, not going to happen for GoldenLight. GG's.
One circle just blinking away as well, just to seal the deal there. They're just able to just take the isolated 2v2s and 1v1s, and they just look so strong, right? So we know how strong these players are, and they look as strong as ever. You know, even with the Nanagon Bum, just able to play this tank role and able to just be the glue for his team here.
I think the fight just looked really stable. I think that was the thing that I loved the most about that one. It didn't seem like FN Sejong ever struggled in it. They had main control of the temporary zone, or the final zone, sorry.
Yeah, control in that fight was just, I mean, I don't think FN Sejong just ever lost any control there, because yeah, they just won the 1v1s, just won the 2v2s, one circle hitting that ultimate onto 2 backliners, just able to just swing the fight into their favor, and yeah, it just looks so clean from the side of Team FN Sejong.
Yeah, this is just classic FN Sejong though. Are you really surprised about that?
No, not really, right?
Yeah.
So we know how strong the team is, especially on the front to back, right? They're obviously arguably the best team in Korea, but will they show that today? Because remember, it is going to be a checkpoint format. So once they get into that checkpoint range, we might see a little politics going on here for these other teams to shut them down, to make sure they're not able to get that final win.
Yeah, this is Bum's first season in FN Sejong's roster. Surely the curse doesn't come to pass, right? This FN Sejong has always dealt with it. They've kind of been able to curve away from that curse as of late, but it can always still rear its ugly head. It is FN Sejong after all. Not Denana, sorry. One Circle and Romantic still exist on this team. Bum, he needs to try navigating his way out of that curse. But it's still going to be a really, really good run so far. FN Sejong, very, very dominating lead against almost every other team. Now that Daegu Guardians took an early fall into game number 3, game 4 might really set themselves up for what is to come, right? Game number 5, they'll most likely be in checkpoint. I don't really know if any other teams are going to be super close to that either. I think they might have a couple game leeway.
Yeah, I mean, they just got a nice first place. Unfortunately, they didn't get that many kills. There's only 9 kills for themselves at the end there, so a 19-point game. They're definitely on their ways to getting into that checkpoint breakpoint. They just need about, I think, 12 more points here. That should be fairly easy as long as we get a couple kills in the early game, and they should be going into checkpoint into game number 5.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so going into game 4, do we have any bans? I forgot. Is it
Nikki and just Nikki and Mai again?
Okay, so we're going and rotating through the same bands over and over. GoldenLight, They did a lot better this game, and what I think the biggest reason behind that is still the Kadia that I was talking about, right? As soon as Kadia is gone, Golden Light has a little bit more leniency in how they're able to play the game. So for right now, they are going to be able to escape that 8th place spot. It's not as better as I was hoping it was for Golden Light. They could have even been in 5th place after that, but a couple points from placement, a couple points from kills, it's still going to work out in their favor. 27 points for Team Golden Light, going to be sitting in 6th place. But with that 1st place performance, FN Sejong, 58. They're 12 away.
They are looking so dominant today. They're just pulling away from the rest of the lobby here. You could see Guardians with only 42, so a 16-point difference between 1st and 2nd already. Unfortunately, Guardians, they had a really good game number 1, but the next 2 games not really performing as they would like. And Rump Rebels with 35, tied with Insider, always Incheon with 33. So it's pretty close between, 2nd all the way down to 8th, but FN Sejong, slowly running away with this lobby.
Luckily, though, I think even for Team Daydream, it's not like it's way too one-sided. 38 points is definitely not a bad split when it comes to 1st to 8th place. I think after game number 3, it's not... It's not mid-60s. There's still a way for Team Daydream to come back because we've seen this team have success. It's just after game number 1, they're either getting unlucky or their composition just isn't working for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, they need to fix something, and they need to fix it fast. 38 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's only been 3 games, so I would say that is quite the difference between the first or between those 2 teams. But remember, it's still a checkpoint series, so that means these checkpoint teams need to win. So as long as Daydream, is able to win out these games, the series can just last all the way until, maybe 8 or 9 games.
Yeah, and that's going to be the worst nightmare for you and I. That's going to be the best time ever for the people in chat. We're going to have to yap for quite a long time from the looks of it if that really does end up coming to fruition, but that all depends on the performance of Daydream during game at number 4 after all. We should be going into that in just a quick moment here, and then after that we're going to go on a break. Player roster swap-ups could happen once again. We're going to have to start thinking about that as soon as we get maybe like midway into game number 4. I would definitely expect a team or 2 to be down before we go into day 5. It's been a consistent theme throughout the course of the series today. A lot of these teams are looking for big, massive team fights, looking to chase down people over and over again. On top of it, the advantages will stack and the disadvantages will also stack as well for these guys.
Yeah, I do like that we're not having these really big temporary zones like we have seen in the previous knockout stages, right? We saw 7-team day, day 6. We always see 5 or 6 teams in a temporary zone. It's just so chaotic. But I think relatively speaking, in the finals here, we've had some really clean team wipes in the early stages of the game. These teams have been getting the one up on these other teams, and yeah, we haven't really had like a chaotic temporary zone just yet.
Mm-hmm. And that's all fine and dandy for me. We saw plenty of that yesterday. I needed to recuperate after those final zones so much. Sorry, not final zones, temporary zones. We all remember, if you were here yesterday, the one from Chapel. Oh my god. You popped off on that, man. Like a rap god out there. You were able to cast everything that was going on. You definitely deserve the break after it.
Oh, we're talking about
the Chapel, like five
cemetery.
team.
Yeah. Cemetery, like all the like day 1 team fighting.
That
was
too.
crazy.
You're right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, that as well.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that.
No. I'm talking about the temporary zone inside of Chapel where there were 5 teams going around, and it was, I think.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I forgot which team ended up winning out on it, but yeah, we had that. We had the cemetery fiasco going on with 6 teams duking it out over. No, it was actually 7. I remember this because I said Insider was the only one that didn't participate in it. 7 teams in cemetery throughout the entirety of day 1 and night 1 cycles, just going back and forth and fighting. You had that on lockdown. Yeah, yesterday was something else entirely. Today, definitely a little bit more controlled, although we are seeing the scattered fights that I was talking about earlier. It's not at the level of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be having no bans going into game number 5. So Kadia is actually not going to be on the ban rotation because Loken is going to be staying on that Rio going into game number 4 here. I guess it's just going to be that Nikki and that Mai. Going to be rotating bans every other game here. Maybe we'll see another player picking that character, because we haven't seen too much of the new ban system coming to fruition, where if a character gets picked more than 3 times, they'll be banned for an extra game.
Nothing of that sort happening tonight. It just seems a lot of our Kadia Justina teams were taken down during the knockout stages, right? We had a couple of them actually show up during that stage, but most of them got taken down the stage they came from. So you can definitely tell that the ones that are playing it here, they're much more adept at running a composition like this. We've seen Daydream find success with it. We've also seen Tejon Auto Arms finding a little bit of success with it here in the finals. It's just, you and I know what the potential of that team comp is. We saw it during the group stages. It's just so much harder to do up against rosters that are available for Always Into and Rump Rebels, Insider, and Teku Guardians, because they've had so much more time refining what they wanted to do against some of these Justinas and Kadias.
Yeah, 100%. But Daydream and Auto Arms, they're going to be sticking with that team comp. Don't think these other teams are going to be swapping to it. They're just going to be playing what they're comfortable with and what they've been practicing. FN Sejong going to be swapping back to that Natabon on 1 circle once again. And they are going to be pulling out that Kadia. Insider, though, we're going to have, I think that's going to be Yona on Celine this time instead of the Theodore. So very interested to see how the Celine pick does end up helping out them. Is that Yona on Celine or is that Yona on Rio?
Not entirely sure. We'll figure it out when we go into the game. Much more standard composition, you're right though. 4 Team Insider not gonna opt to, well actually they can't opt to go back into their original comp. Here we go though guys, game number 4 for final stage. That means after this one we will be going on a break, and these teams obviously will be able to also look for any substitutions. Now that it is after game 4, I think that could genuinely be a possibility for some of these guys, because unless the one towards the bottom side of the score sheet gets anything going for this one, it could prompt something to change. And yes, you're right, it is Siko. Cool.
Okay, so Yuno's going to be on that Rio, and looks like Justina unfortunately getting caught here by Team FN Sejong, and Sejong should be able to get this kill. As FN Sejong already grouped up in Hospital to try to look for some early game team fight and early game kills here. I really like that. Looks like Team Guardians are going to be staying on their team comp, but they are going to be swapping to that Laura, looks like. So I do like that. If Miniki is banned, they swap to that Laura, because Laura and Alina together are, I would say, a pretty good team comp to synergize with. And I think that's going to be NCMB. Actually, I don't know if NCMB is on the Laura for if he's the one on the Nadine, because we know he could play that Nadine pretty well.
Maybe it might be Char is the one that's on it. Bomb, down he goes. Byung will be able to pick that one up. FN Sejong getting a little bit thrown around inside of Hospital, as multiple teams around here will end up knocking down 1 circle on top of it. Youngman also getting taken down. Fancy on that haze will not be able to stay alive either. HD2 coming to join the party a little bit late though. He's not going to find anything, as Romantic is just pumping him full of damage. Hopefully with the speaking, he should be able to get on.
Oh, everyone's back. Oh, it's Hospital. It's Hospital.
Inside of Hospital. What do you know? It's the eastern side of the map. Siko gonna get taken down. It will be Tejon Auto Arms to pick that one up. Down goes Cinema. Taken should also take the fall. That's a full team wipe over onto Team Tejon Auto Arms. They're gonna have to sit on that gray screen for a little bit.
FN Sejong with 5. They only need about 7 more points, and they should guarantee themselves into the checkpoint. And once you get into that checkpoint breakpoint, you can just slowly start playing Kingmaker and denying these other teams from getting into that range there. This time FN Sejong is going to be the one getting focused down, as everyone is back in Hospital fighting once again.
Okay.
Looks like it is going to be a bloodbath. Look at all the bodies here in the room, or in that actually Hospital. And another team wipe. I think it's going to be Team Golden Light getting team wipe this time. FN Sejong finding another 3, so they're on 8 already. They just need 3 more points or 4 more points here. They should be in.
Yep. There's still fights happening as gas station into school is going to be a Fiesta on their own. G-Work's going to go down. It's a 2-for-0 trade. Piet keeps himself alive. Bum's going to get taken down. 1 circle goes down too. Yeah, this game is funny, guys. It's not knockout stages. This is not the last game of the series. Everybody's just got that feeling ingrained into them from the looks of it. Insider and the team, what is that? Team FN Sejong, both sitting on really high amounts of kills after night number 1 started. 15 kills from those 2 teams alone. Everyone else just trickles down.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Once the series gets later on, teams start to realize where teams are ending, and then everyone just knows where the hot zone is, and everyone's just gonna come, right? No risk, just farm up as many kills as possible, trying to get as many points. Looks like Seiko, unfortunately, is going to get caught out here. I think that is going to be another kill going to the side of Team FN Sejong. There's a burger flip. Is going to connect onto the Celine. And that is going to be 9 already for FN Sejong. Just 2 or 3 more. And they should be into that checkpoint breakpoint.
The problem for the rest of the lobby is that after this one, we'll be going back to 1 circle on the Theo. That's the team composition that has a lot more of that late game survivability just because they have a Theo. If they get into checkpoint off of this game alone, that is going to be really bad for this entire lobby. It's a terrifying aspect that these guys are going to have to think about. So FN Sejong sitting at 9 kills, it is just not good prospects for the entire lobby as a whole. What can they do to deny it though? I just don't see a pathway just yet with how far ahead FN Sejong is.
Yeah, they're going to have about 1 or 2 buffer games for them being in checkpoint. So they're going to be really happy about that. Unless they go down in 8th place here, and then maybe they don't actually get into that checkpoint breakpoint. Luminal unfortunately getting caught out here. Great CC chain from the Marcus is going to be able to lock him up. And now Team Always Vision going to be on the back foot here. Sapphire Protocol is going to be used. But a great camera there placement from the side of Team Insider is going to be able to spot him. And Luminal will go down. And Insider got 8 kills themselves as well. They're definitely making a name, and they want to make sure they get into that checkpoint breakpoint as well.
Daegu Guardians taking the fall entirely. 2 members fell inside of archery range, and it's not 1.44 anymore. Your entire team wiped in 1.45 during day 2. You are gone. Daegu Guardians, 2 games in a row, they're gonna fall down early. This time around, just 0. A beautiful, beautiful combo from Taekyung. Down goes Senophine. Kyungkwae will get taken down on top of it. Luminal on the western side of the map is gonna be completely safe on his lonesome, but these teams are starting to fall apart. FN Sejong about to pick up yet another. Seiko gets invulnerable from that sandstorm.
I don't think he would have died though.
Yeah, he definitely would have died. It's too early in the game.
Yeah, it's just in a blitz.
Yeah, it's just Alexander. He would have been fine.
Celine still had about like 30% HP, so it would have been fine there. But yeah, Guardians going down so early in 8th place again. That's a really bad performance from them. They're in 2nd place, but not for long here, as they're only gonna get 1 point for this game. Insider gonna look to contest Team FN Sejong off of this buy-in here. I think they're trying to get their 4-score buys, but it looks like they actually know there's a team walking up here. Can 1 circle maybe find a pick here?
God,
a lot of
Seiko.
Damage already getting chunked. Seiko's already getting chunked down to 1 HP, and a huge burger flip are gonna be able to hit onto that Marcus. But wait a second, 1 circle getting caught. Huge burger flip back. 1 circle unfortunately getting or mispositioned and does end up getting hit by that, and a great follow-up there from Seiko. Gonna be able to hit that 4-bomb onto that Natapon. The Natapon, unfortunately, not gonna be able to get on out of there. So 1 circle is gonna fall. FN Sejong gonna be able to live with their lives, so they're still in it for that checkpoint breakpoint, but we'll lose 2 members.
I was going to say the blast wave from Seiko looked a little bit finicky because he actually carried himself to a location where he couldn't actually help out with the fight. But because of where their Marcus was standing, I don't think it was also a good spot for Team FN Sejong to actually take advantage of that Marcus being isolated. Really brutal for FN Sejong, but as you mentioned, they're still alive. It's all good and dandy. Alphas are going to start coming online too. A lot of teams looking for that objective. 2 of them will fall. That's about it. Purple boxes not really being contested over on top of it. It's a pretty quiet start to night number 2.
Daydream gonna push on forward here as Team Rump Rebel is gonna be actually just gonna use the Soul Suit to get on out of here, as I think they saw the items of Team Daydream. You can see at the top left there, looking really strong already. Kadi already sitting on 4 items. They have the triple 4-score buy-in as well, so gotta be a little careful there. Looks like the game is going to be slowing down a little bit here. The map is going to be a lot more open with the Guardians off the map. Only going to be 7 teams left here, so these teams just going to start getting the farm, getting their buy-ins here, getting as much farm as possible to make sure they are on pace with the rest of the lobby.
I guess in a way my prediction was correct. I didn't want to say a team or 2 was going to be gone by day number 3 because that seemed way too early, but with Daegu Guardians gone, the possibility of that is definitely coming to fruition. Ooh, this is going to be rough for those guys, right? It had such a great start to the series, but then for games 3 and 4 to go like this, they're going to start falling down deeper and deeper towards the trenches in that leaderboard. Rump Rebel's still alive. They have 6 kills. Just 1 more. We'll be able to overtake them. Actually, with the placements alone, they are going to be able to tie Team Daegu Guardians. I don't think Rump Rebels is going to let up anytime soon either. Insider on 10 kills themselves. Daegu Guardians, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they had a really good game number 1. They were able to, I think they actually won out the game, right, as well. They got so many kills, but yeah, just not able to find their footing in the next couple of games here. It's just going to be a disaster. Daydream again. Look at their items. They're just able to transition so well in these games. I think probably getting a little lucky as well, probably off animals. But yeah, I mean, the consistency of this team to make sure they're well itemized over the rest of the lobby is phenomenal.
I think that's the key word there. Yes, they might be lucky when it comes down to grabbing some of these items, but at the same time, getting lucky a couple times cannot be coincidental. They were getting really good rotations on animals, and that, I think, is partially the reason why Daegu Guardians is able to do not Daegu Guardians, sorry. They're able to just do this over and over again. You can get lucky all you want, but you have to create your own luck after all. Blue Lock taught me that.
Yeah,
sorry.
Insider is going to be caught from Team Rump Rebels, as I think they know these two are completely split off from their Rio, so they're just going to send it into this 2v3. Can they get any value here? Doesn't look like it, as they're just going to start pulling back. Great 4-bomb. Gonna deter any more chase from the side of Team Rump Rebels, as now they're going to be on the back foot here. The Estelle already getting chunked down to half HP. Yona going to be here to join the fight very shortly. Another. It's going to be a 3-bomb this time. Going to chunk down the Estelle. There's a Spirit Arrow, unfortunately. Just going to weave right into the middle of all three members of the side Team Rump Rebels. Rump Rebels just going to send it back in with the Soul Stealer. The Marcus already getting chunked down to half HP. There's the ultimate coming out from Pied with the Estelle ult. Unfortunately, it's not going to come in time. Not going to be able to combo that together, as Wako is going to get chunked down to 1 HP. Byung is able to live for so long. Pied's going to be forced to blink away. I think they should be out. They're going to be able to use that zoning W there to make sure they don't get chased, and Rump Rebels should be out. And they are just going to completely reset.
That Daikyo Hanada just barely missing by a hair, but they can hear it. Pied. Oh my god, the backstep denies the damage from the blast wave too. Wow, all of these members on Rump Rebels just barely living by a hair, but they will finally be able to get control of the CCTV, and maybe they can breathe a little bit, because those two fights just now they have, well, I say two, but Pied almost getting taken down was almost more of a pick more so than a fight. Yeah, they could definitely breathe a little bit now. Chapel is under their control. They have information. They can both all rest and look for that cooldown, for the cooldowns to come back. Are they looking for another fight? That's crazy.
Yeah, this time it's going to be the side of Team Auto Arms. I think they want to play for this box here. Bear, unfortunately, going to whiff his Q. That's going to be a lot of damage. Not going to connect there. The Ghost Light is going to go through. Loken is going to slowly get some damage back. Taeyong going to use that duck dive to make sure his team is going to be alive. They're just going to push on forward here. Going to get a lot of CC. Great parry or a great top skill from Taeyong. Able to block on a lot of damage and reflect it back to Bear. Fortunately, no, they're actually not going to be able to get any of the members of Team Rump Rebels, but the third party is here. It's going to be Insider. Going to be able to just use that ultimate from that Marcus to finish him off. And it will be Team Insider going to be able to pick up another kill. They're sitting on 11 on their off-comp period. They have to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, still streaking on as well. That more of a third party than anything else, but smash the smithereens for the Estelle. She got disintegrated, unfortunately. Rump Rebels down a member. It's going to be minus 200 for that team, but it's only night number 3. They'll have plenty of time to get that resurrection back. There it is. Still sitting on 6 kills. That team is not far behind, but I did see their items. It's just a human sitting on 5, Aiden sitting on 2. We're back to that smart glasses strategy for the Aiden. He just picked up the Mithril boots. That's going to help a little bit on his sustainability. So looking okay for pretty much all the teams that are alive right now. They actually have decent pacing on transitions. I'm kind of excited to see what day 4 will be looking like. There's definitely going to be some clashes before Wick.
Yeah, and Team Insider here probably going to... Well, they have the angle here. They have the vision play for Team Rump Rebels. I don't think they know that they are in this bush. Byung maybe might have the burger flip. There is nighttime vision still. He's going to use the camera. Are they going to be able to find anything here? Byung, fortunately, trying to get that wall stun, but it is going to be Bear just going to be able to jump over.
Good stuff, good stuff. Rump Rebels. Yeah, I swear, these guys are just on...
Does get Marcus. Is
too far,
forced.
too far.
I think Seiko did end up forcing out the blink though, but I don't think that's gonna matter too much, because it's a 90-second cooldown. So if they, I think Team Insider just gonna be forced to not take any fights now, because having one of your backliners on cooldown, that pivotal blink cooldown, definitely want to make sure you aren't really you're really in danger, or you have to peel well enough to make sure your Celine doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, especially up against a team that actually forced it out, right? They're going to be keeping track of the cooldown on that. Play a little bit safe. It's okay for that Team Insider. They're pretty strong after all, but just play a little bit safe. Make sure that the cooldowns are available for you to be able to fight at your full potential, because everyone else is also looking disgustingly strong at the moment.
Yeah, it's
They
been
did
really
auto arms.
quiet. Really quiet. So these teams have just been slowly farming up. And you can see Auto Arms sitting on 2 Bloods already. Cinema on that Opera Mask, Loken on that Fail Not. So these teams have to be a little careful. And nothing has really been happening throughout this game, as the map is going to slowly start closing in. The map was a lot more open when Team Guardians did end up wiping, but the zone, or yeah, the map's just getting smaller and smaller. So these teams are going to be forced to take team fights very shortly.
Okay, Rump Rebels, you're still looking for positioning inside a chapel. This is the zone where most of you guys almost died a couple of times. There's a reconnaissance drone coming out from Romantic. They have full information on at least where Bear is, which means everyone else from Rump Rebels should also be found out. BLS to get themselves on out. I kind of like this. The bottom side of the map feels a little choked out for Team Rump Rebels. There's really nothing to do there anymore. They've been in that zone for so long, just trying to get a new environment for themselves, look for a different opportunity. I'm all for it, but they're going to jump right in front of Team Golden Light. I see it at the bottom side of our minimap. Wako is about to take a huge chunk of damage. In return, Youngman also going to get tagged with the Ghost Fire. So, damage return from both of these teams not looking that bad. Youngman taken down below half HP. The disengage from Rump Rebels will come through. These guys just do not want to fight at all.
And the work line is going to go to the side.
God.
Oh, that arrow
imagine.
almost actually stole it because of the AoE damage, but it is going to go to the side of Team Auto Arms. It's going to be blocked out by Taeyong there. And
That spooked me for a second.
yeah, they're going to be looking so strong here. Another Blood. This time is going to go to the side of that Blood weapon on that Yusina. So 2 Blood weapons, and Yusina having that Opera Mask as well. They are definitely well on their ways to closing out the series, or closing out this game, but there is still 7 teams alive. So anything can really happen here. You know, they could get into that unfortunate third party insider. Going to be forced to walk up here. They should know there's a lot of teams in the zone. There's about 5 teams in school here. Everyone just decided to avoid the Wick team, and obviously guess avoiding FN Sejong on the bottom side. Team Daydream, it looks like they're already fully kitted out, but they don't have that extra cap that these other teams do. No Bloods on the side of Team Daydream, so not going to be as strong as these other teams, but they should be strong enough to take some team fights.
With the little number of fights that's been happening, 4-stack on that. Remember,
great
Team always
4-bomb.
Incheon, but luckily that blast wave only pulls back Kyungkwae, so no real engage opportunity coming through for Team Insider. Nobody just seems interested in fighting, and that's going to cause problems in a few moments, because the map's going to feel constricted now. We talked about how with Daegu Guardians gone, yeah, the map's going to feel open, but it's been 10 minutes since that happened. Now it's going to feel really constricted.
I'm surprised the Marcus didn't go for it there, because it was a great engaging, a lot of damage from that Celine. So maybe could have tried looking to pull back that Lennox, but maybe just deciding it's not worth the risk, because there's still 7 teams alive, and we are going to go down to our final 3 zones now. So these teams are basically going to be forced to take some team fights very shortly here. You know, I just said we didn't have a hectic temporary zone, but I think that's probably going to happen this game, as every team is just trying to avoid these other teams with the Wick buff, just trying to make sure they don't get third-partied, and everyone's just getting out by a hair. Here comes Engage, this time from the side of Team Always Incheon. They actually get Seiko here. Seiko unfortunately getting caught out, and it looks like it is going to be the side of Team Always Incheon going to be able to get the 1-up onto the side of Team Insider. Seiko going to die very shortly here. Great blink Engage. I don't know if you saw that from that Lennox. Able to blink in and get that priority target, get that flay onto the backline there. It was that Celine. And the follow-up from that from the Theodore was going to be there. And oh wait, they're actually able to get the res, so everyone's still going to be alive. 7 teams, still 21 players alive, going to our final 3 zones very, very shortly.
This is insane, man. Is anybody going to die in the next few moments, guys? We're about to go into night 5. If 7 teams are still alive by then, yeah, you have Forest and School available. That'll actually be part of our temporary and final zones. But it's still gonna feel choked out. You turn a corner, there might be a team. You turn the other corner, there's probably 2 teams standing inside of that area. If you don't want to deal with it, you gotta fight. Team Insider, they just don't seem interested in fighting at all.
I mean, they know, yeah, they just know there's so many teams in the zone. They can't take any risks, so they just have to just slowly start peeling back and probably just buy their time for the temporary zone and just try to coin flip it out. I don't really think there's much they could do, as when there's this many teams in this small amount of space, the amount of risk you have to take these team fights, you guys have to make sure you have cameras everywhere, and you have to make sure it's going to be a clean, quick team fight. You gotta get in and out of there. If not, you're really susceptible to getting third-partied. Unless you can get like a pick like this, maybe Luminal can find an angle in, get that early spark nade, they could get an early pick. But yeah, there's just too much risk right now for these teams to take any team fights. But it looks like Team Auto Arms, they're gonna send it down here into Team Inside. Inside is gonna be forced out to burn a lot of red timer. Yeah, still 7 teams alive. It looks like we might have a fight though between Team Daydream and Team FN Sejong. If FN Sejong goes down here, they're actually not gonna have enough points to qualify. So maybe Daydream can be the gatekeepers for this lobby.
Romantic is responding in kind really well against Hessel's lasers. Every single time Hessel decides to dash in and get maybe a little bit of damage off against Bum, there's always going to be an Action Reaper auto that tags Hessel at least once. His positioning around this bend is pretty nice. Every single time that Justina dashes in, he's going to have the range for it. Slowly pushing the members of Daydream back. Bum's looking for a little bit more. There is the Smash the Smithereens. Alltail completely isolated against the Marcus. He's not going to be able to do anything, and Hessel's about to go down too. Astra Burst, though, pretty good response. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Kadia goes down. I think this might be it for FN Sejong. Off of those kills they already have with the placements. They're on 12. That's going to mean we have a team in checkpoint going into game number 5. FN Sejong setting themselves up perfectly to go into that checkpoint, the post-checkpoint positioning just by themselves. Daegu Guardians down, Rump Rebel sitting on 6. Nobody is close enough at the moment. Insider on 46 right now, but they're stuck in a situation where there's so many teams in archery range. This Fiesta, with how passive Insider has been playing and the amount of timer they've lost, they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I love the way Bomb played that. He just went for the isolated 1-for-1 onto the Kadia, and oh, that is a lot of AoE damage. Seagull able to get the 4-bomb there. And Rump Rebels unfortunately going to lose 2 members. Pied not going to be able to get on out of there. They are... Oh, wait. Estelle is going to TP on out as well. Maybe they're going to use the TP system to get to Forest there. Oh, we're going to see a team. Golden Light going to be flying in. FN Sejong going to be the only one in Forest there. Great pullback from the Lennox, able to get a lot of damage there. Liminal is going to have to kite back. Is going to be able to keep themselves alive. There is the ultimate. The 4-bomb is going to connect, but the sustain from the side of Team Always Interest is just way too much there. Cenophy just able to keep their team alive. Yona going to be able to get one more auto attack. The Ghost Light is going to be able to take them down. And I think that is going to be it. Yona going to fall here very shortly. Insider going to go down in 7th place with 13 kills. 7th place in day 6 or night 6. That is so unfortunate, but that's just going to be, or that's just going to be how it is with all these teams still alive in this temporary zone here. On the bottom side is going to be Team Rump Rebels. Oh, Team Rump Rebels and Daydream both exploded. Looks like they traded a nice 1-for-1 trade on the bottom side there. Golden Light going to fall as well. And we're going to go down to our final 3 teams.
It's actually really lucky for Tej and Auto Arms because the amount of timer they have has been supplemented with the sheer number of kills they were able to pick up on the bottom side, which means they have plenty of time for a fight. Always Incheon is actually the one with the downtime on those timers. A lot of damage dealt over onto the Lennox, but there's the catch over
huge!
Onto Luminal.
Gonna get him though.
He's able to get the damage in.
Oh, the ultimate is, oh my god!
Astro Burst! It's a cinema moment! Absolute cinema! What the hell was that? Oh my god!
Double explosion shot into the ultimate from the Justina, just cleaning up the fight there. It is a cinema.
Oh my god, that might have been the cleanest setup from explosion shot into the Astro Burst I have seen in my life. Dejan Auto Arms. Are you not entertained, chat? What was that?
Yeah,
how do you find that?
So well played from Cinema there, just able to just deny Always Incheon's chances of just getting any more points this game, just completely obliterating. I think it was both the Lennox and the Lenny off the map there. But now FN Sejong getting zone control. You're gonna have to push into FN Sejong. FN Sejong already secured their spot into that checkpoint breakpoint, so they don't really have to worry about this deep fight, but they still want to get the win here. A lot of damage from Cinema, but the tag on from one circle, and oh my god, Cinema just completely soloing one circle on the backside.
He's feeling it,
that's gonna be it. Yeah, Cinema just playing out of his mind here, but wait a second, Dramatic gonna try getting enough damage, but it's not gonna be enough. It is gonna get denied by Taeyong. They're gonna get pushed back by this motion shot again. Auto Arms coming out with a 16 kill game, and that's exactly what they needed to get them back into the series.
The cleanest of 2 fights in a row. The hero that is Justina will rise once again. Cinema on that character with a beautiful smile will send us into the break with a beautiful victory. 16 team kills, 26 points is what they'll be going into for game number 4. GG's.
Yeah, I think that should put them in second place, about maybe 50, 60 points there. They're definitely going to be on their ways to getting to that checkpoint breakpoint as well, but I think FN Sejong is still going to have quite the lead. Definitely going to have at least a 1-game buffer, maybe even a 2-game buffer here to try to close out the series here. But you know what happens when a team gets into checkpoints? There's going to be a bunch of shenanigans going on here.
The only problem is, as I mentioned earlier, the Theo comp is going to be back, and FN Sejong, whenever they're playing one circle on the Theo, their macro gameplay is almost impeccable. The amount of times that we've seen Team FN Sejong die on checkpoint when they're playing that one circle Theo is relatively low, because they start setting up for the late game as soon as day 5 starts, assuming they can get to that point. And once that happens, their control is extremely good, their pacing's been incredible, their items are so good to the point where nobody else can really easily contest them, so they get pushed out. And then you put yourself in that zone where you don't have to watch your back anymore. It should, theoretically speaking, be an FN Sejong sweep if they can play that outright. It's all down to Bum, again, to navigate FN Sejong away from the curse that MSJ always had back then.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous seasons, we did see FN Sejong just able to navigate it really well, just because, like you said, they have that Theodore. They're able to, or they're playing that double backline as well. They're able to just clear out the zone and then able to just push everyone away. But I mean, we've seen those situations where, you know, teams just start VLSing in, they come into the zone last second, and then there's really not much that they can really account for, and then they got a team on their back, they got a team on their front, and then they're fighting a 3v6, and there's not much they can do. So you have to see if this team is gonna adapt to them being in checkpoint, and if we will see, you know, some handshaking going on here.
Yeah, we might not have Rosner from back when you remember it up in gas station, but we do have Team Auto Arms, right? They were the ones that completely put the nail in the coffin for Gyeongnam Sparkles inside a pond once when they were the ones in checkpoint. That can happen again. We know Taekyung's crazy enough to send something like that, to make the call like that, to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, go for an extra game. There's a lot of possibilities that can come through, which means I think the thing that you and I are going to have to look at, Super, when we come back from the break is how many teams are going to die early into the game. Right, we saw Daegu Guardians falling down during day 2 in game number 4, but nobody else died until way later into the game.
I was kind of surprised with how many teams just stayed alive all the way until the end. That we had a 7 full team final or temporary zone, and it was just so chaotic there in archery range. Archery being a small zone as well, so there's just not much space for these teams to work with, because FN Sejong is completely locked down the forest zone. So not really much these teams can do when their hands are forced to, you know, take these team fights. So it was a little unfortunate that we saw Team Insider going down in 7th place. Like, make it all the way to the temporary zone and you're 7th. That can't be right.
All right, let's take a look at the scores. There it is. FN Sejong, the only team that is going to be in checkpoint with a good amount of leeway. A 19-point requirement for Daejeon Auto Arms to get themselves in the checkpoint off of game number 5. And that's assuming it even goes to a game number 6, right? You can get 19 points all you want, but if FN Sejong ends up winning the next game, that'll be it. A shortcut victory for Team FN Sejong will be a really, really great start to the new roster that FN Sejong is going to be bolstering, the first roster change in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I mean, Bum is playing phenomenally on this tank. He is such a great player, and it's just showing, right? He's taking Donana's place here, unfortunately. Donana did end up, I think, retiring, so I don't think we'll be seeing him anymore. But yeah, Bum is the perfect replacement, I would say, for Team FN Sejong.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, though, that was an even number of games. You know exactly what that means. We're going to be going to a break, so go grab a snack, go grab some water, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 5 and potentially a game number 6 for the finals.
Take care.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. BattleRoyale 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥 칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형평권. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연산은 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
그리고 이번에도 어제처럼 위클랜 버스트 먼저 시도해서 성공하는 건 올웨이즈 인천이었고요.
자, 인사이터 근데 이거 기회
위치가
네.
자, 데리고 나가야 됩니다.
인사이터가 여기서
Hello everybody, Warren back here. Thank you so much for waiting. Appreciate you guys waiting around to watch ERM because Game 5 is about to come online, and that means it's going to be a fun one. With one team in checkpoint, all the other teams are going to have to do a little bit of that politics to make sure it's not going to end on game number 5. For you and I, it's going to be pretty nice because we get an early day off, but for these teams, it's not going to be good at all. FN Sejong, that first team slot, they are holding that spot for a very, very good reason. First place team, first team slot, it's meant to be.
Yeah, these teams have to make sure they shut down FN Sejong here, or we are going to be ending it on this round. No bans coming into game number 5 first. We're going to have to see which teams are going to be picking what. Are we going to have the My ban rotation with the Nikki ban rotation coming through, or are we going to have some swap-ups here? We do have Daydream actually going to be swapping to the Vanya. I don't know if that's going to be fully locked in. I think it might be going to swap to Nikki last second. HD2 are just going to lock in the character. Oh, are going to lock in time. And yeah, Piggin going to be staying on the Vanya here. And we're going to have just the My ban going to be coming into fruition for game number 6.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a pretty interesting one to see how this goes, but this has to be the all-out blitz to deny Team FN Sejong. I'm going to be really glad to see Pagan jumping in for Team Daydream. They're taking the time to change things around, but it could genuinely be too late, right? We might only see one game of this thing, and that's going to absolutely suck. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Will the politics happen, or will One Circle's Theo be way too much, even for the coalition, to knock down? Let's figure out, because we're going to start loading in to game number 5.
Yeah, and Romantic is just going to be on that signature crossbow Nadine. Nadine still being a really solid backline carrying right now. Surprised we are going to have a Vanya pick. We haven't seen Vanya in the competitive scene in quite a while, I would say, for the Korean side. Because Vanya is one of those characters that's just, you know, really easy to read. And all of her skills are pretty easy to dodge, but, you know, this Vanya is going to have, or is going to be backed up by that Johan and that Theodore, so they should be able to live for a very long time, especially if they're going to be able to connect for those shields.
Yeah, NA considers Vanya the demon child, but in KR she's a bit more of a lesser demon child. For some reason, KR just seems to deal with Vanya a lot better than we do over here. It's almost the same thing as Sua, right? KR tends to deal with Sua a lot better than we do over on the North American side of things. They're just
yeah.
They're just good.
I mean, yeah. They're just better players, right?
Yep.
Like the backliners are just a lot more skilled. They're able to, you know, just dodge out a lot more skills.
They're able to punish mistakes so much better as well.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 24 out of 24 loaded in. Let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5 is going to be underway. Can Team FN Sejong, the one single team in that checkpoint spot, can they take us into the end of phase number 1, or will it be all the other 7 teams creating the coalition and making it possible to go to a game number 6. 19 points is what the second place team needs in order to get themselves in the checkpoint. That is a very, very long road ahead for them. But with how these games have been going so far, it should be possible for a team like Daejeon Auto Arms.
Yeah, I mean, Auto Arms has been definitely performing on this comp, especially in the last game. Unfortunately, the first 3 games didn't really go as planned for them, but a huge game for them in the last game is going to put them all the way up into, looks like it is in second place there with 51 points. So they're only looking for 19 here to get into that checkpoint break point as well.
Indeed. Taeyong, this guy has been playing like an absolute monster throughout the entire course of phase number 1, but there are limits to what a single player can do, and that's why you have that Kadia and Justina on the side. It's been such a stable team comp for Daejeon Auto Arms, so if they're somehow able to neuter the powerhouse that is going to be FN Sejong, get themselves in the checkpoint, and somehow make a game number 6 happen, they will also be in an extremely solid spot, as I don't think we have any of their characters getting banned, right? So it's going to be a brilliant position for Daejeon Auto Arms to be. Hospital being a Fiesta again, but this time it's going to be on the northern side, feeding into stream. A little bit of a different environment for you and I to be looking at the beginning of game number 5, but there's multiple teams around. The Fiesta is still a Fiesta no matter where it's going to be. There's a blue-yellow landing on Taeyong. Luckily, he is able to get himself on out. Logan, though, he uses his E into the bear pit. Down he
That was always in
goes.
Chun.
Youngman goes
there is
down.
the ultimate.
There's the Peacemaker coming out. I don't think that heart has much longer to live, though.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to live for a couple of seconds longer there, and actually they're gonna be able to find this Mai, but oh my god, there's another fight on the bottom side here. Rebel's able to pick up one, and Bear is gonna be forced into the fray, and they're gonna fall very shortly as Luminal should be able to pick this one up. Gonna be able to dash on forward. But wait a second, Bear gonna try to gain some damage, but it's not gonna be enough there. Gonna go down. Oh, he's Inchun with 4 kills, so they have to be feeling pretty good about that as you can see, unfortunately, they're in about 6th place there, so not too good of a start in this series, but gonna be able to pick up a lot. But another thing as well, as you can see, 2nd place all the way down to 6th place, it's only a 8-point difference, so this lobby is really, really tight.
Yeah, what is going on, man? These teams, a lot of these tight score sheets is just going to continue furthering the pressure that FN Sejong has. Zico gonna get taken down by Rump Rebels. They're still trying to get themselves into checkpoint on top of it. Insider running away. Yeah, I don't know what's happening anymore.
Yeah, I should get caught here. Just have to block at this. Just have to block the Don Quixote. And the sewer shouldn't be able to get out of there. Great pickup there for Always Inchun. Gonna be able to get another 2 kills. So Always Inchun. Or sorry, actually it wasn't 2 kills. It was just 1 kill. It was just that Sua. Always Inchun sitting on 5 already.
This is nice. This is nice. They need to come back too. 43 points. How are they sitting in 6th place with the performance we've been seeing from Luminal already on that Theo and the Shuichi? Bum being found out, but he's walking straight into a trap. Byung! The game
sniffs them out.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows.
The thing is, though, he never confirmed it, right? He actually never saw people out of the bush because he backed away so fast.
Honestly,
that's a great decision making.
Honestly, I think he also probably just was like, you know, it's a Mai. I'm never killing this Mai, so
Yeah,
I'm just
true.
gonna leave. So honestly, maybe it was just him just backing out of there because, you know, you
Good
can't
decision
really,
making
can't really kill the
regardless.
Mai. But yeah, good decision there for him because actually I would have definitely died there from that bush cheese. Very gonna try getting some damage back. Is gonna be able to get a lot with that tornado, but not gonna really get anything there. Cinema gonna be able to get the ultimate.
Nicely
Suo is gonna
done.
fall very shortly there from Yona, but it's gonna get tagged up by the checkmate, but it's not gonna be enough as Team Auto Arms is gonna be able to pick up another 2 kills. So we might actually have another team maybe going to checkpoint to game number 6 here. A lot of damage, not really sticking for the side of Team J-Dream as the shields and the heals are just coming out for the Vanya and the Johan. Great play there from Daydream, is able to outsustain the side of Team Rump Rebels.
Yes, the Demon Child is going to start early on into game number 5, as you're right, 2 kills for Team Daydream. They also pick up the Meteorite on themselves during day number 2. That's really big for the Vanya, right? It's going to either be the early Nightmare Nails, you have other options that you can go with, or even a Theo can utilize that pretty well. Early catch out for Cinema, down he goes. Unfortunately, Loken's going to be found out on top of it. You cannot get away from this composition by yourself. You can try all you want, but it's just not going to happen. No trade coming in either. That is going to be a 2-for-0 in favor of Team Insider, as another fight is going to happen on the south side of the map. This time, Daegu Guardians trying to duke it out up against Team Daydream.
Oh.
Everybody on Daegu Guardians is starting to pile
Should be
on
able to
in.
get
That's
them.
a
Oh,
beautiful
cleanse!
full rainbow, and that's the kill over onto Rami. Fantastic. Alltail going to get caught out. The cleanse can come through, but he still will end up getting taken down. Higgin has to run, and a clean 2-for-0 for Daegu Guardians.
Not gonna be enough for the side of Daydream there. The cleanse ended up coming through. I really like that play from Daydream. Ended up walking forward to bait them in and then ended up going away, but then re-engaging with the quick cut over the wall, catching Daydream completely off guard, and then it was just easy follow-up for Team Guardians there to get that party target, which was that Johan. The Johan a little too far forward, getting caught out there, and then there's just not enough healing there for the side of Team Daydream.
Probably one of the easiest rotations that Daegu Guardians was able to do, because everybody on Daydream was just trying to run away. It actually sets up one of the best, well, not the best, I would say, but definitely a very solid full rainbow. It just completely isolates the Johan, and they're able to get the kill before he even gets good use out of the Faith Unwavering, which is fantastic. FN Sejong positioning around the Alpha. Even though they're the ones in checkpoint, they're still looking to get some of these objectives, because pacing-wise, it's going to help you out in the long run. David upgrade for the Holy Orders, available for 1 circle. He does have that going for himself. This Alpha should be going into the Racing Helmet if they do end up getting it. Please tell me FN Sejong can get this one. Always Incheon, they're a terrifying team inside a stream. There's a lot of tight corridors, a lot of locations where the instant dagger pickup can come through from the Ruthless. They're playing so careful with this, and for all the good reasons.
And they want to play for this alpha Seraphine gonna aggro with the spring trap to pull it back into their team here. Can they just kill it?
Oh, wait.
I don't think Team
Insider?
Sejong wants to pull the trigger just yet. Insider unfortunately gonna get wiped
What?
off the map
Again?
on the bottom side. That is so unfortunate. They're gonna go down in 8th place there. Looks like the alpha is gonna be secured by Team Always Incheon, and the item is gonna go to the side of Seraphine. Seraphine getting chunked down already, chunked down to 1 HP. Once is actually gonna use the ultimate to go on forward, but it's not gonna be enough as Team Always Incheon is gonna be able to get the 1-up onto Team FN Sejong, and they'll get the alpha as well.
I really like what Team Always Incheon did. They actually ended up forcing Romantic to jump the wall with the monkey wire, and then immediately as soon as the Nadine was gone, they positioned themselves away from the bear pit so that Nadine couldn't pump out any damage. I don't know if this was done intentionally, but they definitely made the Nadine pretty much useless as soon as the fight started going through. That means the Theo was isolated, that means the Mai was isolated. You can try keeping the Theo alive as long as possible, but Luminal will still kill that regardless. He's a squishy character. There's still a couple of good items onto that Shoichi. Yeah, love the fight from Team Always Incheon, and the Mithril goes in their favor too.
Yeah, 1 circle gonna spawn back here and up down as FN Sejong going to be preparing for this meteor. But look at the items on the side of Team Guardians. Team Guardians can definitely be the ones to shut down Team FN Sejong here. And remember, if FN Sejong go down, we're going to a game number 6.
That's going to be the part where maybe not Taegu Guardians, but Daejeon Auto Arms can find themselves a bit of that potential going into that checkpoint unless they end up losing this fight. Rump Rebels trying what they can. Piet taken dangerously low. There's
Great
the follow through with the duck dive. Piet's going to go down. Bear's also going to get sniped down too. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Daejeon Auto Arms. These guys are moving their way. Just one more kill is no, never mind, sorry. One more kill and then a win is what they would need in order to be in checkpoint, but they're making really good headway into it. 8 kills strong.
Yeah, 8 kills already. They're probably gonna make their way into checkpoint as well. But yeah, very nicely played by Team Auto Arms there. Great targeting with that Surf's up, and then the Yucina just able being there to follow up with that extra damage as well. Gonna be able to secure that Aiden down, as Aiden did get chunked down to 20-30% HP, and it's just easy pickings for the side of Team Auto Arms. So very nicely played by them. Team FN Sejong. Ooh, good tempo swing. They are going to be able to get that tree into the lab as well. Don't know which lab they did end up getting. It looks like it is going to be the credit lab, so a lot of money going to go to the side of Team FN Sejong. That's exactly what they need, as they want to make sure they can get the bloods online to start scaling up. Taeyong unfortunately getting caught out by the side of Team Daydream. Is not having enough damage. Once again, it's that Leon frontline. If you don't get that big potential, you are just gonna fall, because it's gonna be a tank versus this time it's not a tank, but it's gonna be that Vaughn having that extra sustain from those heals and shields from that Johan, and he's just not gonna be able to DPS race the backline.
Funny enough, this is actually a really good series for them to bring something like a Vanya. A lot of times in the past, KR has a tendency to make sure that the team fight itself goes on for a very, very long time. But something that I noticed during phase number 1 is that a lot of these fights tend to split off into either 1v2s or 1v1v1s. In those kind of situations, Vanya reigns supreme because it's so difficult to kill this character, and you also have these long-range healing supports like the Theo. Well, I say support, but you know what I mean. The long-range lasers that heal you with the Theo, and the long-range support healing from the Johan. There's a lot of sustain available for this Vanya. She's going to be very deceptively tanky for a lot of these teams that they start splitting apart.
Vanya thrives in melee lobbies, right? You have about half of these teams that have about 2 melees per team, right? Always Incheon having that Shoichi, Lenny, Mai, so all of them are pretty close range. You have Daegu Guardians playing that double melee frontline as well, with that Tia being pretty short range. Insider playing that double frontline, Rump Rebels playing that double frontline. So you have about half of these teams all playing with 2 frontliners. So Vanya just thrives, as they should be able to basically always proc their Qs, and they should be able to get a lot of value on that character.
Exactly. Omega going to be contested, Always Incheon. I don't know if Luminal has a dagger setup. That one lands in a really awkward spot. He doesn't have the reset. There we go. He's going to try going for a Cloak and Dagger being activated, and the jump on over to HT2 is going to come online, but the Peacemaker activated. I don't know. The health bars for Team Always Incheon looks a little bit too low. Down goes Art. Never mind. Down goes Luminal as well. Cenophine's trying their best to get away. The Spring Trap should get them out. but 2 members down, always Inchan. I think the opportunity was missed because HD2 stayed alive for a fraction of a second too long. Luminal, oh, he just dashed to the wrong dagger and just couldn't get the kill over onto the heart in time.
Yeah, once that Peacemaker comes down, especially when you're playing into a triple DPS team, you're not going to be able to secure any of the lobbies, and you're not going to be able to get those resets onto Shoichi. So just a little unfortunate when you are playing into that heart. If you don't kill that heart and they get the Peacemaker off, all the damage from that Ruthless is just going to be completely negated. And then if they could just finish you off right after, that's going to be all of Team Always Inchan's damage gone. Team Daydream going to send it onto the side of Team Rebels. Team Rebels getting a lot of damage back, but Vanya able to live for so long, get so much value and so much healing from that Johan. The Johan Rated Wavering is going to come down, and it's going to be Team Rebels, unfortunately, going to be forced to back on out of there. But again, you know, it's that triple or that double frontline team comp with that human. They are going to be able to get a lot of value on that Vanya.
KR definitely seems to be struggling a little bit even now with the Demon Child, as these fights are splitting up a little bit too much. And plus, I think you're perfectly right. There is no burst damage that's heavy enough on Rump Rebels to catch the Vanya off guard. And a lot of times when you have a Theo plus a Johan and a Vanya, you're going to have to chunk through at least, what, like 2,000-3,000 effective HP just from the Vanya alone, and then some, because you're now dealing with a Theo. Aiden is not burst heavy, and now they're going to split up again, and this just makes it easier for this Vanya to stay alive. Look, she lost no health bar, but Wako's down to have the healing zone activated too. Energy blast field on the backside, down goes the P head.
Oh, the double sleep!
Go
That's it!
There's the sleep, and there's the kill onto Bear. It's just so easy. 1, 2, 3 split apart. Piggin on the Vanya. What a fantastic pick for game number 5.
Yeah, and it's the perfect pick here because there's just so many melee teams, but now we are going to be coming down to our basically front to back team, so I think it's going to be a lot harder for this Vanya to play in this lobby.
This is where it gets struggled.
We're going to have to see if Piggin can find these angles in, maybe get a nice clean ultimate onto the backliners, but I mean, you're playing into FN Sejong Team Auto Arms, 2 of probably our best front to back teams here. I don't think Romantic or Once are going to be are gonna get hit by the Vanya all here, but wait a second, maybe we might find an angle here with the Dino. Dino's actually going to send it back in. Pagan's just going to go straight on forward here. One Circle's going to be forced to blink away. Is going to get pulled back by the exclusive, and the third party is here. One Circle going to try getting on out with the Sapphire Protocol. One Circle I think is going to be caught out. A little unfortunate for Team FN Sejong. Third party is there on the perfect time. FN Sejong is going to be able to live with the Sapphire Protocol. And now Daydream is in shambles here. They're going to get knocked up, and Piggin is going to get caught. I think he's going to die.
Oh no! One Circle just barely got out from the shield of the
Sapphire
Sapphire
Protocol. Too deep.
Oh
no!
The exposure shot's not gonna stun him against the wall, but this Vanya is in shambles. 20 seconds of his timer is gonna be gone at this point. FN Sejong, these guys, what is going on? Daydream had their numbers, but then their numbers got contacted by Taejon Auto Arms. What the heck, man?
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there. Daydream just completely disregarded the third party under them. I think FN Sejong was pulling away, and then yeah, they just got sent on the bottom side there. Yeah, and that is going to be it. I mean, look at the credit counts of Team Daydream. They don't really have much to their name now. Team Guardians are going to try zoning them off, but it's going to be Loken that gets the wick line and secures it for their team. Auto Arms now. Oh my god, NCB going crazy in the back. Gets a double stun in the back, and the T is going to be able to blink on forward, and that is going to be it.
Oh god.
Auto Arms going to lose 2 members. Guardians, they didn't get the wick buff, but they got 2 members. NCMB playing that fight so well. So much value on that Nikki, just able to just get on in there, deal so much damage, and live for so long as well.
But if Taehyung's able to get out of this, look at the credit value they're gonna have, right? The blood sample in the inventory of this Leon, and they have enough on the Justina to get another one in a few moments. Yes, they may have lost the wig. Yes, they may have lost 2 people, but they have enough credits to keep the Justina's credits alive until the 500 mark. If they can get the double blood sample, I think that loss around the Wicca line is gonna be neutered to a big degree. This is a really big win for Taejon Auto Arms. I do see swords falling in a flash. I'm hoping that it's not gonna be a problem, but Taehyung, he gets caught out. It might be it for Team Taejon Auto Arms. NCMB is gonna chase this man until the ends of the earth. The duck dive's not gonna be enough, and down they go. We are not gonna have Taejon Auto Arms.
FN Sejong, because FN Sejong is the team at checkpoint, and if there's a lot less teams, they're going to be able to get some zones completely uncontested. Yeah, can they get the third party here? Oh no, I think they should have let these two teams fight it out a little longer, because you just want to make sure you're able to get into that temporary zone for free. And when there's a lot less teams, there's only 5 teams left and only 2 full teams here.
Oh,
They could probably bunker down and secure one of these temporary zones, but I think these teams are gonna know that and probably gonna start looking for that handshake.
The problem is, FN Sejong, they're already positioning. Remember what I told you earlier? Starting day 5, they start looking for the end of the game. They're already doing that because Temple is a zone there is nowhere on the backside. Always Incheon's planning on leaving. If they do this, FN Sejong gets sole control of Temple. Guys! Oh,
yeah, but I mean,
my
look
God.
at the items. The items on team Always Incheon just isn't there. They can't take that team fight, so they're gonna have to back on out of there. It is gonna be Team Golden Light, maybe gonna contest them though. Oman sitting on that double blood, HD2 as well. They're looking really strong here. Maybe gonna look to try to dethrone FN Sejong as Team Always Incheon. I think they might know the mission. They might come up as well. But it is gonna be Daydream gonna be able to get the res on the bottom side here. Guardians, they should see it. They should hear them. Look at the Vanya. The Vanya doesn't have their art piece. What happened?
What?
Oh no, they're trying to call items in. They're trying to make something here. Maybe a Nightmare Nails is what I was looking at. But Vanya doesn't have any items here. We're playing down a full item, and they're just gonna completely send it. Great engage, gonna get a double freeze onto the backline here. It's gonna be easy cleanup from the Tia, and that is going to be it. Team Daydream will lose 2 more members. No more credits on the side of the Vanya. What was happening? Yeah, he was calling in the oil, yeah, making Nightmare Nails for sure. No, it's a Nightmare Nails for sure.
Oh,
but
yeah. I mean, the Broken Watch was probably going into Tindalos because he needed something. He wasn't even on 30% CDR.
I think maybe they had like a mithril and then they died when they were crafting it, and then yeah, that is a disaster.
That is super pain. Okay, well, FN Sejong still holding strong. That's a great check using the recon drone. It will be Golden Light to get the check on this. FN Sejong, they still need to worry about Always Incheon on the bottom side. They can get a good third party, but look at the position from FN Sejong. They know nobody is behind them, and they also have the CCTV.
Yeah, if I was FN Sejong, I would play back near the cams here, maybe cam up the bottom side, and then if I see another team walk up, just use the BLS system out to the other zone and then play for that 3v3, because when you're in checkpoint, you want to make sure the fate is in your hands. You want to make sure you don't get handshaked, because it's pretty easy for these teams, and they should know that FN Sejong is the only team in checkpoint, so they will get third party, and they will definitely get 3v6 to buy these other 2 teams. You know, I've experienced it many times, so they gotta play safe here. But it looks like Team Always Incheon is actually gonna just walk away, so it's gonna be a clean 3v3 here. Bomb's gonna look for the engage, not gonna find anything. He's just gonna walk away. Quake was invested, but look at the items with us put inside Team Golden Light. They could definitely put a stop here to Team FN Sejong.
Yeah, 1 circle getting tagged by 2 rockets. The positioning from... Oh, wait, they're actually just going to opt to send it, but Bum, he doesn't... Oh my God, he gets rooted down too. No taunt coming in. Bum, he's forced to use the exclusive, and the damage output is insane. Down goes Bum. This is really bad, but the Spark Knick's going to land onto 2. HD2, he still has the Peacemaker available, and pop goes the Weasel for Romantic. Oh my God, Golden Light has done it. They're going to be able to put a stop to FN Sejong's reign. Down they go. I don't know what is going on with these energy blast fields. That wasn't it.
Yeah, I think they were a little too impatient, because maybe they thought, you know, they didn't really have much time left before another team came into the zone. But the item difference from the side of Team Golden Light was just way too big for Team FN Sejong to handle. The Mai getting bursted down, the Mai not having really any items to their name, so just gonna be instantly falling there to the triple backline team with that double blood. 1 circle, gonna get caught as well. As Golden Light is gonna be able to pick up 1 kill, so we are gonna go to a game 6. Very nicely played by Golden Light there. Unfortunately, FN Sejong not gonna be able to close out the series just yet, but they will have another chance going into game number 6 very shortly.
Yeah, again, I don't know what is going on with phase number 1 and these weird energy blast fields coming out. We saw it a couple days ago as well. Youngman gonna get caught out by the Tia. That's a beautiful blink to get on the other side of the wall, but he gets caught out by the taunt coming in. Peacemaker gonna be forced out to try saving Youngman to the best of his abilities. That is a fantastic full rainbow, and Lumen will just walk straight into it. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Last one alive is Kyungkwae. Golden Light. It's the golden hour, my friends. 11 kills strong. They're about to go for 14 if they can finish off the members of Daegu Guardians. It's the Tia versus Tia mirror matchup. Youngman or Char, who has the lockdown?
Yeah, and that's exactly what Golden Light needs here in 7th place. This is a huge game for them, despite if they win or lose. They're so strong here. They're on 4 bloods. I think they even called maybe a 5th blood here. They're going to get a couple more A couple more maybe consumables for their team or some tactical skills. You're definitely going to be really kitted out here. And when you have this amount of items as a triple backline team, you are so strong. NCMP is going to be able to use the guard reverse, but wait a second, the full Rainbow is going to connect onto the Tia, but NCMP is going to be able to respond and able to jump down and use the Peacemaker. Peacemaker is investment, and yeah, G-Work should be able to get in here, but wait a second, G-Work unfortunately misses the dash in and is just going to be able to not finish the heart, but on the backside, it was Tia did end up going down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. G-Work trying to get the res here. I think that is going to be it. It's going to be Team Golden Light coming out on top. I'm surprised the heart didn't die, but I think G-Work unfortunately just fumbled the dash. That is not characteristic of him, as Golden Light is going to be the one to come out on top.
I mean, I don't know what this game was, but either way, Golden Light is able to just take advantage of every single team making massive mistakes. Great capitalization. That is going to be a first place in their favor. Youngman will stamp his foot on the ground and say, I am the better Tia. 14 team kill strong, 24 points in their favor, and that'll be it for game number 5.
Not a bad game. I mean, for both teams, Guardians also getting 10 as well. Unfortunately, I don't think Team Autoworms did end up getting there. They did end up falling pretty early in that game. They had a lot of kills, but not enough placement points to get them the 19 points they needed. So it's just going to be Team FN Sejong again, going to have another opportunity here before the rest of the lobby catches up.
Yes, indeed. Oh my god, game number 5. Wow, FN Sejong just lets it go like that. Again, I'll reiterate, I don't know what is going on with these energy blast fields. We saw it a couple days ago inside a pond. I forget who it was from, but there was a really weird energy blast field that was sent out without landing a single spark nade. And it was the same case here too. Is it just a weird thing that these Theos are doing where you just full send it for fun? I don't know what that was.
I think maybe they just... I mean, my theory is they thought their time was running low because, you know, the zone is going to be swapping, so they have to take a quick 3v3 and a clean 3v3, and then sending the energy blast field into a triple backline team isn't necessarily the worst, but I do agree. I do think it was a little hasty on the trigger pull there. Usually, you know, they wait for that spark nade to connect, but maybe One Circle just thought maybe he hit the spark nade and then just sent it, but unfortunately, you know, that wasn't the case. And yeah, I mean, didn't really work out for them. They just had way too much damage playing that triple backlane with those, I think they had 4 blood samples in total in their build. And then, you know how strong blood weapons are into tanks. It has about maybe 10% armor pen.
Yeah.
You could just shred the Mai down. The Mai not really having any items as well. I think FN Sejong was a little behind that game.
Plus, no matter how much items you have, when you're dealing with triple DPSs, you will eventually go down as a tank, right? If you start making mistakes, then it stacks up over and over. Yeah, you will die, and that's exactly what ended up happening to Bum. A crucial mistake, and now their 1-game leniency, maybe even 2-game leniency, has been cut down by a significant amount. Many teams were able to pick up a numerous amount of kills, and I'm not entirely sure if we're going to have another team in Checkpoint this time around, because Daegu Guardians got taken out early again, and Rump Rebels also didn't get too much, but it's still going to be a little bit more pressure going into the hands of FN Sejong now that, again, the Mai is banned out too, right? If I remember correctly.
For sure, yeah. So they're gonna be, or they're gonna have to rotate back into that Natapon comp, and that comp I would say is a lot more susceptible to getting third partied. They're not gonna have that Theodore ult to get them to safety, to reposition them. If a team just decides to just walk in through a zone, if a team decides to handshake them, I don't think there's really much that they could do. So gotta make sure they tempo up this game and they make sure they lock down their zone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, either way, though, once again, congratulations to Team Golden Light. They are holding their own, which is quite strange that it's happening now of all times, because this time around, Kadia was available, right? If I remember correctly, Kadia was available for this game. They're still able to lock down these team rosters that had that character going for them. Or was she even available? I can't even remember anymore. We've been rotating bans so often.
I think she was. Yeah, there was no bans for this game, so I think she was available. But I think that's just because, you know, sometimes I think Golden Light, I mean, they've been playing phenomenally, but it looks like they tempoed up this game really, really fast. So sometimes you just have those games where, you know, the game just favors you. You get a lot of transitions in the early game and you're just able to just run over these teams. I think that's exactly what happened. But all 3 members, he saw Oman. He's hitting these 2 to 3 man, you know, color swaps. He's able to get so much value on this Tia. And yeah, all 3 of them are just playing phenomenally. Great Peacemakers as well to deny any burst damage and any finishers on the team members of the side of Team Golden Light. We saw those peacemakers coming down into Team Always Incheon. Shoichi, unfortunately, once the peacemaker is down, there's not really much he could do on with his Ruthless, because he can't really finish any of the members and he can't get his resets off.
That is the one thing we didn't really see too often during the knockout stages, right? A lot of these hearts kind of ruining the gameplay aspect of Always Incheon. We actually saw a lot more of it during Season 6. And I think because of that, Always Incheon was able to get good practice for it for the season finals, but, well, not even season finals, because I don't know if they made it over there. But this time around, not that many teams were playing it during the knockout stages. So as soon as we start seeing a team or two start bringing heart into the fray, now Always Incheon all of a sudden doesn't have any idea what to do. They've been going up against the roster of Team Insider multiple times, so they know how to deal with the Adela and the one-shot combo. But Heart is a whole different story. That one tries to kill you. Heart tries to live. It's a different story.
Yeah, 100%. And it's great to see, Team Golden Light, they're using their transitions really nicely, right? They're able to tempo out the game really well, and then able to close out the game as well. This is what you'll see, at the top level here, where, if a team is able to get those early items, able to get that tempo into the game, they're going to be able to close out the series. So very, very nicely played from Team Golden Light.
Yes, sir. All right. Now all we were doing is just waiting for the scores to come out for game number 5. Again, if there's 2 teams in checkpoint now, then FN Sejong has lost the 1 game leniency they have. And there's still so many things that could go wrong for Team FN Sejong. The curse, unfortunately, is seeming to strike once again, at least just a little bit for FN Sejong. Bum still has to help One Circle and the Romantic navigate their way through it. But if anyone can do it, it's definitely Bum. He's been such a stable frontliner for multiple teams across the board for many seasons. FN Sejong has picked him up, and he's been pulling some really, really great punches throughout the course of this tournament. So I would not be surprised if he can do it once again.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Team FN Sejong can break that curse with their new member this time. It's going to be Bum. They will be able to close out the series in the next coming game here. It looks like we will have that Mai and that Nikki going to be on that ban rotation. Will they be able to pull it off on that Natapon team comp? Natapon is where it all started for One Circle, so it'd be really cool if we do see that win on that character.
That would be the coolest part, right? It's been such a long time since I got to see One Circle on the Natapon. He's already making some really great showings on it, so if we could see it being the victory, being the reason why FN Sejong is able to break away from the curse and give Bum that first place victory with the first tournament that they're going to be playing with FN Sejong, I will definitely take it. The origin story is going to go crazy on this one, but the chapter still has to be written, right? It's still in the editing. It's still in processing form. There is no end to it just yet. Game number 6, hopefully for FN Sejong, if you're an FN Sejong fan, will be the end of phase number 1.
I mean, yeah. I don't know if we'll end game number 6. We have a lot of teams slowly trickling up their way to that checkpoint breakpoint as well. I think we're probably going to have 2, maybe 3 teams. Auto Arms is definitely really close now into hitting that checkpoint breakpoint. Auto Arms, I think for sure will probably get there for game number 7 if we do end up going there. And a couple more teams as well. I think we did have Team Golden Light. They had a really nice game, 16 kills. I think that was about 26 points for them. So they should also be well on their way to hitting that checkpoint breakpoint very, very shortly here.
I wonder why they're taking so long with the score sheet. It was this game, right, where somebody ended up dying to the environment? Or was it game number 4? I forget which one it was.
What are we talking about, sorry?
Remember how somebody either died to animals or died to a damaged plant?
Oh, right.
Was it game 5 or game 4?
I think that was game 4.
Oh, then I'm wondering why it's taking so long for the scores for game 5 to come out. I thought they were looking back on the VOD to figure out that, but that was game number 4. Then, yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Maybe there's some technical difficulties on the side, on their end. Maybe something's going on with the score sheet. Sometimes those files can get messed up.
Yeah.
Maybe no one was in there to save it at the very end, and then they have to re-watch the replay, and then they have to pull it out like that. Sometimes it happens, right? It happens.
Yep.
So we're just here to talk to you guys and and just to watch some fantastic Eternal Return.
Yeah, listen, man, dude, I swear, why is chat getting so... Dude, this whole worm thing, I hope I don't get in trouble for it. I'm just trying to have fun a little bit here while we're waiting. Then when you're on, if you hear this, we're all just having fun, all right? It's an ERM cast after all, over on the English side of things. We all are having fun over here, right, chat? Please agree with me so I don't get in trouble for that later down the road. I don't want my rations cut. My bad, Nimble Neuron, if you guys are mad at me. I'm sorry about that one. But for now, we should have the scores coming up in just a moment, because I did see the KR side having that who won the vote kind of thing. Typically comes out right before the scores are released. So please, they are not releasing it. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting, I guess. But I mean, what do you think about the game so far, Shuvi? Like, are you excited for? I mean, we're probably gonna have a lot more teams coming to the checkpoint very shortly. So
Yeah.
I think at most we'll probably go to 8 games. I would say. I don't think we could go to. I mean, it's definitely not going to 9 or 10. Actually maybe 9. I think 10 is still out of the picture just because we have so many more kills. Even though they've increased the checkpoint breakpoint, I think because of the amount of points that is going around and the amount of kills in this new season,
It's still
I
hard
still
to
think
say
it's
10, huh?
not enough for 10. Yeah.
Yeah, for
The
me, I definitely agree with that. And as for today specifically, I'm so confused. There's been a lot of really good micro moments. I actually mentioned that at the beginning of this series during game number 1. But as we go further and further in, I'm seeing some micro mistakes from these teams that are costing them games. It's not even just fights, but it's costing them games, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a little
100%.
bit worried about this, because usually by the time we get into games 4 and 5, we're expecting some almost pinpoint accuracy, perfect micro decisions from these guys. But the further and further we go into the series, the more and more mistakes I'm seeing from a lot of these players. So I'm hoping that this little momentary whatever is taking them a while just gives time to the players to focus back up a little bit, maybe get some water if they haven't been drinking it at all. Stay hydrated. Everybody in chat, I know you guys are having fun, but keep yourselves hydrated while you're having fun, and just talk to themselves about what might be going wrong. If something did end up going wrong, what's going right. Maybe congratulate themselves a little bit if they're doing pretty good for themselves. Something needs to happen for a lot of these teams to make sure that these kind of mistakes don't happen, because they will cost you games, they will cost you points. Taegu Guardians is definitely feeling the pain of that right now. 2 games in a row, maybe even 3, where they just didn't get anything going for these guys. Something needs to happen.
I mean, we all are human at the end of the day. You know, we're gonna have someone, maybe, you know, one of the teams probably gonna be misplaying or not playing, you know, to their fullest potential, right? It is a 3-team roster on all of these teams, so someone is usually bound to, you know, have 1 or 2 mistakes here or there. It is a little unfortunate, but you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles, which is why, you know, it's so impressive when we see teams like FN Sejong just play so consistently, just able to win out over and over again, you know, into these top teams. So, it looks like it's finally time for us to show the scoreboard here. We do have Team FN Sejong still the only team in checkpoint with 82 as Team Auto Arms and Guardians. Oh my god, it's so close now. We have about 4 teams in contention going to be able to hit checkpoint in the next upcoming game here. Team Auto Arms only need 6. Guardians only need 10. Golden Light 11. And Always in Chun 13. Insider can even get there as well with an 18-point game.
FN Sejong, you're running out of time, my friends. If you don't want to be fallen on the curse one more time, this has to be the game where you end it out. A 6-game series is what they're looking for. We're going to send it straight into game number 6. Can Team FN Sejong finish it out? Can they finish the series and bring us to an end to phase number 1? Or is it going to be everybody else in the lobby once again banding together to deny Team FN Sejong? Although, I say that, Game 5, they didn't really do that, did they? They actually killed the team, or actively tried to deny the team from killing FN Sejong inside a school. Daydream gave it their best, but yeah, they didn't get that going.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but we are going to have our lock-ins again. FN Sejong, yep, going to go back to that Marcus and Natapon team comp with that Kadia there as well. We're not going to have that Kadia ban going to be rotated in, and actually, we got Nikki is still going to be on the table, so we're going to have a lot of teams that are going to be able to just play their same team comp Insider. And we're going to be having a Sua ban going to be coming in as it's going to be Seraphine going to be swapping over with Bear as well. Going to be Rubble's going to be swapping to their original team comp that they played in the past with that Bianca, Suwa, and that Aiden.
Yeah, is that the right choice? What do you think? I don't think it is. It's too
personally,
all-in still.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of counters to that team comp, but I think just
Yeah.
because, you know, the games haven't been going their way and, you know, they kind of have to change something up here. Swapping up their team comp, I think, is fine. But, I mean, they're going to have to swap again because Suwa is going to be gone.
Yeah, although it is a great option going into something like One Circle's Nathapon, right? It is zero mobility on that
spell
character
shield.
after all. Yep, no spell shield for that team whatsoever either. So if FN Sejong makes a little bit of a misstep up against Rump Rebels, that could definitely be Wako just full sending it onto the Nathapon. A lot of risk for both teams across the board, as everybody else is going to be playing comfort picks on their own too. Insider on their signature composition. We've seen them do it time and time again. They need to do it one more time if FN Sejong is going to be the adversary they need to fight up against.
Yeah, Insider going to be on that Nikki Adela Suwa, but there are going to be two Suwas, so the spell shields should be there to try to deny, you know, their full combo. Gonna have to see if they are going to be able to come out because, unfortunately, you know, once again, it's Insider and Team Auto or Team Always Incheon. They had a great showing in the knockout stages, but just not able to, you know, have that same performance here in the finals.
Oh, goodness gracious. And plus, another thing that I noticed we haven't really been able to see is Insider and Always Incheon in the final two zones, right?
Yeah, we saw them over and over again throughout the whole weekend and the whole last week as well.
That's finals for you.
Yeah, finals just has, you know, these top teams with, you know, FN Sejong, Auto Arms, Golden Light, like all these teams that made it in here because they ended up winning the group stage, so they deserve to be here. And it's just going to be an uphill battle coming into, you know, some of the best teams in Korea.
Absolutely. Always Incheon and Insider, I said at the beginning of the day today that those two are going to either have to settle their rivalries really quick or have to deal with every other team. It seems like the other teams are handling it for them instead. A lot of teams have been able to make it to the final zone. Insider did also get there once, Always Incheon as well. They made it to final zone once for both of those teams, but it wasn't at the same time. It's not going to be a repetition of what we saw during the knockout stages. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 6. If FN Sejong does not win this one, we're going to go to yet another break and send it to game number 7. But if they do end up winning it out, they're going to get that first place spot for phase number 1 and call the end of the series today.
Will they be able to close it out here? Will we be going on another break, going into game number 7? It's going to be up to them and up to this lobby to deny them from closing it out here. A lot of teams are really close to getting into that checkpoint breakpoint. We're probably gonna see at least 2 to definitely 2, but maybe even 3 to 4 teams going into the checkpoint breakpoint after the break here. And once it gets to about, you know, 3 to 4 teams, it just starts to become, you know, not really a handshake moment anymore. All these teams are just gonna be playing their own game to try to close out the series.
Yep, and we're already starting to see some of these teams get aggressive with it. One Circle taken down just a tad bit, but I'm seeing swords fly up around all over the place on the bottom side of our screen. There it is. Look at this jump on towards Seraphine. Not going to be able to stay alive. Down goes the Suwa. Always Incheon down a member. Tejan Auto Arms down a member. We're seeing teams getting absolutely aggressive with it.
Yeah, a lot of picks going around because that's how it usually goes for the early game here. Teams are going to start grouping up and they're going to start looking to get these 1v3, 2v3 situations, getting easy kills for their team. Yona going to start going on in there. There is the ultimate going to be invested onto Seraphine, and they're just going to go down. Spell Shield already invested onto Luminal, so they're not going to have it for themselves, and they're just going to get instantly comboed down with that Pure Reach Uppercut, and now it's going to be the Lance falling very shortly here. I don't think they could get on out of there, and they're just gonna go down. And 2 kills for Team Insider. That's pretty good. They are one of the bottom teams here, sitting in about 6th place, so they needed as many points as possible.
The first time we get to see Team Insider ever since game number 1, where they're able to play their main roster with a team with a game that doesn't have Mize involved. This is actually really big. for these players. They're going to be ripping through some of these teams, and without the safety net of the exclusive and maybe even totems for a majority of these teams that are running something like a Nikki, I do know that the Vanya is running that totem. She might be a little bit safe from it, but Insider is going to have so much control. Look at them just go. Waffle is going to send it out with the Reign of the Vampire Queen. It does tag all three with the initial burst, but everybody just gets out of it, and now Rump Rebels don't have their ultimates available. They're going to immediately fall back on in. Insider looking for a little bit more. There's the knock-up on the Biet, and down he goes. Obliterated into oblivion.
Yeah, great combo there, and now Bear is getting focused down. Great Queen from Zico. There's the full combo there, and Sua is just going to instantly fall. The damage is going to be way too much. Yona going to try looking for the last member of Team Rump Rebels, but not going to be able to find them. Insider picking up another 2 kills, this time from the backs of Team Rump Rebels there. So a nice 2 kills for them. Looks like Evan Sejong might have found a member from Guardians, but it looks like NCP is going to be the one teleporting on forward, and G-Work is going to be in the back, going to be coming very shortly here. Bomb getting caught out there. Romantic trying to do as much to any damage as he can, but it's not going to be enough. It is going to be Guardians going to be getting another kill, and Guardians, another team, getting close to that checkpoint breakpoint as well, so great pickup from them.
Okay, games are going pretty good now for a majority of these teams, but it still doesn't deny the fact that FN Sejong looking pretty decent. Even with the markets going down, it's still early deaths after all, not going to really matter too much, but this right here is what could probably be a problem. Xenophine falling down, what is that, the 4th time already in this game? It's just night number 1, and we've already seen the Sua falling down multiple times throughout the course of this game. That's not going to be good for Team Always Incheon. They need the Sua to be strong, because alongside the Theo, if the Sua can't get damage in, it's not really going to matter too much. A lot of good interrupts over onto Byung. The auto attacks are making a difference, and Bomb just completely denies Byung from walking in, interrupts everything that Nikki wanted to do, and the counter kill is there now for FN Sejong. Zico does have the Queen prepped. Don't know if he wants to go in on it just yet. It's still early game for the Adela. I don't even know with the frailty. I don't exactly know if they're going to be able to get any kills. Wako, beautiful blink prediction, but they're going to get taken down instead. Great knockup from Duck Dive on Taeyoung, guys. This is day number 2. Rump Rebels in a little bit of trouble. The trade's not even going to come through. Piet will get taken down. The Rump Rebels, it's just not their day so far in game number 6.
Yeah, Sue was just going to be forced to run away there. So the unfortunate, but on the top side, Bomb going to take the trade here into NCMP. The members of the side of Team FN Sejong, they're just completely split. So, ooh, great CC immunity there. Great buffer there from Bomb. I think they will be able to get on out with that as well. Looks like the meteorite was picked up by Team FN Sejong, and Romantic will have that shooting star jacket. So, already a really nice start for Team FN Sejong there. One Circle is going to be able to land the CC chain onto Yona, but just not enough damage there. There is the F-stop, going to be able to keep them alive for a little longer. Romantic going to try getting as much damage as he can back in. I think Team FN Sejong going to have to get out of here, but wait a second, Bomb going to be able to actually kill Zico there. Now it's going to come down to a 2v2. Great damage there, but a huge follow-up from Yona. Going to be able to finish off Romantic very shortly, and yes, I think Bomb is going to be forced to get on out of there. Nikki gonna try looking for an angle back in? No, they're just gonna use someone really to get out.
What is going on, Super? I genuinely thought it was gonna be a little bit better than this for Team FN Sejong. They are letting that last chance for them to be the only team in checkpoint just slip away at this point. Nathapon and Nakadia, yeah, the damage catch out is really good. The pick potential is absolutely insane.
Oh,
just like that.
Circle.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Just soloing Zico there. Yeah, One Circle is solo Cinco. But yeah, I think One Circle gonna be in a little trouble here, because Sue is a great character into Nathapon just because she has a CC immunity to just counter all of her damage. But what is happening down here? It's Walker gonna be caught in the middle between all of these teams here. Now it's gonna be Daydream when we force it back on out of there. Guardians gonna be able to pick that one up. Looks like Guardians is gonna walk up as well. Gonna try contesting for that Alpha in Temple here. They're looking pretty strong. They are gonna be sitting. Oh, it's gonna be that Tia on that Sentinel Elf dress once again. I think Golden Light is also on the same thing, if I'm not mistaken as well. But actually, no, I think Oman was on a more aggressive build.
Yeah, here we go though. Damage output over onto Loken was insane from the get-go. Fancy landing every single rocket. There's the follow-through. Astro Burst. It's a little too early in the game. Not going to be any of threat. Down goes 2 members of Team Tejon Auto Arms. Great fight from Team Golden Light. They are still keeping their hopes and dreams alive. 62 points for that team now.
Queen prep for Sequel is going to connect onto Bomb, but not that much damage going to be going to the side of the Marcus here. Marcus is actually going to be able to live for so long, and now it's just going to be the side of Team FN Sejong's backliners to do some damage here. A lot of damage being traded. Romantic getting a lot of auto attacks. Jonah getting chunked down as well, so HP bars going to the side of Team FNZ. Here comes the ultimate, gonna try killing Bum here, but Zico's just gonna go down right after checkmate finishes, and that is gonna be it. But the third party is actually gonna be here from the top side. Always Incheon gonna find the angle. Xenophine jumping on forward there, gonna get chunked down by Romantic. I don't think Xenophine can get on in. Odyssey gonna connect onto Romantic, but nothing's really gonna come out of that as FNZ just gonna be forced to back on out of here. Romantic gonna greed for these boars, is gonna be able to pick them up, and I don't know who got the item. I think FNZ still ended up getting it. Oh no, it was a 4-score, and it's gonna go to the side of Luminal.
Yeah, and by the way, I will say this right now. Insider at the moment, that these guys refusing to go for frontline from the beginning of the fight is really starting to bite them back, because they had 3 chances to kill Bomb, and they wasted all of them because Zico, he sent so many queens trying to lock down this Marcus. They had all the opportunity to knock that down, and they just didn't decide to go for it. It's going to cascade into yet another single person getting picked off. Zico's going to have to completely book it. This is just way too much time wasted, I think, for Team Insider. They're going to have to start reconsidering whether or not they can actually start fighting these front lines. You saw how much damage Insider Zico's already doing to the Marcus. They pop the frailty, but they don't go for him. Like, you have enough damage to kill the Marcus. Just please go for it, man. Please, please.
Yeah. Sometimes, like, especially if the Marcus is already at half HP, they could definitely send it. I think early on into the game, they definitely don't want to full send it onto the Marcus, but I think because the Marcus got chunked down so early into the fight, that they could just pull the trigger and just finish him off there. And once the tank's gone, there's really not much that Team FNZ can really do, because they're not going to have that front line to, you know, sort of peel them back here. Romantic getting a lot of poke damage onto the Theodore, but the perfect cleanse to keep them alive, but that's how to keep the Johan alive, is Johan just going to instantly fall there on the backside. And one circle is just going on in, and he's just, oh my god, he just blinks forward and just goes behind on the Nathapod and just completely kills all 3 members, and that's going to be it. Team Daydream going out in 8th place, a disaster. As you're already in 8th place right now, that's just not going to get any points going into game number 6 here. Not a good showing for Team Daydream. I'd have to be feeling pretty disappointed about that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that cleanse was fantastic. We've seen it being a counter to this Marcus over and over again, but I never thought that One Circle would just be running circles around that Theo just to get the kill and dodge away from the barricade, right? That's the big part about what he was doing. He was dodging away from the angle of that barrier. But look at this. The Nikki getting a lot of return damage, but NCMB now is completely split apart on the backside, though. Look at that. The damage is still there. Actually forces out the checkmate. NCMB is still pretty healthy when it comes down to it. There's just no follow-through damage, and Zico's the one to get taken down instead. G-Work still trying to find more kills. Is Yuna the one to run away? Don Quixote's gonna get blocked out. G-Work is so good at it, but the memory is there. Yuna will get themselves out, but look at the minimap. It is full of reds down there.
That was a lot unfortunate for Team Insider. Spell Shield coming out a tad bit late, so the root did end up connecting with that full Brainbow, gonna lock down that Adela. The side of Team Auto Arms, they are just gonna send it onto the side of Team Always Incheon. So much damage from this Rio. I don't think oh wait a second, Loki gonna jump on in there, gonna be able to back on out. Luminal trying to get some damage back, but it's not gonna be enough. Cinema gonna be able to finish him off. Lanok's gonna fall very shortly as well, and Auto Arms gonna be able to pick up 2 kills. You can see their items already, they're looking really strong, so it's going to be a little hard for Team Always Incheon to come back into this game. It's going to be a minus 400. They don't really have enough credits to get all the team members back up alive just yet.
It's red timer being invested by these teams once again too. We're gonna have a lot of teams going into maybe day number 5 if they can't recuperate this with less than 15 seconds of timer. That's gonna be brutal for Team Always Incheon. It's gonna be brutal for, I think it was Team Insider that ended up losing the Adela. It was, yeah, it definitely was. And now FNZ is just getting to run free amok by themselves because Omega goes for free against that team, and their items are already looking filthy.
4-score here. Yeah, that's gonna go, I think, to the SSM for bombs, so he's gonna be a lot more tanky. So they're looking so strong here. Auto Arms gonna try sending it here into the side of Team Guardians, but just gonna back away. It is gonna be a little hard because they are playing that's a dive team comp, so probably don't want to take that fight just yet.
Which is fine and dandy. All of these teams are now starting to look for positioning around the map, maybe even go for some of these smaller transitions, because the majority of them has already bought the big ones. Say for Team Taejeon Auto Arms, they're waiting for the blood sample. 477 credits on to Taejeon. They're waiting for the blood sample for probably Blood Half Moon. I haven't seen who they've been prioing.
Yeah, it's probably gonna go over to the Hina, so I mean, you usually don't save for the blood. It just depends on the situation in the game, right? I think because Auto Arms is already so strong, if you saw their items, they can afford to save for this blood and they can cap out a lot higher. This is what I think almost every team is doing in the competitive scene, and especially in ERM, is if you get, you know, those early game transitions, you're able to get those early game tempo buy-ins, you can just save. One person can just save for that blood. It is gonna go over to that fail, not for that Rio, but one person just saves for that blood. You get you get those blood weapons on your carries, and then you're so much stronger than the rest of the lobby just because you do have that blood. And then into the late game as well, you know, having an extra blood item over your opponents is going to be quite the difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do remember them having the fail not over anything on the Justina. The nice thing for them, they do get what they want. Kyungkwae getting jumped on pretty early. Lumino still sitting inside the bush. Sapphire Protocol is going to be invested pretty early, but this Lennox is already taken down dangerously low. Wako still holding on to the Reign of the Vampire Queen. They're getting a lot more patient with it in comparison to before. That's what I like to see from Team Rump Rebels. They're not just full sending it because they find themselves an advantage. Pushing Team Always into the backside, 2-3 split on the Spark. They will immediately back away, wait for another opportunity, although this gives some time for Luminol to get his cooldowns back too.
Yeah, you have to be really careful playing with the Theodore, especially when you're playing a dive comp, because if you all group clump up together, then the Theodore can just go in and just completely wipe the face off your team. So you have to be a little careful. But I do like that positioning from Team Always Entry. They know there's another team on the other side, so they're going to be forced to back on out of there. Loken's going to jump on forward. They're going to get frozen, but not going to die, as he's going to be able to stay alive and pump out so much damage on this Rio. So unfortunately, Team Guardian is going to lose 2 members here. Don't know what happened for the buy-in. I think Guardians did end up getting their buys. They ended up getting the craft, but it's going to be a -400 for the side of Team Guardians. And oh no, wait a second. Oh no, yeah. It looks like Georg did end up getting that meteor that he wanted.
At least that's something. That's some kind of consolidation for it. -200 when it comes to the overall credit count. Although, nice check from Bear. Oh my god, but the time
he gets caught!
He gets cancelled out. And stuff not going to catch anyone out either. So Rump Rebels, holy moly, that could have been real dangerous. The second shot within the Blitz, not going to do enough damage just yet. Ballistic advantage also not going to catch anybody else out as well. But look at this, Rump Rebels. Oh my god, that tag, but the wind up for Don Quixote. CC immune during that time. Bear is going to keep himself alive. This is this is starting to get real tight. Oh, what are their items?
Look at their items. Yeah, you can see their credit counts. They want to get their buy-ins here, but probably just haven't had any opportunity to get any 4-score buy-ins or any bloods. They're probably just saving for the bloods now to try to outcap these other teams. But yeah, they need just normal items here. They don't really have anything to their name. Always Enchant position for this Wick line, but Team Golden Light gonna be here to contest. Always Enchant not really looking too strong, and they're gonna be and their backs are gonna be forced against the wall here. Are they gonna look for a team fight? There is gonna be the yellow blue, but it is gonna be stopped out by that spell shield. Centipede already getting chunked down to half HP. The damage from the triple backline is just way too much, and Alex goes down instantly. Centipede tries to look for an angle in, but is gonna get bursted down as well. And Luminal's gonna be the last one left. There is a Peacemaker to keep the heart alive, and that is gonna be it for Team Always Enchant. Is gonna push him out of there, and that is Always Enchant gonna go down in 7th place with only 3 kills. A little unfortunate for the side of Team Always Enchant, but that's just gonna be how the cookie crumbles.
Teams falling to shambles too. Taegu Guardians down 2 members. They do have enough credits to get the res onto everybody as long as G-Work can get it.
Oh,
but that's
Auto Arms is in for sure.
Yeah, -400. Team Auto Arms is now officially in. Oh
no! They might catch Taeyong here. They do.
Taeyong's gone. FN Sejong is gonna knock down a competitor. Yes, Daejeon Auto Arms is in, but FN Sejong is still looking absurdly strong. Look at their items right now. You got the Necronomicon onto 1 circle. That's a lot of penetration. Wait, is it penetration damage? I think it is, right? If I remember correctly, it is still there. So this Nathapod will be shredding these front lines, assuming they even exist. Those Nikis are going to have a tough time dealing with that.
Yeah, but Nikki does have that Guardian reverse for that pull if they time it correctly. And there's a lot of Suas still alive as well. There's going to be 2 Suas. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, 1 circle can definitely just instantly kill the spell shield and then do the pull, which is, you know, how you're supposed to basically fight into the Sua, but kind of have to watch out for, you know, the engage of the side of Team Insider, Team Rump Rebels, and even Team Guardians, because yeah, Team FN Sejong, they don't really they are playing that Natapon, so they have to be a little careful navigating these final zones coming up very shortly. There is still 6 teams alive, so
they're still
looks like Team Insider is gonna be forced down here into dock. They're in a pretty bad spot here, as they have the they have their backs to Golden Light, And there is the vision plant going to be seen as well. So I don't know what they're planning. Young's actually going to go on in, but the side of team, or the members of Team Insider are not going to be there to follow up. So all three members are just going to be forced to back away.
Yeah, but look at the minimap. What's the one team you don't see within this bottom right side corner? It's going to be F and Sejong. They're playing the map again while all these teams are playing for the fight. Look at that.
They get him.
Down goes
But they trade.
Bear. Traded out with Byung as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two teams. Piet, he's still on the 8 and he is just dealing so much damage. Young is about to get taken down and that's the entirety of Team Insider gone. Rump Rebels. What the hell was that? The damage came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, just so much burst damage. They did end up trading to Nikki. Nikki already taking so much punishment. Oh no, the third party is here. Golden Light gonna be here to try to clean up. I think Team Rump Rebels and Team Insider, they knew they were in a really bad spot, and then they looked at each other's items. They knew they were both poor. It's time. We just gotta send it here. Try to get some kills. Maybe get some credits back. So we can try getting back into this game. That's exactly what happened, but Team Rump Rebels was the one to come out on top.
Indeed. Rump Rebels down a member now. 4 kills is all they're going to have at the moment. 51 points is where they're sitting on, looking for 19 more from now on to try getting a little bit more. And I'm not counting placement points, not just yet, because I don't want to do the math for that. But for everybody else in the lobby, they're still trekking their way on into a potential win out to deny F and Sejong from finishing out in 6.
Guardians might be almost in as well. I think they need one more point. Golden Light is almost there too. We have a lot of teams here that are probably going to be hitting that checkpoint breakpoint. Insider, unfortunately, didn't get there with that game. Always Ancient and Daydream already falling as well. We are going to see Team Auto Arms going to be flying over to the side of Team F and Sejong. We saw this team always try making sure their fates. Oh, here is the double. Double stop is going to connect. Oh, wait a second. Bomb is timed. He's not going to be able to connect any damage. Once it was just getting completely soloed by Cinnamon, that is going to be it. Team, wait a second. Team Auto Arms is going to come out on top. Wait a second. Bomb's going to be able to get one.
They can't. This cook. What just happened? They
hit.
got a 2-man F-stop, but nobody was in position, and they didn't even punish the one person that was walking up after the F-stop. That was a misposition from Cinema, and they decide to punish the people inside the F-stop instead. We're going to have a game number 7. Full Rainbow is going to come out. This is going to be a good fight. No, never mind, as Taeyoung's going to go down. It's a 2v3 now. All of a sudden, Cinema, unless you can do something, my friend, it's going to be Taeku Guardians to take away that zone inside. Daejeon Auto Arms, they're trying. It's a formality at this point, and they get 2 kills.
Oh, wait a second. Another third party is here for Rebels.
They're here. Down goes one. Cinema, he needs to
Perfect
run away.
Timing. And that's exactly
God.
what Team Rump Rebels needs. They're going to get all these credits here, and they should be back into this game. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it's the escape. Cinema's going to try getting on out of here.
No, it's
but
too late.
It's, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out. It is going to be Team Rump Rebels going to be able to pick up this kill as well. So, a nice 7 kills for the side of Team Rump Rebels. Golden Light, I think Golden Light might be in with that as well. That's 6, and then they're going to have 7 for replacement. So, they should also be in checkpoint here. So we're gonna have about 4 teams going into checkpoint into game number 7. It might end on game number 7 because half the teams are gonna be in checkpoint. But yeah, F and Sejong, they had the double F stop. They had the double F stop. It was perfect. But I think just Bomb missed timing the F stop timing. It happens, you know. I've been there. You just mistimed the totem or the F stop timing. Like,
I mean, even
it was just a little unfortunate.
Even more so than that, I think the problem was they didn't target the one person that was free and was walking straight into them for some reason. I don't know what that was, but they were too tunnel visioned into the 2 people. And then you're right. Then Bum ended up mistiming his smash to smithereens and the burger flip, so the Rio ended up getting out. Taeyeon got flung into one circle. Like, that's the worst case scenario. They had a beautiful start to the fight and then made all the wrong decisions afterwards. So yes, F and Sejong, they are bringing themselves onto travesty at this point if they aren't able to win this.
That is a little unfortunate. You are correct. You know, Cinema just had free reign over the entire fight. But yeah, look at Rump Rebels. They were so poor, but they just got all the credits and they bought 3 bloods. So now they're actually pretty strong. They got 2 bloods on Pied, 1 blood on Walko there. So they're actually not looking too bad to trying to win this team fight. It's going to be up to Piet, I would say, to make the difference here on this Aiden, if he could find any damage on the backlines. Because he's going to be able to shred these backliners. Good parry. Going to dodge out on the yellow-blue combo there. Root's not going to connect, but another yellow's going to tag onto Piet. Yeah, it's going to be really hard. They are playing into that triple backline team. We're just probably gonna have to rip it with the Reign of the Vampire Queen and that
Yep.
Sua engage. And
Oh,
Pied should
that's
be
not gonna
there to
help.
follow up, but here it comes.
this
Here's
is
the Reign of the
forced
Vampire Queen
out.
with the Sua spell shield. I
He's
think
dead.
able to find anything. Great peel back from the side of Team Golden Light. And Walker is gonna fall. Great reaction there from the Reign of the Vampire Queen, and there's the Peacemaker gonna lock up any chances. Team Rump Rebels head, very gonna fall,
Nice.
and Pied gonna die as well. And Team Golden Light winning yet another game back to back. Are they gonna be able to win their third to close out the series?
I'm not entirely sure, but Golden Light, they have set themselves the foundation to push them into checkpoint despite the rough start at the beginning. The haze seeming to make a difference. Those rocket launchers hurting a lot. GG's with 9 kills, 19 points for Team Golden Light.
Yeah, very nicely played by them. Great reaction there on the Reign of the Vampire Queen. A lot of the times, you know, you see these players, the Reign of the Vampire Queen gets sent in and then they just stand there, but great blinks out of the circle. And once you're out of the circle, if you get hit by the Sanguine Javelin, you're okay with that. You just get rooted, you just get tagged with that, but then you don't eat the full ultimate damage. The whole, you know, point of Bianca for their engage is they get to the Reign of the Vampire Queen, they get that tag on you with their passive, and then they hit you with the Sanguine Javelin, then you're basically forced to take the full damage of the circle from the ult. But because, you know, both the backline just instantly blinked away, the Bianca just had no targets to lock down there.
Plus, realistically speaking, from the beginning, the team comp RPS just definitely was in favor of Team Golden Light. You have an Aiden and you have a Sua. It's just not going to be the easiest of initiations. So I like the fact that Wako ended up just sending it, right? That's the only option you really have when it comes down to it. And the majority of the people from Team Rump Rebels was relatively healthy. So I think it was the right call for Wako to just send it. Might have looked a little bit weird from everybody else, but the longer and longer you let Team Golden Light do what they please, the lower your HP is when you initiate.
Yeah, they're just burning so much red timer, and then you kind of just have to send it into a triple backline team, right? And if you just let them poke you down, you're gonna have to reset again and again, and it's gonna burn so much more timer. So they had a nice angle in. All their HP bars were basically relatively full, so yeah, I just had to send it with that Bianca. Unfortunately, just not going to be able to find anything there.
Yeah, it's going to suck, but you still have to do it. Otherwise, you're going to either run out of timer, you're going to get poked down to eternity, or you just die. That's really just about it. So, yep, Rump Rebels making the absolute correct decision there at the correct timing. I would have liked to see it just a little bit earlier, but with the way that the positioning inside a cemetery is, I get it, right? That left side is just really annoying to go up against, especially something like a Tia, because the spread on the yellow just covers every single entranceway out of that left side in cemetery. Really brutal for them, but Rump Rebels, they're still in it. They're still doing whatever they can to get themselves back into the series. I don't recall if they're going to be the ones also in the checkpoint. We definitely do know for sure that there's going to be a minimum of 3.
I don't think Rump Rebels got in there, but I know Guardians got in.
Golden Light
for
should
sure,
be in.
and Auto Arms, so it should be 4.
Okay,
for sure.
So you're right then. If that is going to be the case, then half of the teams are going to be in there. FN Sejong is out of time, man. If Bomb ends up losing this series, it is going to be devastating because that means the curse is back now for FN Sejong with Denana out of the picture. The curse strikes yet again, potentially. One circle in Romantic, they're going to have to figure something out now.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not even like they're getting teamed on and not even getting third party. They're just losing. They're just losing 3v3s, right? At the pivotal moment. It's just a little unfortunate for them. But they are going to have that Theodore going to be coming back on the table with that Maya. So we're going to have to see if they are going to be able to close it out here. 4 teams going to be in checkpoints. We possibly, and most likely, will definitely end it before our next break. So I think we are going to be going to our final break for the day very shortly.
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, scores are about to come out in just a moment. Let's see what we are looking at now going into game number 7. Yeah, 7. What the hell is that? 95, 84, 78, and 72 for our top 4 teams that are in checkpoint.
Wow, look at the bottom 4.
Three-way tie for 61 points between Insider, Rump Rebels, and Always Inchan. Daydream, unfortunately, struggling still with 41. They need 29 in order to make it out into checkpoint. But that's assuming that we even get a game number 8 to begin with. This team has been struggling throughout the course of tonight. But still, even if they're in 8th place right now and the game does theoretically end in game number 7, for Daydream, it's still very much valuable for them to get as many kills as possible because we're still looking at circuit points as an overall, right?
Yeah, you want to make sure you get as many placements as possible. You want to try even getting to 7th, 6th, or 5th place, right? Because there's still a decent difference, I would say, between like 5th and 8th in terms of how many circuit points you get. So definitely want to play. Definitely don't want to troll or play any off comps just yet. You want to play to your best, and obviously it's a checkpoint format, so they could still end up taking the whole series if they just win the next couple of games.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It's time for us to go on a break, and as Super mentioned, it's most likely not going to be going into a game number 9, looking at how the score sheets are going. What the hell is that from me? So make sure you guys go grab some water. I'm definitely going to have to do that after what I just said. Go grab a snack and go take a stretch. It'll most likely be the last time that you can do it for ERM phase number 1. We'll see you guys back here for game 7 and potentially a game number 8.
Take care.
잠시 후 최종 안전지대가 해제됩니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 휴강을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 흘려내고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
그리고 이번에도 어제처럼 위클랜 버스트 먼저 시도해서 성공하는 건 올웨이즈 인천이었고요.
자, 인사이터 근데 이거 기회 잡아. 네.
자, 들고 나가야 됩니다.
인사이터가 여기서
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a great one, because it could theoretically be the last one of the night. We're now starting to go into game number 7. We just came back from games 5 and 6, where unfortunately for FN Sejong, despite having a 2-game leniency on how many games they had being the only ones in checkpoint, they are unfortunately unable to win it out in the end, which means we are now up to 4 teams in checkpoint, and all of those teams have had some monumental moments throughout the course of the series. So do expect to end it in very soon fashion.
Yeah, I'm predicting it's probably going to end here on game number 7, but I mean, these teams that are in the finals are here for a reason, so maybe we'll see something come out from the teams that aren't in that checkpoint breakpoint, but we will have possibly our final game here going into game number 7. Suwa is going to be off the table here, but Mai and Nikki are still going to be on the table. Mai is going to be rotated back in. I think Nikki still wasn't banned in game number 6, it was just the Mai ban, so will we see these teams maybe swapping back to the Mai? You're actually going to see only 2 teams this time going to be on the Mai, so looks like FN Sejong, if they don't close it out here, we go to game number 8, they're gonna have their comp, and Blaster is gonna be subbing in for Always Incheon, and they will be playing that signature Tazia here. We're gonna have that Tazia, Priya, and my team comp coming out from them.
Yeah, they're planning to hold the line when it comes to the luminal coin, right? They don't want to let it dip anymore. They're just gonna keep it stable as much as possible. Blaster is in Cinephine over on the Priya. It's gonna be a little bit of a shame to not be able to watch them play that Lenny anymore, but this is the right call, right? For Team Always Incheon, they've struggled a little bit throughout the course of the series. It's the same story that we saw for these guys during Season 6, Phase number 2 finals, where because they were struggling a little bit, we did see the Tazia coming out. The only question for you and I is it too late, right? Because we have 4 teams now already in checkpoint, and this team, while it is amazing, it doesn't have the wow factor nor like the X factor version that the Shoichi would if we were to play the original composition of Team Always Incheon. They need to slow pace this and scale this up until the end game. Otherwise, yeah, the change looks really cool, and it comes out at a time when they desperately needed it. It's just not going to matter.
I mean, if they're gonna bring someone in, if they're gonna make some changes, they gotta do it now because there's 4 teams on checkpoint, so you gotta make sure you try to deny these teams from winning out the series here. It's gonna be Team FN Sejong, Auto Arms, Golden Light, and I think it was Team Guardians here. So 4 teams that have been doing really well in this series already gonna be on that checkpoint breakpoint. So gotta make sure you shut down any of these checkpoint teams and you don't wipe early because that's gonna give the opening that these checkpoint teams need.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. 24 out of 24 loaded in. 3 out of 3 spectators in as well. Here we go. The potential last game as half of the lobby is in checkpoint. We could have ended it at game number 5, but FN Sejong are looking out for your drops. We get an extra 2 and potentially even more. Team Insider, they're also struggling right now as well. The teams that came up from the knockout stages just not having a day at all today for those guys. But everybody else seems to be doing pretty solid. You're right. They're here for a reason. Daegu Guardians, the only team coming up from knockout stage number 6 to be in checkpoint right now. But they're also just barely on that curve, right? 72 points. We've seen the ups and downs of Daegu Guardians throughout the course of the series. Will this be the final up they're looking for, or will it be denied by any of our other checkpoint teams?
Blaster looking for an angle in. They are going to be able to get a quick kill there for the side of Team Always Incheon. Nice pickup from them. They're going to be pretty happy about that. And that is exactly what they need because they're not in that checkpoint breakpoint just yet as well. They still need 9 points for them.
It's still a little bit of a long road ahead, but 1 point is better than 0, right? At this point, G-Work trying to jump onto Bear, but he's going to get knocked up into the air, flung around all over the place as the rest of his team is going to join the fray. Maybe the human's going to run away, but Piet will for sure not be able to do so. And I don't think Wako meant to jump in here either. He's caught in the middle of everybody. He can't leave as the Estelle gets crowd control locked into oblivion. Down goes Wako. 2 kills now for Team Always Incheon, 2 kills now for Daegu Guardians, and it still continues as Golden Light duking it out up against Always Incheon. There's the Peacemaker coming up pretty early. It is a kill in favor
a double
of Always
totem.
Incheon. 3 kills for Always Incheon. This double totem is going to come online, as you said. Golden Light in a whole heap of trouble. This Tia trying to get themselves away. Yeoman gets a speed gate, but I think they're driven a little too far into the corner. The haze is going to come up, so no full team wipe going through for Golden Light, but this is going to set their pace back a little bit more than they wished for.
Yeah, I didn't realize Always Incheon, they are going to be playing 2 totems, both of them going blue there, as they will be able to get those kills. So great start there for Team Always Incheon as they are on 4 already. Pretty close to getting into that checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 8. If we do end up going there, Loken unfortunately getting caught by the side of Team Golden Light is actually going to be able to take 1 and kite back. Great ultimate to push them back as well, and Taeyong is going to be there to finish off the hard. Compass Shield not going to connect. Taeyong unfortunately just not having any damage on this Tonfa Leon, but Loken, oh my god, playing phenomenally in that team fight, able to get 2.
Oh, that was beautiful. This oh my god, that was actually amazing, right? The ultimate pushing away people as soon as they were about to get the finishing blow onto the Rio. That is something you do not see that often, but a perfect control on the Daikyu Hankyubo is gonna allow Curry to stay. That's not Curry, but yeah, to stay alive. Loki to stay alive. Good stuff, good stuff. Rump Rebels up against Team Daegu Guardians up on the northern side of the map. Piet getting taken dangerously low. It's gonna force out the Helitax stat, but this Aiden for now is still alive. Blinks away from the Estelle, from the Elena, my apologies. He keeps himself alive too. What the heck is going on? 2 kills for Team, what is that, Rump Rebels on the north side. They need these kills and they get it.
Yeah, the side of Team Rump Rebels, they were just hanging by a thread there on their HP bar, but unfortunately get third party. It's going to be from the side of Team Always Incheon, going to be able to pick up another kill for themselves, sitting on 5. Rump Rebels on 3, both of these teams. They just need 9 more points to get into that checkpoint breakpoint. So if we do go to a game number 8, we actually might have almost 6, 7, even 8 teams going to be on. Actually, maybe not 8. I think Daydream is a little too far away, but it's maybe even 7 teams on that checkpoint breakpoint. Blaster going to get a lot of damage back onto this Nicky. Nicky's going to go down very shortly here. Dean's gonna be forced to just pull on out of there. The shields and the healing is just way too much for the side of Team Guardians to really handle there. Just so much effective HP from that My Priya and that Taz. You're gonna be able to keep them all alive, and that's 7 kills for Always Inch. You're gonna be able to pick up another Q.
Yeah, the pacing that I was talking about for these guys are looking to be going crazy already off the bat. Battle between FNCEJONG versus Team Rump Rebels. The damage output between the two teams so far is pretty equal, but One Circle finally sends out that energy blast field, and that's going to completely turn the tides of the story. 1 kill already going in favor of FNCEJONG. Bear is also going to get taken down as well. A 1 for 2, but this time around, FNCEJONG will win it out as the Resurrection comes back onto the Nadine. I'm not sure if there are any objectives inside a police station, but it's looking pretty good.
Oh my god,
forced to use that Peacemaker. The Fleeting Soul is going to deny HD2 from trying to get himself out without investing anything else. The Peacemaker coming out, and I think he might also fall down as well. Full Rainbow going to come in to try saving that, what is that heart, but it's not going to come through fruition as an extra kill going in favor of Tejon Auto Arms, sitting on 3. So these teams, oh, Yona, oh, Kyokwe, no, he misses the second
misses
part.
out on the knockback, and they're zooming in just to rub salt on the wound there. A little unfortunate for Insider. They will lose 2 members. Is gonna get caught out by Team Always Incheon. Always Incheon, they're in. They got 9.
Yes.
They got their 9 kills already, so they're gonna be a checkpoint here, and they are so tempoed out for this game. 9 kills already. Look at their credits. They're able to get their 4-score buy-ins very shortly. They're gonna come down for those, and yeah, we're gonna have at least a 5-team checkpoint going into game number 8 if we do end up getting there. Xenophine gonna look for an angle in. Great counter onto the Vanya, but I mean, this team also just has a lot of sustain, a lot of healing as well. Blaster finding an angle in, though, gonna be able to get a lot of damage onto Theodore. Theodore gonna have to be forced to kite away. It's up to this Tia versus this Tazi, who has the shields. Oh, no, wait, Priya's getting chunked down very, very heavily there.
Okay.
There's the ultimate invested. It's gonna hit the sleep, but the totem is gonna be used, and yeah, looks like it's going to be the side of Team Always Incheon picking up yet another kill.
I'll be honest with you, I think Daydream could have won that one. If the support was there, because the Vanya lasted so long, and plus both teams are all about sustain, right? You got a Tazi Priya on one hand, you got a Vanya, Theo, and the Johan on the other hand. If they kept healing the Vanya, because their range is super far for all the heals, right? The lasers are super far range. The heals from Johan you can kind of send out and just leave them there for a while too. They may have been able to turn it. Daydream maybe missing out on a possibility, but there's still picks going around. It's day number 2. Teams aren't too scared about fully wiping, but that's 2 members down from Daegu Guardians. Their pacing is going to be thrown off a little bit off the rails too.
Yeah, Guardians unfortunately losing another 2 members, and more kills going to go to the side of Auto Arms. Here comes Engage from Daydream. You are going to get a lot of value, a lot of damage from the Cedo right here. Comes Engage. You are going to get the slow, and here comes the stun as well, but the cleanse is going to come through and going to be able to keep the Theodore alive. The Theodore is going to be able to get sustained up. Blaster going to try looking for an angle back, and does end up finding it, and they will end up going down. On the other side, Vanya taking the 1v1 between Priya, and the Priya is just going to be able to live for so long. Looks like Johan's going to be the last member, or the second last member alive, and should be able to get away with the speed boost, but there is going to be a speed boost from the side of Team Always Incheon as well. And Team Insider, or Team Rebels, is here for the third party. Wait a second, it's going to be Team FNCEJONG as well, going to TP on down, maybe going to try contesting forward this box. I think 1 Circle can try to deny Piet from getting it, and yes, he does. Unfortunately, his inventory is full, so he's not going to be able to get that item in that box, and FNCEJONG is going to be here to contest for it. Going to be a lot of teams. Dramatic actually TPing down into Cemetery, surprisingly. Maybe to try to cut something off, but not going to be able to find anything. Dramatic now completely isolated from his team. Is going to try getting some damage in. It was a Mithril, and it is going to be in Blaster's inventory, but looks like Team Always Incheon are just going to back away.
That's going to be the Legs of Steel. No, never mind. The Pharaoh's artifact built up for Blaster. Really big value at this point. They really need this to get more damage out of this Tazia. That's exactly what Kyungkwae is exactly looking for, an initiation back in. But Dissipation out. Human is very difficult to fight into. Paradiso out is going to deny Wako from joining back onto his team for quite a while. Echoes of the Earth down as well. Human ultimately going to send it out. And the third party from Daydream, that energy blast field is what ends up killing down Cenifine. The only kill they're going to be able to find so far, because every single team inside of Cemetery is going to split, but that's a beautiful third party and a great snipe from Alteo.
Yeah, and always in Chun. Ooh, they should find Walkle here. It is going to be able to deny the White Lily. Can Walkle hit it? It does end up hitting it. Probably end up using that alt click feature. Make sure you guys do end up doing that, because you can just click on the name and Blaster is going to blink on forward. Going to be able to land a couple more shards here.
I like that.
That will be that Estelle going down. So another kill. 13 kills already for Team Always in Chun. They don't really need it at this point, but they are just doing it for Mali at this point. And they're going to be able to get a purple box and the Tree of Life here, so a huge tempo swing as well.
Yeah, just a slight misstep, I think, from Team Always in Chun, though. There was about 3 seconds left before it turned to day 3. That's actually why the Estelle started stepping back a little bit. That's more of a heads-up play from Kyungkwae than anything else. Oh, sorry, not Kyungkwae, but Rump Rebels. I forget who their tank line is, but if they were keeping track of the timer, then I would have assumed that Estelle could have been kept alive for maybe about a second or two longer. I know they were trying to sit on top of the VLS, but still, maybe that potential -200 could have been what allows Always in Chun to overtake Rump Rebels. And as you said, it's a formality, but still, denying points from Rump Rebels, one of your competitors, is going to make your life a whole lot easier if you do end up going to a game 8.
100%, because you want to make sure there's as less of amount of teams in checkpoint with you. So having one less team would be good, but yeah, Rump Rebels is going to be able to stay alive, aren't going to lose those certain credits, and they're still looking pretty good to get themselves into checkpoint as well, sitting on 4 kills already.
He resigned himself to the fate, and plus, it's not like they need any additional kills. If the Estelle gets out, that's cool. At best case scenario, -200 for Rump Rebels would have been even better. But for now, we're going to start off day number 3 pretty quiet. Nobody really beginning any fights, no contest on objectives either. Everybody just farming themselves back up into that comfort zone of that mid to late game moments. It's about to turn night number 3 in 30 seconds as well. Credit count wise, Daejeon Auto Arms already prepped up and ready to go for the blood sample. FN Sejong getting really close to that mark as well. 464 on to Bomb. Any other teams at the moment? I do see a Nikki with 300. I do see a Celine with 334. But outside of those ones, nah, it just doesn't seem like a blood sample prio at night number 3 is going to happen from a majority of these teams. But here we go.
Ooh, I like
They're trying
this.
to duke it out, but this is a thin corridor up against
Oh,
Vanya,
3-man
but Vanya
freeze.
just cannot save their teammate any longer, and this right here
That's
is what
it.
the Demon
Wait.
Child is nothing in the hands against the KR team. Beautifully done for Team Taeku Guardians. They just dealt with Vanya, despite it being a thin corridor, extremely well.
I love that play from Guardians. They're just able to play from all 3 angles. When you're playing this Alina and this Nikki, you're looking for those backline dives. It was just perfect flank there from both the Nikki and the Alina there. Just able to find the angle onto that Theodore, able to burst them down, and then the Vanya following very, very shortly.
Yep. Okay. Daydream and Shambles, their credit count, just barely enough. Actually, no, they should have enough to be able to res everybody back on their team. But without those additional credits for a team composition like Daydream, they will start struggling in that DPS department in a few moments here, as everybody else in this lobby are looking extremely solid in their items, right? For a team like Daydream, they need all of those in order to brute force as much as possible. But here we go, the fight's going to begin. Afterburst is more forced out than anything else. Obliterated is going to be Cinema in the hands of that Paradiso.
Oh, that's it.
Taehyung is going to fall down.
Autumn's
There
down.
goes Cinema as well. Daejeon Auto Arms falls down to Team Always in Chun. 16 team kills for that team, and we ask once again, why now?
Yeah, but it is showing. I mean, if there's any time to bring it out, it is now to deny these other checkpoint teams from winning out the game here. A huge wipe for the side of Team Always in Chun, and for the rest of the teams that aren't in checkpoint. That is going to be one of the checkpoint teams going to be out for the count. It's only going to be up to Team FN Sejong, Golden Light, and Team Guardians here to close out the series. So that opens up the door for all these other teams to make it out.
This is what they want. This is what they want. This is looking so good for Always in Chun. If anything, this is going to boost their egos going into our final couple games, right? And sometimes that matters a whole lot more than people might think. HT2 in a little bit of trouble trying to get themselves out, but in the end will get sniped down by FN Sejong, sitting on 4
Look at how
kills
strong
now.
they are.
Yeah.
Oh my
but
god, look at Golden Light
this
as well.
too. How is
Like,
Golden Light always able to do this?
Every time they always have 15 gold by day 4. They're just so fast, just able to tap out like all their items so quickly. But FN Sejong this time, having that blood weapon, they're also able to tempo out some items and be really strong here. Team Guardians looking for an engage. Seiko already getting chunked down to half HP here. The Meteor is going to be half that at the very least from that. Nadine and TMB going to dodge out on some of those skills. Seiko getting chunked once again, and that is going to send the engage from G-Work. Going to be able to get a lot of damage. Freeze isn't going to connect, and the ultimate does end up going down as well. There is the Fleeting Soul. Is going to connect onto the Nikki, but it looks like Team Insider is just going to back away.
Okay, well, it's still it's still on the edge of everything just exploding into pieces for so many of these teams. It's a tight corridor. Trying to fight it into a Haze as well as a Tia might not be the greatest of things, but FN Sejong is still considering the option. That's a lot of damage in exchange to one circle. Yep, they're probably going to start dipping now. These tight corridors are not the place to fight up against this.
Yeah, there's a Haze, there's a Tia there. It's a little tough for them to fight them. Always in shot. They're gonna look for maybe Daydream here. Daydream's looking really weak, so I think they're just gonna full send it here. Does end up hitting that glass wall, but not gonna get the stun there as the Vanya is gonna have that CC when they get on over there. Bomb looking for main engage. Great response from the Heart to just dash on out of there, so it looks like they're gonna be okay. Wick line gonna be spawning down. It looks like I think it's probably gonna be in Forest or Cemetery there. FN Sejong. These two backliners are completely isolated. They're just gonna full send it here with the ultimate from the Theodore. I think Fancy's gonna go down.
What is going on, Fancy? Why are you just caught out there, man? Everyone else on your team is just gone. Stop being there, my friend. Wickeline is going to spawn inside of Forest. There's a couple of teams around this area. Insider actually isn't fully aware that the fight is happening on the southern side of Forest, that there is just a couple of teams. That human ultimate is absolutely massive. Down goes the Aiden, and it's a beautiful fight coming in from Daegu Guardians. They're trying to turn things around. Bear is trying to do what he can, but Char on that Bo Nadim with the Wolf Assault on his way. Too strong for their good.
If that Bunky Wire connected, that stuff would have been gone, and that would have been the chances for Team Rump Rebels. But I like Always Incheon here. They are completely zoning off the team of Team Insider for this Wick line. They are going to use Echoes of the Earth, and they're actually going to invest the ultimate as well. And oh, there is the Spirit Arrow, but Blaster's just going to find an angle in onto Seiko. Seiko overextends and just instantly falls there. The Mai able to soak up a lot of damage, and that is going to be the sleeve going to go down. Minus 200 for the side of Insider, and a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Always Incheon, getting that blood, getting that wake buff, and I think getting a gold or red boxer as well. I think I saw that chest piece red selector there for the side of Team Always Incheon.
It's a helmet too. It's a Chinese opera mask for Seraphine. This Priya is going to become even harder to kill unless they want to pass that over to the
It's going to be for
exactly
the
what they do. It's so good. And the Necronomicon. Do they still have 30% CDR though? I forget what items give it now. I know Cotier doesn't. Are they 0?
No. Opera mask has 15.
I think
yeah,
you're right. There's 15. Does
the weapon
the
has
Fire
15
Wheels
as well.
have 15?
I think so.
It's been such a long time since I've seen the stats for that thing. I do.
Oh, no.
15.
Cotier.
It's 15.
Oh, wait.
Cotier doesn't have it. It used to a long time ago, but they got rid of that. I remember this.
I mean, it's just a lot of damage, so I think 15% CDR is probably all Kaze needs, but I mean, 30% would be better, but should be fine, right? They're definitely building a Chinese Opera Mask so they can have that extra defense and extra stats, right? The stat lines on Chinese Opera Mask are really nice. They have the defense, they get the extra Omni Siphon as well, especially on a character like Kazuya, to make sure they are going to be able to keep themselves alive in this team fight. Walker, unfortunately, gonna actually get out there, so no members of the side of Team Rump Rebels are gonna fall. Pieta already being down for the count a little bit ago. FN Sejong gonna be on the back foot here. I think they see that team has Wick. They have so many items, they don't want to take any risks here, so they're just gonna back away.
Yeah, the damage on this Vanya still is really, really disgusting. One single butterfly, a third of Char's HP is gone. That thing comes back up extremely fast. Daegu Guardians, they're considering this. They're considering fighting out up against Daedream. Why are they putting themselves in the corner? This is such a terrible spot to be in. What are they doing? Energy Blast Field has to be the saving grace, but for Team Daegu Guardians, they're still being real careful with it. NTMB? Hello? What are you doing, bro? Carving Reverse, get himself on out. Daedream. They're playing with fire, putting yourselves in the corner up against G-Work. You have nowhere to run against that Elena.
I mean, it is that Theodore, so maybe they're just playing around that wall and maybe gonna try breaking on out of there. But it looks like Team Guardians, they know there's another team nearby. It is gonna be Team Insider, so they're actually not gonna pull the trigger. Really like this play from them. macro play from them, making sure they are going to be patient. Don't want to get any third-party shenanigans going on there. Great parry from NCMB. Maybe they click for an angle in, but they should know there's going to be 2 teams nearby. Ooh, Rebels is going to be able to get the res off down here in school. And Evan Sejong going to be able to lock up, looks like, Fire Station there. As all these other teams are going to be funneling into Hotel. So going to have quite the hectic final zone here. 7 teams still alive once again, going into day 6 very shortly. And yes, yeah, it's going to be up to these teams to navigate this final zone.
Everybody knows exactly how important this game is going to be. That's why we're seeing teams already getting ready to just stand still, right? Nobody move a muscle, because the moment you start making mistakes like that, oh, could have been bad. Good vision check from team, Team Insider.
These teams that aren't a checkpoint are really weak, except for Team Always Incheon. He's Always Incheon, I think, is going to be the team that has to try to stop these other teams from getting... Yeah, from winning out and closing out the series. You know, Golden Light, they're already full build. Evan Sejong is already full build. They're both in Fire Station, so they actually might end up fighting each other for that zone, though. You can see both of those teams are just biding their time. They don't want to give any information out because they are in checkpoint. They want to make sure that teams aren't gonna try to handshake them. As you can see in Hotel, we have a 4-team final zone here and a 3-team final zone in Fire Station, so it's gonna get pretty hectic very, very shortly.
Yeah, and Fire Station is probably like the most chill zone to be in right now, because the 2 teams over there were not moving a single muscle the entirety of night number 5. So they're both standing in the same place that they were about 2 minutes ago, and now that it turns day number 6, maybe it's time for you to start getting a little bit more information. The only problem is another team has joined them, so we're gonna do that 4-3 split that you were just talking about. 4 teams in Hotel, 3 teams in Fire Station. Always Incheon, I think this team has to be the one that walks out of the zone, right? If they can't...
Look at all these other teams. They're really poor. But Guardians is also here, and Guardians is a team that can definitely win this final zone here. But look at the amount of teams. It looks like Team Daydream and Team Rump Rebels are already fighting each other. They're trying to cannibalize each other, and Rump Rebels is going to go down. Look at the third parties from both sides. As both teams are just going to take the full brunt of it. Daydream's going to be able to get out for free, though, but it's going to be Team Rump Rebels, unfortunately, going down, and they're not going to have enough points to get the checkpoint. So it's only going to be a 5-team checkpoint at max going into game number 8 if we do end up getting there. It's going to be up to Team Always Incheon here. Can they clutch it up for this Team Insider as well? Can they try winning it on the top side there, or are we gonna end it here?
Daegu Guardians, they're walked out. It's Always Incheon having full control of the zone. These timers are starting to run out. Daegu Guardians, their team composition doesn't kill that fast. The fight's going to begin. Daydream, this is such a hard team composition to kill. Look at the amount of sustain that's going through, but Altail will eventually fall. Char, he gets taken pretty low, but this Vanya is a creature and a half. The problem is they just don't have the timer to be that creature and a half. Down they go.
Okay,
Timer
they get all 3. But they invested so much cooldowns. Yeah, the ultimate from the Dean is not going to be up, so that's going to be a lot of damage. Not going to be on the table here. They're going to full send it. We're going to find an angle in. They get a lot of damage, though. Priya going to be forced to use Echoes of the Yurt. Blaster going to get some damage back in. There is the ultimate from NCMP. Can they kill Blaster here? They're going to get a lot of damage. Here's the exclusive. No, they can't. The exclusive is going to keep them alive just for just a little bit longer. That is going to be it. Always Incheon. Wait a second. Insider ended up winning on the other zone.
Yeah, Always Insider. Oh no, Insider ended up knocking down FN Sejong. I saw Romantic on the ground, and the Rio ended up getting the execution bonus, so one circle actually couldn't end up killing the Celine that was jumping on top of him. Sorry, not the Celine, but the Marcus. And that means we got 2 non-checkpoint teams going into the final zone. Insider, they'll also have enough points just from placements alone, regardless of whether or not they win this game.
Yeah, I think.
But Team Always Incheon looking for 23. What a massive win over there with Insider to extend it.
It seems like Golden Light and FN Sejong just cannibalized each other because they knew both those teams were in checkpoint, so they gotta make sure that the other team doesn't end up winning. And what ended up happening was it was just a free final zone for Team Insider, just third party, and it did end up closing it out there. So we're gonna have 6 teams here gonna be going into checkpoint, going into game number 8. So we'll definitely end, I think, on game number 8 here.
Yeah, politics is real, my friends. Here we go. Always Incheon having zone control over the final zone. That Korea is gonna hurt so much. The shields are insane. Byung by himself trying to deal up against Blaster. This is the worst combination. The positioning is so weird. And Zico, what are you doing? He gets caught out by himself. Byung just gets obliterated.
Blaster just solos him.
What the heck was this fight? Yona and Zico just not supporting Byung at all. The auto attacks ramping up from Yona. He does have full stacks on the what is it? on the I forget what that skill is called, but the augment is called, but it's just not gonna matter as that pop's gonna come onto Yona. I mean, sure, it's just a formality, but still, what was that?
Yeah, that was really well played by Always Incheon, just splitting up the backliners and just letting the Marcus take the 1v1. And then, you know, if you're Always Incheon, you're happy to take those isolated 1v1 and 2v2s because Priya and Priya and Mai are just gonna be able to live for so long, and then Blaster just has the freest 1v1 into Marcus, right? It's that Tazia, that drain tank with those shields. You can't really kill the Tazia because they're just gonna be able to jump around and they just do so much damage in return.
Yeah, and the thing about that is damage for Team Insider, they're really limited in range. But if you think about how far away you can start sending shields as a Priya, like it's infinite range, man. It's ludicrously far away. So basically, it was essentially Byung trying to 1v3 while Siko as well as Yona was just off on the side watching the Marcus die. That's exactly what happened. It was like they were in beach taking a vacation while Byung was trying to ace an exam by himself or something. I don't know what happened there, but Team Insider, they still do make it into checkpoint. That's the part that really matters. And on the flip side for Team Always Incheon, they're actually vying for a really high placement point as well, right? Like they're looking for placement now that they had a 23 kill first place, 33 points that they're able to get. What are they in, like 90 something point value right now? They're looking for a good amount of placement too.
I mean, they're definitely going to be in first place in terms of points, but yeah, it's going to be a little tough for them now because there is going to be 6 teams in checkpoint. Mai is going to be banned, and Suwa is going to be back on the table. So this is perfect for Team Insider. This is their opportunity to actually win the series.
Yeah, this is prime time for Team Insider, but we haven't seen them being able to win a game just yet. Insider, they have to turn things in their favor so hard during this game if they want to make that happen, and it all comes down to them to be able to make that happen.
It would be quite the storyline because remember, they came up all the way from knockout stage 1. If they do, you know, come out and win on this signature comp that's they're familiar with, especially because it's gonna be back on the table going into game number 8. Wow, it would be quite the show from them.
The story arc and the half we will be able to witness right here on the Eternal Return Masters for phase number 1. It's looking so good. At least a minimum of 6 teams going into checkpoint. Wow, this is going a lot further than FN Sejong definitely wanted. It seems the curse really is striking back at them, Super, because man, they look lost right now. Even that fight in temporary zone, while you were kind of casting the left side, I was watching the right. They seem so fragmented for some reason. Nobody on their team was really grouped together, despite one of their biggest strengths is when all of them are fighting next to each other. I saw Romantic split off into the north side. I saw Bum split off into the building towards the top left where a lot of people tend to hide of the fire zone, final zone, fire station final zone. Bum was sitting in there. One circle sitting in the bush on the bottom side of that building. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play their team comp that they're more comfortable with because Mai going to be banned, so they're going to have to rotate back into that Marcus and Natapon. But again, it's going to come down to if Natapon or if One Circle's Natapon can close out the series, it would be really, really cool if it did. But yeah, I don't want to say we're gonna end on game number 8, but it's just pretty likely here.
Yeah,
because I mean the teams that aren't in checkpoint unfortunately just haven't been performing well today.
Yeah, here's the thing though, it's Rump Rebels, right? It's Rump Rebels after all. They can extend the game out one more. They're pretty close, and we've seen this team having some pop-off games in the past. It's just Piet on the Aiden. Some comps in this game is just not feasible for that Aiden to cut through. You got the Vanya composition that they were just constantly struggling through for the past few games. Yeah, I don't want to call it yet either, but my god, is it just looking rough for these teams. Scoreboard should be up in just a moment because I did see the exclamation mark vote stuff going through at the bottom side of the KR stream, and once that comes through, we're going to get ready for game number 8. These switch-ups for Always Incheon, man, it comes at such a great time. Yeah. Blaster, the hero Always Incheon needed. Luminal Coin, stagnant, right? That's not bad. It's not dipping anymore, but we might all of a sudden see an upsurge on the Blaster coin because this guy on the Tazia is popping off.
Yeah, he is going crazy, and especially with this team comp, because I think this is like the perfect lobby to pull it out with.
Yes.
These teams are just not ready for this Tazia, Priya, and this Mai. And it's just showing Blaster just able to find these angles in. He's playing phenomenally here, able to get those stuns and those one shots on those backlines, and able to find those priority targets.
The fact of the matter is, because of the early snowball they were able to get, which I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do again, Blaster really likes fighting early with the Tazia, despite her cooldowns being one of the biggest issues in the earlier games. With the snowball, they were able to force teams into running away, and that's actually prime time for the Tazia because someone like Blaster is going to take advantage of that and position the wall so that you're either forced to walk into it or you're forced to fight a fight that you're already behind on. That's the thing that happens a lot when you're trying to deal with these Tazias in upper levels, like Sale, we saw earlier into the knockout stages. They were also able to do that quite often during the group stages, which is why they were able to, I think, go to knockout stage 6 or 5 directly. But Blaster, he's been playing in ERM for such a long time now, and this is something we see all the time. So the fact that he was able to get so much snowball at the beginning of game number 7, it's one of the reasons why they were so successful. I think they are going to have to do it again if they want to find the overall win in the final stage.
Yeah, 100%. And now that there are going to be 6 teams on Checkpoint, we're not going to see any real politics going on anymore, basically because everyone is going to be vying for their own chance at winning the series here. So, I mean, the door is open. The door is open for any of these teams to take it home here.
Yeah, I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited to see which team is going to be able to make it. But regardless of what ends up happening, F and Sejong, they're going to need another strategy meeting, man. The fact that the curse is back, despite them easily winning out on Season 6 season finals, something needs to happen. And of course, I'm going to kind of give them the pass on it just simply because this is the first tournament they're going to be able to do with BUM. They have the National League to continue practicing this roster as well as phase number 2 before season finals comes online. But if this curse continues to persist, it's not fun.
I mean, it's just how it is, right? Usually the first place team always gets, handshaked on, right, when they get into the checkpoint. So it's not I wouldn't say it's just, F and Sejong. Like, as a member of, Team No Flame, we it's the same thing for us as well, right? It's just how it is with how Checkpoint is. Obviously, in this series specifically, I think F and Sejong had plenty of chances. They were just losing 3v3s outright, so the fate was in their hands. But usually, it's just kind of how it is, right? Checkpoint format. Everyone you have a target on your back when you get in there so early, and then you just get handshaked. Politics games. It's just eternal return.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised that this is taking this long. What's happening? It's taking a long time for them to get the score sheets going. Well, is there something wrong with the score sheet or something? They usually don't take this long after the people who win the 300
I think
MP on the road.
I wonder if they're manually coloring in the green.
No way. After all this time, they're going to be manually running things in. That is absolutely wild. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they need to add more slots to the score sheet, which would be insane. Even when you're on, maybe did it predict that this could go to a 7-8 game series because they thought it was gonna end by game number 5. I don't know.
I mean, usually checkpoints go to like this.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This amount of games, so I don't think it's that, but I don't know. But you are correct because I would say like the amount of time that it's taken has been pretty long for at least game 6 or 7 and 8, right? Game 6, I don't think it was that long, or before the break, it was pretty short. So maybe they just weren't prepared here, or I don't know exactly what's going on, but I think we're gonna have it very shortly here. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna jump into it here, and it is going to be 6 teams on Checkpoint. F and Sejong still in the lead with 107 points. Always Incheon with 94, Guardians with 89, Daeyoung, Auto Arms with 88, Golden Knight with 82, and Insider just squeaking in there with 73. Rum Rebels just need 3 more points. If they could win out the series or
please.
win out the game, we could get sent to a game 9. Unfortunately, Daydream, they're still 25 points away, so they probably still need 2 games. So if Daydream wins twice, or if Rum Bubbles wins and then Daydream wins, we could even go to a game 10.
Yeah, the possibilities are still endless. I know people in chat are going to be liking that. But here we go, folks. Game number 8 is now underway. We actually have no bans this time
I thought
around,
my wasn't banned.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But my is going to be up and available.
Wackel swapped to Estelle, I think that's why. One of the tank players swapped to Estelle, so Mai is going to be on the table here for the final game. But that's going to be perfect because gonna need that Mai for that Nikki comp, which Insider is going to be playing. I think Guardians is going to be playing as well. So having that Mai to counter these flashy engages, or just the lockdown CC is going to be crucial.
This time around, though, it is going to be banned out as we do have Bum deciding to lock that in. Walko's also going to go back to it, which means Mai is banned. Balance is restored. Nature is recovering, my friends. Okay, here we go. Game number 8. The locks are in. We got team number, Team number 2 looking to get themselves into checkpoint, and team number 6, you'll see it at the bottom side of your screen if you aren't too sure which teams are the ones that aren't checkpoint. Man, if we do see those 2 teams moving on, wow, this would be such a strange final.
It's most likely ending here.
Yeah, probably. I hate to say it, but Rump Rebels and Team Daydream, they haven't really shown us too much to kind of give me the confidence that this game could be theirs, right? It could definitely change in this one, but the odds are extremely low. The other teams have been way too dominant and way too overbearing for, I think, Daydream as well as Team Rump Rebels, that the opportunities are just gonna be so lackluster for these people to pop off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Daydream and Team Rump Rebels, they just been getting sent, or not, wait, Team Rump Rebels? Oh, wait, why is it?
Oh,
Insider's in checkpoint.
I think they may have messed it up. Whoa, move that checkpoint over.
Move it over, like one to the right there. Yeah, but Team Rump Rebels and Team Daydream, I think both these teams just haven't had a good, early game and a good showing, because they just get sent far behind really early on into the game, and they don't really have enough items to kind of compete with the other teams into the mid to late game. So you got to see if they could maybe fix on that and have a good early game start here. Rump Rebels is going to get engaged on by G-Work. G-Work is just going to try killing Bear there. Bear just going to back on out. G-Work still having already 3 items, so they could definitely look for this human, but chasing human is going to be tough. But that Quake is going to slow them just enough. They're unfortunately missing out on that Q there. It's going to get a lot of damage even with that dash. I think they should be able to kill them there, but Rump Rebels is going to be fully grouped up.
Yeah. Alright, well, fight in hospital. Fancy going to be saved by the Peacemaker. Paradiso has already been invested, and as I said, it's going to be the early aggression that we all are going to see from Blaster. The damage output from Team Golden Light, though, is pretty good, although Echoes of the Earth is going to knock down that Priya, well, not the Priya, but Fancy's gonna go down, Centipede's gonna go down. That's already 2 kills in favor of Team Golden Light. Everybody from that team of Always in Gen will just have to back away. Romantic taken down, One Circle taken down. Bum's the last one alive on this team, and oh my god, they're struggling at the beginning of game at number 8.
Yeah, Rump Rebel, or Romantic, unfortunately not having his chess piece done, so that's probably was a factor in why they just ended up really losing that team fight there. Always in Chun gonna be able to get the 1-up this time into the side of Team Golden Light, gonna be able to win this 3v3. And you can look at the items. The Mai just not finishing their items either. Team fight is just happening non-stop here, trying to get as many credits and kills as possible. Don't think the kills really matter at this point, but I mean, placement still does, so you want to make sure you get as many points, because even if you don't end up winning this game, you want to make sure you get as many circuit points and go up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's really good for Always Incheon right now, because they went from like 6th place, or maybe even like tied for 5th, right? Because there was a 3-way tie. They jumped themselves into 2nd place with a decent amount of leniency. A 5-point difference between them and 3rd place because of that 33-point bomber they had for game number 7. They're still continuing that streak though, unfortunately. Falling down a little bit a couple of times. Blaster just not having it. Kyungkwae most likely is going to fall down here too. Sunderfine is still alive, and it's also just night number 1. time. It's all good and dandy. But real quick before we go further on into the game, Super, I just want to ask you, would you like to bet on whether or not they're going to move that checkpoint over to Insider, or is it Rebels that are just going to be permanently in checkpoint?
I don't know. Maybe halfway into the game they're going to notice, but I don't know. Because it is going to be Beyond going to find Romantic, and FN Sejong again going to lose another member. But the TP is going to come just in time, and One Circle should be able to pick this one up. Wait a second, can Beyond get the damage in? No. There's a laser, going to be able to secure that kill. Topside though, it is going to be Always Inchun going to lose two members here. And Rump Rebels is going to be able to get the one up onto team Always Inchun. This is exactly what they need. A great start from them, already sitting on 6 kills. So they should be be guaranteed. Oh, wait a second. Blaster is going in and he's able to get one. Always Inchun is going to wipe. Bear is going to go down very shortly. Walkwell going to be the last one member, or the last member for team Rump Rebels. Rump Rebels, I mean, they secured their spot into checkpoint, but they just need to win this game now.
Yeah, that's the problem. These people have gotten kills early game a lot, but we know Rump Rebels history, and it's still gonna most likely continue today, where they get a lot of kills early on. They play extremely aggressive. That's something that Rump Rebels have been known for ever since their inception. But as the game goes on, they eventually will drop out, unfortunately. It's just the way that their team composition runs. If they want another shot at that dream of winning ERM, they're going to have to somehow withstand it. But here we go, another fight. Rump Rebels down a member already as Bear is going to get eliminated. Pierre about to get taken down. I think that Aiden is in a whole heap of trouble as the Drape's going to slow them down. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of FN Sejong, plus the meteorite going in their favor. A fight on the southern side as, whoa, this is not looking good at all. Hold on a second. Always Incheon down 2 members. Kyungwoo is just going to have to completely book it.
Wait, Centipede still doesn't have their chess piece done. I don't know if you saw their build there, but yeah, the Priya might have misclicked. Oh, maybe they're crafting the what's it called? The one with the tree chess piece, and I think maybe they just didn't get the craft off.
Off of a blue one?
No, because they're on. I don't think they're on blue, right? They're on white. I think it's a white chess piece there. They just have a shirt there.
No. Oh no. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, the blood cloak. I think they're probably crafting the blood cloak. Maybe they got a tree off the walls or something.
But then they lost it.
Maybe they just misclicked, because sometimes you also just misclick the item in your inventory. You just fat finger that button, and then they put on the white chest piece. Could have happened. A little unfortunate. I think that definitely probably stole that team fight there. As Priya, you know, the chess piece is probably the most important part, or the most important piece of your build, aside from the weapon, just because it provides so much stats.
That's what I was gonna actually mention earlier, because you said somebody was missing their chess piece earlier on as well. Chess piece early on, yes, it's one of those scaling items, but it still provides a massive amount of stats. I think the only ones in comparison,
it's like 20 defense. I think it's crazy.
The only comparison was from Created Knights way back in the days, when it just used to be a flat out stats boosting item. But yeah, here we go. On the south side, Daydream trying to duke it out up against, what is that, team Always Incheon. Damage output is actually looking pretty good from Daydream. Hold on a second, 2 members down again from Always Incheon. They're falling behind more and more. Luckily, Kyungwoo is going to be able to get out, but team Daydream, they're 4 kills strong. They're just looking for 25. This is a great start for these guys.
Yeah, this time Daydream was able to get the one up here, already having their 4-score buy-ins, I think. But Always Incheon still having some items as well, so I think Daydream is completely outplaying them. It was a great engage from Navanya, able to split them up, and yeah, Always Incheon just not there to respond. The Theodore damage is just there. I thought it looked pretty bad for Team Daydream there, because Theodore ended up walking into the Tazi wall, but I think just ended up baiting of the Tazi in, and a perfect response there. Team FN Sejong looking for this alpha, going to be able to try snowballing their way into a victory here. Be able to get maybe a couple more items. They should be able to get this, and a great crossbow skill. Good explosive shot. Wait a second, Romantic, unfortunately, I think he misclicked the... Oh no, misclicking the white lily. But Bomb, I think he could get away with this mithril, and it should be fine.
Oh, he's just crafting it.
Wait, he's just crafting it in their face, yeah, because they actually can't stop it here.
Oh, that's funny. You know, I respect that, right? You're not.
I respect it too, yeah.
Not gonna live, but I mean, at this point, he might because G-Work left.
The crafts are pretty quick, right? I don't think the freeze can come out in time, so it's actually a really smart play from Bomb to just instantly just sit down there, start crafting it, make sure to get the item crafted so they don't lose the mithril. So not too bad for FN Sejong, but yeah, a disastrous mistake from Romantic. It looks like one circle was did end up getting chased down as well by the Nikki. I think NCMP did end up catching up with them.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm getting a sense of deja vu, man. There was a series a long time ago when Team Ultimate was duking it out up against FN Sejong after all the curses were going on through.
Gets cancelled.
FN Sejong just getting wiped out one by one.
That's the new Leon, is that the duck dive can actually get cancelled out now if you get CC'd before you end up finishing the channel. So you got to be a little careful about that, because in the past, the duck dive, if you did end up challenging your duck dive, you were able to get it off, and you would get CC'd on your send. Yeah, but now you can actually get that cancelled because there is a really small channel window. So you gotta be a little careful. Looks like it was Taeyong getting caught out by that, but they should be back up here very shortly.
Yep. Rump Rebels, 6 kills strong. They don't really care about anymore, but they just have to go for the win. Team Daydream also starting out pretty decently, but they still have a long way to go. They need at least a minimum of 11 kills in first place from where they are now in order to get themselves in a checkpoint, obviously. They can't win from this one, so Daydream has a very big dream at this point. Yes, you're right. They did move it. You're right. Look at that.
I think
they got it.
So Rump Rebels isn't in checkpoint, but they will be next game. And unfortunately, Daydream a little too far away, but maybe they can close out this game and get enough points to get themselves in checkpoint for game number 10. Full send here coming out for Team FN Sejong. A lot of damage going through. Rump Rebels going to be forced to peel away, but it's going to be Mai gonna be the one to fall there. Here comes a sniper skill. Can they find any more? Bum is just gonna back on out of there. No. Rump Rebels stuck in a hard spot here. I think Bear is gonna fall very shortly. The Quake is gonna slow Bear down, and he's gonna fall. That is a disaster for Rump Rebels. One of our non-checkpoint teams on -400 so early. This might start sealing the deal here. It's gonna be amazing. It might be up to Team Daydream here, and they are actually gonna look for Team FN Sejong. FN Sejong, our executors here. Maybe they could get Daydream as well, but it looks like they're just going to back away.
As I mentioned with Rump Rebels, it's just the way that their team roster has always been struggling through the mid-game once again. -400, they are all back, but now with this kind of pacing and none of the other teams losing out on credits just yet from Rising, Rump Rebels, they might be in trouble. A lot of these teams, by the way, as well, most likely in the next few minutes here are going to start staying in their own respective spots just simply because of how important this game is going to be. There's only 2 teams that aren't at checkpoint anymore. It's even worse than it was in game number 7. Rump Rebels might be in trouble, man. These guys aren't going to have any way to snowball back in if all of these teams just deny them from fighting back or even try to go for these objectives, but they're already too strong because of that 400 credit deficit.
Yeah, their time might be cutting short very shortly here. You can see the items on Team Autoworms, they're sitting so strong right now, just having a huge early game. Just able to find, probably getting some items off the animals once again. But that's just how it is, if you are going to be able to tempo out these items, get some extra items on these animals,
they need
gotta
to
make sure you press your lead here. Daydream and Rump Rebels, both of our 2 non-checkpoint teams. Oh no, here comes the third party. Always Incheon is going to be the ones to grab it. And both of our checkpoint teams, unfortunately, they traded each other and none of them grabbed the 4 score or the items. And yeah, it's going to go to the side of a blaster there. It's so unfortunate for Team Rump Rebels. They needed that tempo swing back into this game, but they're not going to find it.
That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible for Team Rump Rebels and even for Daydream as well. But Rump Rebels, it feels even worse because you've already lost the 400 credits. That would have been the time to make those credits back up, but nope. Not going to be able to get it as the third party coming in perfectly. Waffle also ended up investing the catwalk before the fight actually began and the third party walked in, so he had to get himself out of there instead of sending it in for that 4 score. Energy blast field is out, the shield coming out, but it's a little bit placed far away in the position. I don't really like it. Everybody from Rump Rebels are walking out of that. Sandust also going to be Stardust or Sandust, I forget what it's called, but it's going to be invested. Nobody really being tagged. Rump Rebels investing even more of their resources. Timer down to the 10s.
And I mean, both these teams just fighting, not being able to get any form, not really much mastery as well, because no one really going down. So, a little unfortunate as both Team Rump Rebels. Oh, looks like Team Daydream is going to hold Team Golden Light here. Team Golden Light coming down from, it looks like the top. FN Sejong finds Rump Rebels here. Walker getting caught by the taunt and should end up falling there. That is going to be another -200 for Team Rump Rebels. And look at the credit counts; they don't really have much left. They're gonna try using the VLS system to get on out, but they're not gonna really have much places to go.
It's looking cooked, man. It's looking cooked. Daydream is the only team that's left that is remotely even caught up. Their credits are looking pretty good.
no.
He had found out the rocket launchers are just hammering them to pieces. If the last one hits, then they might be in trouble, but the range is a little bit too far away. Golden Light not going to be able to catch out the 2 members of Rump Rebels, but it's still going to be problematic for these guys. It's just not the day of Rump Rebels. I can't tell you what it is. I really don't. They look so good at the beginning of the games. Typically, teams that are able to do that, they can snowball that lead into the victory. But is it just Aiden? There's a reason why he's not played way too often in ERM, right? This character is really good. His damage output is really nice. But a lot of times it's distributed way too far, and he's such a solo carry kind of thing. He's so by himself a lot of times. It just doesn't seem like there's any team.
Good kite back.
Conveyance.
Oh, Taeyong. Oh, good blink away from Seiko. But here comes the Surfs up. They are going to be able to push. But the members are split now, so Insider is going to be forced to get on out of there.
Careful,
Blink invested again. Taeyong going to be forced to back away. That's I think 3 blinks from the side of Team Insider there. Gotta be a little careful now. They're not going to have their cooldowns to get on out of there. But I like that from Team Auto Arms. They're not gonna full send it because they know there could be other teams nearby, and you just want to make sure you don't get third partied.
Yeah, look at the minimap right now. Daydream, I think, has the right idea. They need to contest for some of these objectives, but every zone outside of Cemetery around it is going to start closing, and they don't even have positioning on the VLS to get over into Pond if they want to do so. Daydream, they're going to be pushed away from this zone and not going to be able to deal with the Titans that is going to be 3 teams in this zone right now. Taegu Guardians, FN Sejong, and the Team Golden Light. All of these teams have been looking at insane transitions. Look at that again for Golden Light.
They want this wick buff because they know, when you take wick buff, it just significantly increases your chance of winning this game. And this is most likely going to be the last game here. And it's going to be Guardians going to be the one to start a lot of G-Work. Completely zoning off the teams outside. And I think that is going to be Team Guardians going to be able to get that blood item. I don't know what it's going to go for. It looks like it is going to go for that Nosferatu.
They don't check the bush!
That's Alina. They don't check the bush, but looks like they're okay. Surprised they actually didn't end up dying there. The cleanse able to keep them alive and keep the tournament run going. There is the pullback from the my great exclusive. Blaster already chunked down to half HP. Trying to look for an angle in. Seiko is going to try getting some damage, but a huge combo. Can they get this timing right? Then they do. Blaster is going to go down. And that might be it for Team Always Insured. I don't think they have enough credits to get their teammates back up here.
Oh my god, okay, Team Insider is going absolutely crazy. They have just enough to res 1. Unfortunately, that's all they're going to be able to get. They're going to have to wait out for Lumi and somehow pray that it's a possibility.
Oh, look at
for
Guardians.
them.
Look at this. They gotta get out.
All over the place.
Get out.
They need to get out.
Go.
Oh, they get out, but they leave.
Oh no, Bum didn't go in.
They leave.
Bum didn't get in.
Bum out, and that's going to be the Mai falling down. Minus credits for that
Why
team.
didn't
They
Bum-
still have 30 seconds. I think it
Why
got
did Bum jump back to their
controlled.
team? Did he already use his threat?
Probably they needed to get out. I like the call from it though, right? This on the spot decision making has to be on point. FN Sejong, can they get the res?
They can still res.
They're in a little bit of trouble. The zone's gonna open, so luckily for FN Sejong,
They'll be okay.
They'll be okay. But the timer investment, super.
Yeah. Timers, especially for the final zone, it's gonna be a little rough for Team FN Sejong. One circle needs to go as well. Not gonna have any time. Yeah, he's just gonna regroup back with his team up in here in Temple. Now they just need to look for some kills. If they get some kills back, they could get their timer back, and they should be okay. I think they want to take this fight into Team Rump Rebels. Team Rump Rebels is pretty weak, but not gonna take any more risks.
Always in Chan. They're sitting at about a total of 361 credits on their side, about 40 to go if they want to bring all of their members back. But the problem now is whether or not Lumi is willing to cooperate with Always in Chun. There is still a possibility we can go into night number 5 with about 24 players remaining in the lobby. But there's still a long way for this Mai to go. She's sitting on top of that temple zone right now, maybe looking for at least one res. I'm not entirely sure where Lumi is. It's actually rotating in from temple right now. If FN Sejong are benevolent, it could happen, but you can see at the top side it says 22. That energy blast field, not going to really be able to find anything. That's a yellow landed onto Piggin. And again, we're seeing these Theos with the energy blast field just full sending it for no reason.
Okay, yeah. Looks like nothing's really gonna come out of that though. I think they just decided to I think Team Daydream knows that their time is coming short here. They don't really have many items to their name. They're trying to look for anything they can. It's getting tense here. 8 teams still alive for the temporary zones coming up very shortly. It's gonna be on the next cycle.
I think you might be able to get it. They're just like 10 credits off of
yeah?
raising all of their members back. Let's see what the math is looking like. 100.
Oh no, they're short by
80.
They're short by 10.
Oh.
That is a little unfortunate. Maybe they can get it on the next rotation because there is still one more rotation for Lumi to swing back, but it's not looking good for the team of Team Ozinchun. 8 teams still alive, 23 players in 3 zones, and these zones are pretty small. It's Temple, Alley, and Pond here.
Kyunghui is cooked, man.
Always Incheon. He tried to use the BLS system to cut off Lumi, but it's not going to be enough. Blaster on 3 seconds of timer. That is going to be it. So wait a second.
Trying to buy time for the dash to come up, but he gets knocked up, and that's a -1. Oh, no, it's not a -1, but that's going to be an extra set of credits. Blaster makes a pivotal mistake. He's going to get taken down.
Chico has a queen. Can he hit it? Oh, he goes a combo to get it!
Oh my god, Cinema just gets obliterated, and now it all comes down to Loki, but he's getting pressured away from the Sua. She's trying to do whatever she can, but the blinds are there. Daejeon Auto Arms will not be the team winning this lobby as they're going to get full wiped out. 3 kills, and that's about it. Team Insider are looking to get themselves into that final zone. Daydream doing what they can as well. Rump Rebel still alive, but FN Sejong is staring them straight in the face for Team Daydream.
But
can they even push in against this? That's actually a really good energy blast field. 1 circle, walk straight back into it, and a triple tag!
Oh my god!
This is the fight that they've been looking for. 1 circle down, but Theo goes down as well. Piggin, he's trying to do what he can. Rami trying to get the rest,
third party is here.
Comes in of all teams. It's Rump Rebel to do it. They let the rest go through. This is so smart from Team Rump Rebels. Oh my goodness. FN Sejong is gonna go down. So unless we see a game number 9, they are not gonna be your victors for phase number 1. What a show. Rump Rebels, they're trying to push.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second.
They're trying to get the
Daydream, go! No! They don't know!
Goes down. Pied, the bear goes down. And I think that's gonna be it. Down goes the Aiden. It's gonna be Insider again to deny these teams an entryway in. Daydream still alive, but their timers are in shambles, and they have 2 teams to deal with.
Yeah, and look at the items for Team Daydream. They are not looking good here, but they did end up winning into Team FN Sejong, so I could definitely see it. If they find another great angle here, they could definitely look. And there is also that Mai maybe can deny Team Insider from winning here. The Mai needs to be the factor here, but here comes the Queen. They gets a double knockup, and the cleanse is too late.
It's good.
The Theodore is already down to half HP. There is the ultimate. Wait a second, the Mai is in the back there, but the Theodore goes down. The Nikki was there at the perfect time.
Insider.
And Insider, they're looking to claim their first victory all the way down from knockout stage 1. Can they do it?
No way! Is the true miracle run really gonna happen? Team Insider, they've checked off all the boxes just save for that first place in the final game. They're about to do it. It's Daegu Guardians, man. It's G-Work.
Can they do it? Can they do it here? It is G-Work, but they don't have an answer for that for the Nikki ult with the Dean. If they could just find an angle onto the Dean here, or maybe even kill the Alina, it's doable.
There's no way, man, dude. If Team Insider is able to win it out up against G-Work on the Adela of all things, it is going to be the biggest rubbing the salt on the wound moment in G-Work's life. It's between these 2 teams. We are not going to have a game number 9. We will end it with an 8-game series. FN Sejong in 100% complete shambles. They wasted 4 games of themselves being in checkpoint, only to not be able to win the game, but it comes down to 2. Insider versus Daegu Guardians. A couple of nice tags from Yona, but that is going to send the Siphon Maelstrom in. Seiko getting tagged by the bullseye. Good amount of damage output returned as NCMB going to eat a little bit as well. G-Work, he's looking for the capabilities. He's looking for the opportunities. Where is he going to go? There's the freeze over onto the ground. That's a lot of good damage going in from the back.
Here comes the full combo on the G-Work this time.
But they don't invest everything.
Seiko's dead! Seiko's dead!
Seiko!
Wait, the Sua! Yorio gets it!
The Sua! No!
Oh no! It's not enough. He doesn't have enough damage.
No! it's gonna be Daegu Guardians to take
so
away
close.
game number 8 and be the champions for phase number 1. 12 kills in first place. Who the heck cares about those scores? In the end, the champions will be G-Work as they take away the trophy for phase number 1.
G-Work coming back and just proving to himself, or proving to everyone, why he is still one of the best players. With NZMB and Charles as well. So well played by them. G-Work just finding the angle in, just able to force out so much from Seiko. And then Seiko falling too early into the fight. That just cost him the fight, and it was just free pickings for Team Guardians.
What a hard-fought victory for Team Daegu Guardians. Oh my goodness, but I thought they were going to do it, right? I thought they were going to finally decide to say, screw it, let's kill the tank. But only 2 people targeted down G-Work. That's a late game Elena, man. You gotta send the full squad against that if you want a chance to kill her. And you still have Yuto left to deal with everyone else, right? Your late game, Sua has cooldowns. You got the Nikki who's gonna rotate through the garden reverse. Just kill the darn Elena first, man. She provided so much issues for the entirety of Team Insider. But it's the hesitation that I've been talking about again and again and again.
Seiko just not getting his ultimate off at the very end there. I think if he ended up pressing the checkmate, I think they would have been okay.
Oh man, dude, that is brutal, brutal, brutal for Team Insider. The miracle run was almost there. They were so close to the end of the tunnel, only for Team Daegu Guardians to come and knock down the boulder standing on top of the cave entrance. It's just not meant to be today for Team Insider. Still, a fantastic game, a fantastic series, a fantastic run during phase number 1 for Team Insiders. They're still able to secure themselves a decent number of placement points into the circuit, as they are going to probably place around 4th.
I mean, 17 kills with a second place at the very end there. I think they actually might be in 3rd, but I'm actually not too sure, because FN Sejong is actually because of Guardians winning that game, they're going to be in 1st and FN Sejong 2nd. And I think Always Incheon still had enough points because they did have a really nice game number 7. So yeah, we have to see very shortly with the scoreboard coming up. But yeah, what a phase number 1, Chuvi.
Yeah,
I'm content with what I've seen.
I am as well. What a roller coaster of a ride for Daegu Guardians today. Starting out the series extremely strong, having that dip of performance in the middle of the event, and then all of a sudden towards the end, walking away with the victory in their hands. A great night Team Daegu Guardians is going to have. G-Work, Char, as well as, who is it? Let me take a gear. Oh my goodness, I'm blanking out right now. NCMB. What a night for those players.
The legend. Gonna be on the Nikki this time, not on the Felix that he's well known for.
And Super, who is G-Work? For the blind, he is the vision. For the hungry, he is the chef. And for the thirsty, he is the water, my friend. He is everything that you need him to be, and tonight he has answered the calls. Congratulations once again to Daegu Guardians, the team that has finally gotten adopted as a team sponsored by a town. We'll be able to take away the victory for tonight, as the score sheet's going to be coming up in just a moment to really cement the fact that it is reality for Daegu.
Yeah, here it is. It is going to be Guardians in 1st place, not having more points than FN Sejong, so they won't be walking away with that 1st place pricing, because there is actually, I think, 2 separate pricing for ERM. It's going to be placement pricing, and then you being able to be the champion and winning in the checkpoint format as well. So Guardians going to be walking away with the checkpoint win and a 2nd place in the terms of points. FN Sejong, still a really good performance, so 115 points for them. They will be walking away with the 1st place pricing in terms of points, and then Always Incheon, Insider, Auto Arms, Golden Light, Rump Rebels, and Daydream following suit.
GG's, man. Yeah, FN Sejong. Oh no. Another season where the curse seems to be prevalent once again. Bum is not able to navigate it. One Circle and Romantic going through the trenches one more time of war. The PTSD is going to start coming back for those 2 players. Phase 2 and National League is going to have to be their solutions to get out of this mess. But again, congratulations for one last time to Team Daegu Guardians. They are the champions for phase number 1, and that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. The Korean side is doing their interviews, but for you and I, we are content. Hopefully all of you guys in chat are content as well, because let's be real here, this should have ended at game 5. Why do you guys get all the drops in the world, man? What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great series, and if you guys want to watch some more Eternal Return, we will be having ERCS gonna be coming up once again for today, because it is going to be Sunday, and it will be happening at 7 p.m. And you know, I'm gonna be there if you guys want to watch me play.
Yes, sir. That's going to be fun tonight. So make sure you guys show up to ERCS tonight. Once again at 6 p.m. Central. So it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern time. Please, please, please show up. It's going to be a fun night tonight. If you want more drops, because I know you guys are addicted to that, make sure you guys show up. I think it's only 4 games tonight, though. So the chances of seeing 3 drops might be a little bit difficult. Just show up early. Maybe production becomes a little bit nicer and be like, hey, here's 3 hours. Here's all the drops that you could get. For us right now, super. That was 5 hours of Eternal Return goodness. 5 hours of Eternal Return goodness for the people in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for showing up during phase number 1. We'll be back in a couple of weeks for phase number 2.
It's in 2 weeks actually. It's actually in 2 weeks. So it's actually usually there's like a 3 to 4 week period where it's not going to be anything, but I think they ended up cutting it a little short. So we'll be back pretty shortly. In 2 weeks, we'll be back for phase 2. So, you know, keep that on your calendar. I think if you guys want to be updated on exactly when the phases are going to be happening, join the competitive Discord and make sure you make sure you just check the news for Eternal Return in general, because it will be posted there. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't actually told any of the staff yet. I was just checking my schedule for the past few days, but unfortunately, I will not be able to join you for the first couple of days of ERM because I have a final on the first day and I graduate on the second day, actually. So, wow. Okay. Yo, congrats.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to be a bit busy on those days, so I'll definitely let people know. So you guys will hopefully, most likely, be able to see Super during that. I'll be missing you guys for the first couple of days of phase number 2. I'm gonna have to tell Nibunron that I haven't told that yet. Sorry. Well, again, if anyone from Nibunron's watching, my bad. Sorry for the worm. Sorry for not telling you guys. But yeah, phase number 2 is definitely going to be a lot of fun. Much higher stakes because circuit points overall is going to be higher. That's going to be distributed to the teams that are going through. So please, please, please be excited for the next 2 weeks as we're going to be prepping ourselves for the latter half of Eternal Return Masters. But guys, once again, that is going to be it from us. We'll see you guys next time, and please show up to ERCS tonight right here. Once again, 7 p.m. Eastern time on the Eternal Return game at channel. Yeah, I was about to say Central. It's just stuck to my mouth at this point. But yes, thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.